Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Protector of the Fairies in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Protector of the Fairies. The decision for war. You know, when we arrived, this wasn't exactly how I planned it. You're telling me, muttered Shinji in annoyance, glancing down at the cuffs around their wrists. I think someone's being a bit overly zealous. Just bear with it, begged Juoshiro, shooting a glance back at the guards following them. You can't blame them at being on edge. And why the hell do you get to walk around unchained? Shinji demanded, the chains around his wrists shaking as he gestured at Juoshiro's unbound arms. You arrived with us. Why don't they assume you're guilty of something too? I didn't declare war on everyone. Neither did you for that matter, but you joined up with the one who did. If anything, blame Ichigo. All right, I get it, Ichigo murmured in frustration. Unlike the simple handcuffs on Shinji and Nozomi, the guards had been a bit more zealous when it came to him. It was kind of difficult to move when they had bound his wrists as tightly as they had, along with wrapping chains around his legs. They had even added a weight around his neck just to cause more discomfort if he tried anything. He probably would have made more of a fuss if they hadn't been normal chains. As it stood, they could all break free easily, especially as the guards hadn't been able to take their weapons. Or perhaps they hadn't been confident enough to even try. They had managed to get Miss Doggin to Wendy at the very least, and she was probably hard at work patching him up. Nozomi was with him right now keeping guard, even if she had handcuffs on too, but considering she was with Fairy Tail, she was probably in a pretty safe place with Miss Doggin anyway. There were simply too many mages to count there that would help them out if they truly needed it, even if he had been loath to accept it before because of the circumstances. Allowing themselves to be led through what must have been a pristine corridor at one time, now nothing more than a mess with parts of the walls missing at different intervals, the Rune Knights escorting them led them further into the palace, arriving at a set of large double doors. It wasn't hard to guess who was behind it. Not just the new queen, but also every guild master and remaining general. The sheer raw energy coming from the room was one that could only be matched by incredible strong individuals letting their power run at full power, or by a mass of powerful mages, each subconsciously releasing energy that eventually blended into one massive sensation at such short range. The doors opened for them by the Rune Knights as one of them, the Rune Knight that seemed to have the most decoration and additions to his armor, led them in. A lot of heads turned towards them from the massive row of tables, all pressed together, but none of them said anything. They must have already been warned of their arrival while they were having chains put on them. At the head of the array of tables, slightly elevated as a sign of her status, sat the newly crowned queen, His Fiori. Your Highness. Speaking politely, Juoshiro got down to one knee and bowed his head to her. It is my greatest apologies that we could not meet under better times. Juoshiro Yukatake. The queen's voice was cold, but it wasn't unexpected to Juoshiro. He had already been filled in on the fact that Grand Doma had ordered an attack on the capital. Even if he had been controlled, the people here didn't know that. What do we owe the pleasure of your company? It was, to my understanding, that you retired from the matters of Fiori over 7 years ago. Indeed I did, he replied, getting back to his feet. However, the actions of my successor have left much to be desired. Much indeed. Understandable, I'm sure. Of course. And yet, I fail to see how this involves you. For you see, you are no longer the chairman of the Magic Council. You passed on that power. And now you have returned, not with Rune Knights, but with mages that have already declared their intent to cause war. Their actions during the Grand Magic Games, their actions against my father, have not been forgotten. If you are appearing with them as of now, does that mean you fully acknowledge them as your allies? As of now? It seems you are working under the wrong assumption. After seeing the actions Grand Doma has been doing for many years now, is it so surprising that I would not be preparing for a situation like this? Holding out one hand, Juoshiro gestured towards Ichigo and Shinji behind him. These two and the others associated with them have been my eyes and ears, and then later my hands and feet. Why do you think they didn't kill your father? Why do you think they declared war on the Magic Council? Because of the alternative. Civil war. And you think a few words can change anything? Demanded Hiswai. My father is dead, and Grandoma was responsible for the army that threatened to destroy Crocus. Even if we managed to persuade the army to stand down, there are many more Rune Knights out there, more than willing to attack if ordered. And so long as some of the soldiers on our side fight against them, they will fight irresponsible, reducing the chance to end matters peacefully. It is far too late to avoid war. You're right. Of course you are. But about what, I wonder? Raising a hand to one side, his palm facing upwards, Juoshiro pushed a small bit of magic into it, generating a small archive screen. It quickly widened until all could see the large barren wasteland that the image portrayed. Show of hands, why don't we? Who knows where this is? No one raised a hand. It wasn't surprising. The image could have been anywhere without any distinguishing features, and none of them were certain on where it could even be to begin with. Really? No one. Surprising, considering this is where the enemy you wanted to kill was. This time the implications got across. Many guild masters were out of their seats, leaning against the table as they tried to get a closer look at the image. Juoshiro obliged them all, creating more archive screens and scattering them around the room, each holding the same image as the original. This is, or perhaps I should was, where the Magic Council had their headquarters. It was completely wiped out only hours ago by a concentrated Etherian blast in order to try and purge the men within. One man, in particular, has been controlling the Magic Council from behind the scenes for 7 years now, and can be directly linked to every action Grandoma has made. Another was involved in the infiltration of the 2 rogue generals, while the third is simply a threat because of what he is. You have identified the man responsible for Quilge and Asnod's actions. Ishine hadn't meant to speak out then, but he simply hadn't been able to help it. Juoshiro was shifting the power of the room the longer he stayed here, and he wanted to slow that pace down somewhat just to get a grasp on the situation. That, and it wasn't like he wasn't happy to see his son too. But most importantly, he wanted to give time for Shunsui to return. Of all the times for the man to leave, why did it have to be now? If Juoshiro was aware of his intentions, he didn't show it, remaining the picture of composure with such grace that not even Byakuya could even match. He had forgotten the presence this man had when he spoke. They all had. And as he always did, Juoshiro smiled at the mild interruption and answered politely, treating him just like he always had done, like nothing had changed from 7 years ago. We have managed to gain a name for the man responsible. One perhaps your daughter might have spoken about. I did hear that she had become a Quincy, so there is a chance she learned the name too. Why whack? Not many people even recognized the name beyond a few of the guild masters, all of them that recognized it looking slightly disbelieving. Juoshiro didn't blame them. He would have doubted the claim if he hadn't had a chance to come face to face with the man. Being in the presence of one who claimed that name was far more effective when faced with the man's presence rather than merely hearing the name through a second source. Hisui reacted far worse than them all, raw fear crossing her face for a brief moment before it was recomposed back into an indifferent look. With all eyes focused on Juoshiro, no one but the old chairman and the mages behind him noticed, but the message was clear to them. She knew enough about the man to be genuinely afraid. That was exactly the reaction they wanted. Exactly how valid is this claim? Demanded Hisui, determined to get a direct answer. Juoshiro was more than happy to oblige, turning his full attention back to her from Ishine. Absolute. We met the man himself, and he is the real deal. His power rivals the 4 gods of Ishgar, and that was likely just him testing us. What about the others? Asked Makarov, drawing attention to himself. My guild suffered at the hands of the Magic Council for years. I would appreciate knowing the name of the man who orchestrated it all. Zeref. That name got a bigger reaction from everyone. If Wywak was a legend, spoken in myths, Zeref was a fact, recorded in every history book. There was not a mage who hadn't heard of him to some degree, and many knew the reputation that the man had earned over his life. A reputation that made whole cities run away in fear, and the expressions on the guild masters' faces were no better. They were all scared and, while it might not show on all of them, they were just hiding it fairly well. But no matter how well they tried, it slipped through the cracks and showed on their faces. I am almost afraid to ask, whispered Hisui to herself, before raising her voice once more. And the third? Someone known as Baragan. It would not be completely correct to call him a man anymore. He's a hollow. The strongest hollow that I've ever laid eyes on. The very fact that he was able to stand in the presence of such monsters only raises his threat level. I have my doubts that mages as powerful as Wywak and Ziref would allow someone weak to stand anywhere near them and to act like an equal, much less argue with them. Looking around, Juoshiro hid the smirk he wanted to show. I see you all understand the situation clearly. A civil war is no longer the danger posed to Fiori, but instead a four-pronged attack from all sides. 4. Asked Hiswai. To her best knowledge, only 3 had been stated. None had been implied. She would have noticed if they had been. And who would the 4th be? I'm sure you must already be aware of it. In fact, I'm sure you were all preparing for such an attack from them if the civil war you had been preparing for took place. The Alvarez Empire, led by their leader, Emperor Spriggan. Of course, muttered Hiswai. So not matter what happened, they always were likely to interfere. Is it certain? No. But considering what they are after and the situation that is about to take place, I doubt they could give up this chance if they wanted. The prize of Lumen Histoire is far too much for any to ignore. I remember mention of that, stated one of the guild masters, turning to some of the others beside her for confirmation. That was the name of the item in their demands last time they invaded, correct? But didn't we already consult about this matter? Asked another, stroking his beard. There we no records of Lumen Histoire anywhere. Not in the Magic Council, not in personal guild records, nothing. The name, while mentioned so few times throughout it all, was just that. A name. That is the same thing I thought myself not that long ago, supplied Juoshiro, turning towards Makarov in one corner. The guild master looked as composed as all the others, but there was a slight tint of anger under the surface. Anger he could only notice because he knew why the man might be angry in the first place. However, if we really want to stop the Alvarez Empire, we have to ensure one area is protected above all others. Isn't that right, Master Makarov? What the hell do you think you're doing, Juoshiro? Ichigo muttered as he moved closer to the old chairman, purposefully lowering his voice so no one could hear him. No one even paid him any mind, all eyes already having turned suspiciously towards the master instead. We didn't discuss anything like this. I asked you to allow me to do things my way. You agreed the need to share this. Unfortunately, no matter what we say, it'll appear incriminating against him. That won't change. Clenching his teeth in frustration, Ichigo backed away once more, leaving Juoshiro to return his attention to Makarov. So then, what do you have to say on the matter, Makarov? You were a big presence in the discussions years ago when we all debated what to do about the Alvarez Empire, but I never really grasped the true reason why. I always had believed it was because of who you are. You care for your guild members above all else, treating them as your own children. They are precious to you, and you didn't want to bring war to them. Crossing his arms, Juoshiro let his gaze turn to steel, losing the kind exterior he showed to most. That wasn't a lie, but it also wasn't the truth. Or at least not all of it. You took such a big presence not because they were a threat, but because you immediately knew the scope of what wanted the moment you heard the words Lumen Histoire. You knew they would stop at nothing to obtain it, and you knew why they could not be allowed to obtain it. Because Lumen Histoire is hidden away in your own guild. Maki? Master Bob asked, turning to his old friend curiously. He was one of the few who gave the old man that look and not one of suspicious, the only others being those that had been in the same guild once with him. Ignoring all the looks for the time being, Makarov focused all his attention onto Juoshiro. You're wrong about something. You assume I knew why they could not be allowed to obtain it. I'm afraid that knowledge does not belong to me, however. All any guild master of fairy tale knew was to protect Lumen Histoire, no matter the cost. That was the one warning about it, passed down from the first master herself. We already understand that she would know all about it. Lumen Histoire has already admitted it such. There were many who showed looks of confusion at Juoshiro's words. Makarov wasn't one of them, something Juoshiro easily picked up on. Interesting. You already had your suspicions, didn't you? Since when? Since I learned Ichigo went with her and destroyed the guild hall. Even before then I had suspicions. Ghosts have existed, as rare as they are, but I've never heard of a ghost that actually has the ability to use magic. And I've certainly never heard of a ghost that only certain people can see. Glancing towards Ichigo, Makarov eyed the mage warily. She's there right now, isn't she? Yes. I thought so. Glancing back towards Juushiro, Makarov released a sigh. I honestly had just wished Lumen Histoire could have simply been a guild treasure. I never even believed it was a magic strong enough to gain its own will. Gain its own will? Asked Hisui, looking at him in disbelief. My knowledge of magic may be lesser than your own, but something such as that would grab the attention of many. It's never been heard of for magic to gain any form of sentience. For one to suddenly do this dash. Not one. What? Not one. It's not the first I've heard of to do this. In fact, it is only because I've heard of this one before that I could accept the fact that Lumen Histoire is alive. This is news to me, pointed out Juushiro calmly, shooting a glance at Ichigo when no one was looking. When exactly did you encounter another type of this strange phenomena? It hardly matters in contrast to the current situation. As for Lumen Histoire I would quite like to know this too, Makarov, stated Hisui, her face showing she wouldn't take no for an answer. Are there more of these types of items like Lumen Histoire out there that you might be hiding? Makarov can be trusted, called out Goldmine, the guild master of Quattro Cerberus, before Makarov could even speak a word. I agreed with Goldmine, added Ubababe-sama, Lamia Scale's own guild master. Makarov has always proved himself to be trustworthy. Some secrets have reasons to be kept hidden. And we should respect that. As other voices joined in to protect Makarov, Hisui reluctantly backed down, Juushiro having to hide his own disappointment. Very well, let's move on to the important matter. However, if the Alvarez Empire is willing to invade us just to obtain Lumen Histoire, it's possible it is a device of such magnitude to justify all that would be lost in the process. Is it secure where it is? Can you guarantee that? Of course, answered Makarov instantly. It's sealed away. I check on it every once in a while, but it is always the same, always safe. And during these 7 years, it has not been taken by Raventail, the guild right above it that already knew it existed. 7 years they would have tried, and we would likely know if they had succeeded. I doubt there is anywhere safer for it in Fiori. All right then, said Juushiro finally, having paused for a moment to think over the matter. Now then, he added as he turned his attention back to the queen. With all this explained, you must wonder why I have even bothered. We have no hope. We cannot hope to survive the onslaught of 4 armies, especially with our own scattered force. However, there is hope. There is a chance. Explain. Of course, Your Highness. But first, would you be so kind as to allow permission for my friend's bonds to be released? It must be getting awkward for them by now, having to deal with such heavy weights. And why should I allow this? Asked Hisui, glaring at the two behind Juushiro in barely restrained anger. One of them has already shown that he is more than willing to raise his blade at my family. What is to stop him doing the same again? Right now, nothing. Especially considering these chains aren't sekizeki. As much as you like to think both of them are bound tightly, they aren't. But they have willingly stood like this for your peace of mind, if that is any consolation. Does that help? The only sign of her anger was the tightening of her hands on the wood of her chair, but she still acted appropriated, signaling the guards around Ichigo and Shinji. Release them. The guards looked like they didn't want to themselves, but they still obeyed, unchanged, aining all the bonds around the two Shinigami before backing away just as quickly. Now then, would you continue? Of course. Ichigo, if you would bring forth our guest of honor. She can hear you herself, you know, Ichigo muttered, feeling the weight on his shoulder lessen as Mavis jumped off him and landed a few steps ahead, manifesting herself to the others as she flew through the air. Mavis Vermilion, everyone. Everyone, Mavis Vermilion. To think we were guarding you all this time, muttered Makarov before raising his voice once more. I must ask, are you the same Mavis that led the guild as the first? Or are you merely an imitation, wearing her form like a dress? It's rude to try and judge a lady by her appearance, you know, stated Mavis as she smiled at him. But yes, I am the same Mavis from back then. If you want proof, know that it was I who gave you your name, inspired by the name of a kind king from a book I read. My time in that guild was certainly some of the most fun I had ever had in my entire life, that you can be happy in knowing. Turning her attention to the queen, Mavis paused before shooting a glance at Juoshiro. The map. Of course. You only needed to ask. Creating a large archive screen in front of him, Juoshiro stepped to one side to get out of its way as the image of Fiori appeared on the screen. Magnolia's position on the map immediately lit up, other locations following. Finally Crocus appeared, having the same intensity of light coming from it as Magnolia did. This is where I reside, stated Mavis, pointing at Magnolia on the map. Now obviously I don't want people getting their hands on me, especially those as disgusting as our enemies, so we want to protect this place with all our strength. Moving her finger across the map, she pointed up to the northwest, an area lighting up red as she reached it. Here is where the eternal desert known as Hueco Mundo is. This is where Baragan is likely to approach from since there is nowhere else such a large number of hollows could be hidden. Moving her finger once more, Mavis brought it far down to the south, just behind the mountain range to the southwest of the town holding Lamia Scale, Margaret Town. Here meanwhile is the remains of what used to be Waiwaka's empire. Perhaps he went back there, perhaps he didn't, either way it is a potential route from where he will leave from. We cannot take that for granted however. Moving her hand against, Mavis gestured at the whole western side of the map. The Alvarez Empire could come from any direction west of us. It's safe to assume they'd come from that way if they attack. As for Ziref, he could be anywhere. No one ever really managed to pin down where he made his home. He may not even have one for all we know. Thank you Mavis, said Juoshiro as he snapped his fingers, letting new lines appear across the map. Ring after ring appeared, each getting larger and larger with each new one that appeared. This is what we propose. There is a system that was built immediately after we last stopped the Alvarez Empire. Right here in fact, Juoshiro pointed out, moving his finger just west of Magnolia. It also happened to be the exact place where the rings had their center at. It's a power system, dedicated to channeling massive amounts of power into one large barrier. These rings are potential positions for it but, realistically, we want to get the outer ring to avoid giving up too much land. That's preposterous, declared Hiswai as she stared at the map. We'd be giving up over half our land in a single move. Not to mention that there are 17 million people in Fiori. How do you plan to evacuate everyone in time? A medrush. Seeing the confusion looks, Juoshiro quickly elaborated. If you want a better way, there really is not one. Get all trains running, use everything at our disposal, the end result must be that we get all our people back into the radius of the final ring. It takes time for the barrier to be deployed in the first place, so we have a brief window of time. As for giving up so much land, ask yourself this. Why should we try and defend land that has already been conquered? Smirking, Juoshiro pressed on his point when silence met him. You all seemed to understand. If it was only the Alvarez Empire, we could have protected so much more. But unfortunately we are faced by enemies already in our land, enemies that have been here for a long period of time. They already managed to gain a foothold years ago, so at this point we may as well give up trying to protect land we already lost and instead focus on keeping what we have. This barrier, how do you know it will be enough? I don't. But it is the only shot we have right now. When deployed, it should be just strong enough to keep all of the four armies at bay. For a while. If we were just let them attack and hide inside, it might last a week at most. Or it might last only a few hours. This strategy all depends on the strength of the mages and rune knights willing to defend it. Gaps can be opened up in the barrier so we can send out forces to fight the enemy, and they can make them think twice about openly attacking. It is, in my mind, the only way we can even stand a chance in the face of such overwhelming odds. To dig in and hold our ground. Hiswai glanced around the room, all eyes watching her. She could see the general opinion at just a glance. They wanted to try it, and she didn't like to admit it, but they did not have good odds against such a force. Just hearing it made her wish it could have just been the Civil War instead rather than this mess. How long? For the barrier. Hiswai nodded. A week to charge and deploy at current estimates. If we're attacked before then, we have no choice but to hold them back as best as we can. If we fail to, then we'll die. Very well then. Juoshiro Yukatake, at this moment in time the Magic Council no longer exists. Instead, you are to be instated on the Fiori War Council as the head of Rune Knights. You promised us 1 week. Go and live up to your word. Turning her attention to the guild masters, she bowed her head slightly. It was barely a nod, but she was the queen. She wasn't meant to bow to anyone. I will be counting on the assistance of you all in the evacuation of the populace. If you are willing to lend your aid to the defense of our country, I will forever be grateful. However, I cannot make this order. No matter what you decide, I will respect it. What about us? Asked Shinji, a smirk on his face even as the queen turned a glare towards him. You won't try and lock little old us up, will you, with all that is at stake? Gritting her teeth, his wife forced herself to speak civilly. They may have taken her father hostage, but he had managed to forgive them. So long as she kept that in mind, she could put her own personal feeling aside. You will all be pardoned, so long as you fight. If you wish to have your name cleared, there is no choice for you all. You will fight, or you will be imprisoned and later executed as enemies of Ishgar. 4 armies or a dark jail cell and execution. Shinji sighed. Can't say I wouldn't prefer some of the latter in the face of these odds. Ichigo. I'll fight. Thought so. Oh well, I'm in too. We've all got to die someday. Protector of the Fairies. Light filled Mistogen's eyes as they flickered open, blinding him. One hand shot towards his eyes in an attempt to shield them, hoping they would adjust quickly. He was already trying to force himself to his feet when he felt a pair of hands try to push him back down, so he acted, grabbing one of the hands with his free hand and pulling his assailant forward. His eyes could just about make out where the neck of the enemy was, and he grabbed it as he released the arm, the momentum having already brought whoever it was into his grasp. All he had to do now was squeeze a bit and... Mistogen. He froze, his eyes slowly adjusting as they made out clearly who he was holding in his grip. All color in his face faded away as he turned as white as a sheet, releasing his grip on Wendy in a heartbeat and backing away as fast as he could. His back hit the wall as he kept trying to move away, his mind locked on the sound of her voice as she coughed in pain as she tried to get oxygen back into her lungs. Wendy. My God, I'm sorry. I thought. He didn't know what he could say. He was too ashamed. He should have realized immediately that she wasn't an enemy. He wouldn't be alive if she had been. And yet he had reacted anyway, his nerves still on edge from the battle with that Quincy and demon. What had happened again? Ah. He remembered now. He looked down at his body, amazed to see he was even alive. He remembered flying. He remembered not being fast enough. And then he remembered letting him take control for a second. He was already retreating into his mind, checking the restraints he had on the man he detested so much. They were weaker. They were still there, still strong, but they weren't the same. He could tell from just the glance, quickly moving his focus away from that place. He glanced towards Wendy in concern only to see her looking at him in worry. Why? Why did she have to be looking at him like that after what he had just done? She should at least be a bit wary of him. She should be cautious to approach him. She shouldn't be putting on a smile and looking at him like he was the one who needed reassuring that he was safe. To try and block out some of the pain, he turned his attention to the only other person in the room. Nozomi was watching him curiously, one hand extended slightly behind her with her palm wide open. He could feel the tiny slither of energy around it, almost begging to be used. That was better to see in his mind right now. She was at least wary of him. How are you feeling, Mistogen? Asked Wendy politely, taking a few steps towards him without a trace of fear. He held out a hand before she could get any closer, almost begging her to keep her distance, just for a moment. He didn't trust himself right now. Not till he was sure that he had calmed down and won't suddenly attack anyone. Reluctantly stopping, Wendy frowned at him in concern. She looked at Nozomi for assistance only for the woman to shake her head, taking a few steps towards Mistogen in case he made any hostile actions again against Wendy. One hand shot out and snatched his wrist, holding it tightly. The prince. What is he to you? Ichigo. Miss Dogen frowned for a moment. Why was she asking this question? Unless... of course. She wanted to confirm if he was still him, and his pulse would determine if he tried to lie or not. He's the man who gave me a chance for a new life. I can only repay such a debt with my own life. Nozomi let out a sigh, relaxing her guard as she released her grip before gesturing for Wendy to move towards him despite Miss Dogen's protests. Finish healing him, please. We don't want to risk letting him die because of some untreated damage he took from Etherian. Did everyone survive? Miss Dogen found himself asking, desperate to know the fate of his friends. Was anyone? Everyone made it out, reassured Nozomi. You were the one we were the most worried about, but you just managed to get far away from the epicenter of the blast that your meteor was able to protect you. It drained almost all your remaining magic, however. Including all the energy stored in the lacrima in your pocket watch. Hesitantly reaching into a pocket, Nozomi paused as she felt the remains of what she was after before finally pulling it out and showing it to Miss Dogen. Cradled in her two palms were bits of clockwork, all remains of the old pocket watch that had been fashioned into a device to activate the lacrima with. There were no small pieces, likely all lost or forgotten when he had been recovered accidentally, but they were probably in a similar state. Gears were cracked and the metal was bent in some areas, broken in others. It wasn't even salvageable at this point, but he was glad they had tried to recover it anyway. Even if it hadn't been much, it had been precious to him. I don't think I'll be able to repair it, admitted Nozomi regretfully. It's not the shell that's the problem, but the lacrima itself. It was damaged too much, and has a leak in it that constantly causes the magic within to escape. I could repair it, but the integrity of the lacrima would be called into question, and nothing short of perfection can be accepted when it comes to the lacrimas we use for our legendary spells. It's alright. Reaching out to take a few of the old broken pieces of the pocket watch, Miss Dogen sighed before placing them back down in her palms, letting her take it away for disposal. I'll make do without it. I'll have to. You don't have too much of a choice, unfortunately, too. Your legendary spell will be completely out of action until I can fashion you a replacement. Thank you, Miss Dogen said, sparing a glance at Wendy, who had refocused on her task at trying to heal him. It was working. He could feel the small pain he had left fading with every passing second. Sky magic really was better than any medicine he had taken in the past. How long do you think I'll take you to prepare one? Nozomi shrugged. If you want one to be used, a day. But that would require you to get used to the feel of the lacrima too, and the time taken to learn to take energy from it in a steady flow would be a month at least. If I prepare one with the similar specifications as your old one, however, I should be able to reduce that time to a day or two. The creation time will end up being about 4 days, however, and that's if I work non-stop on it. 4 days wasn't that much of a long time, but there was something about her expression that told him that it was longer than he believed it to be. What's wrong? Ichigo can fill you in when he gets back here. I don't know how their meeting is going right now myself, so it's better to wait for up-to-date information. Alright, agreed Miss Dogen, watching as Wendy backed away and let the green energy around her hands fade away. Are you done, Wendy? He asked kindly, putting on a smile as an apology for his previous actions. I think so, replied Wendy nervously. I was worried I would mess it up when I heard you had been caught in an Etherian blast. Last time. She cut herself off, looking away in embarrassment. He knew why she was doing that. Last time it had happened, she had healed his body, but his mind had remained broken. Even if that had been a good thing for him, it had still been in her mind, partly due to her failing at using her magic's fullest potential. It seemed she was worried the same would have happened this time round, even if he wasn't comatose like before. It's alright. I'm sure you did a wonderful job. Sparing a glance at Nozomi, he asked, do you think you can give us a few minutes, Wendy? I'm sure there must be others hurt after what I heard earlier about Crocus being attacked. Wendy nodded, letting herself out quickly to leave the two alone. Miss Dogen didn't mince words, immediately speaking the thoughts that were on his mind. Do you remember that offer you made 6 years ago? 6 years. A tilt of the head showed Nozomi's confusion quite well to Miss Dogen. This is what he gets for being too vague. You made me an offer when I was struggling to get stronger with heavenly body magic. Back before I started learning light make magic. You offered to make me a magic tool. A weapon, capable of channeling my magic though. Is that offer still available? I remember that day, muttered Nozomi coldly. I also remember your reason for denying my offer. You said you could not risk the chance that Jelal would return and be better armed than before. If I remember correctly, you had been having memory problems back then because of him. Why would you ask me this again now when you already have shown a loss of control? I didn't lose control, argued Miss Doggin. I just forget where I was. But I can't deny what you've said. I shouldn't risk it. So why do you want to? Why? Shaking his head to get rid of his doubts, Miss Dogan's eyes seemed to burn with wool. Because I'm no longer able to carry this body of mine any further down this path. I'm weak, and I accept that. If I don't get stronger, I'll die. Even if I have to risk arming Jelal if he ever broke free, I still want to be able to walk down the same path as you all for a little bit longer if I can. Nozomi didn't say anything. She just stared at him, with that same blank stare as she always did when she didn't want anyone to know what she was thinking. It was unnerving, but he didn't dare look away. He had a feeling that he would lose something important here if he did. All right, Nozomi finally stated, a massive smile of relief appearing on Miss Dogan's face at her words. I'll do it. But on one condition. Anything. It'll all be my design. I won't hear any arguments, she stated, seeing Miss Doggin about to voice a complaint. I know enough about how you fight to make something appropriate. It may be a bit different to what you're used to, but it'll do the best job it can. Thank you, Nozomi. I truly appreciate it. You can thank me by keeping Jelal suppressed. I'll make you your weapon, but if you ever raise it against the prince then I'll kill you myself. That I swear. Protector of the fairies. You know you really didn't put me in the best position, Ichigo, said Makarov jokingly, a smile on his face that didn't match the situation to come. Lumen Histoire was meant to be a secret. Surely she told you that. Ichigo chuckled. Mavis did mention it a bit in the beginning. But with all that's coming, I don't want to tell people to fight for something they don't even know is the cause of it all in the first place. I'd rather not involve anyone if I could help it. Shouldering the burden yourself, eh? That sounds like you. So what changed you mind? Makarov asked curiously. Ichigo was stubborn sometimes, especially when it came to his way of doing things. It was something he doubted they'd ever seen eye to eye on, since he always wanted none of his children to get hurt, and to avoid that outcome forming teams or having partners had always been encouraged. Unfortunately it never stuck much with Ichigo, even if he had stuck with Levi and Laxus during the old days. So it was curious to him that the man who had always been so stubborn and reckless would agree to allow others to fight with him in a matter that he likely considered personal. I wanted to do it the same way I always did things, Ichigo reluctantly admitted, a weak look of annoyance across his face. I really did not want to involve anyone. But I have my limits. I can't do it all alone. This time it was Makarov's turn to laugh, Ichigo glaring at him in annoyance. Hey, I'm being serious here. I know, Makarov managed to say in between his chuckles. It's just refreshing, my boy. I think this is the first time I've ever seen you admit that you're not able to handle something on your own. Even in the old days, I doubt you would have admitted it. You didn't when it came to the matters with the Magic Council, both in the past and recently. So I'm honestly glad to see that you finally can admit your own limits and are then willingly choosing to ask for help rather than continuing to struggle on alone. Flushing red slightly, Ichigo glanced away quickly to hide some of his embarrassment. I wasn't always that bad. Don't be ashamed too much. We all look back on our pasts and think of all the things we did that seem silly to us now. It's all a part of growing up. I did that years ago, old man, Ichigo shot back, making a jab at the master who only seemed to take it in stride. Who says anyone stops? I definitely haven't. I still make plenty of mistakes all the time. Some worse than others, but you get the idea. The idea that someone's actually grown up is an illusion created by the elderly to try and act that little bit more superior, all the while hoping their own flaws don't get picked up on. Ichigo nodded half-heartedly, his gaze having moved towards the crowd in the distance outside a large building, one of the few still standing. It was the same one where many of the guilds they knew were staying, which was exactly why he was stuck looking at it. I was arrogant Makarov. Makarov paused for a second, noticing the slip from the way he was normally addressed by Ichigo. It was normally master like many of the others, the title used as a fond term of address, and it was rare for him to hear his name said so seriously by one of his own children. He noticed Ichigo had paused too, hesitant to continue forward. How so? Ichigo laughed dryly, the words bitter as he spoke. I was foolish. Even if time was looped backwards by the effects of eclipse, I still spent over 2 years in the Holy Palace, surrounded by knowledge and the chance to master as much of my magic as I could. I learned and trained and thought, considering so much and planning so much. How to deal with the Magic Council, how to counteract the fluctuations Mavis had sensed in time that had looped us back, all of it was devised by Mavis, myself, and my Edalus self. Clenching his fists tightly, Ichigo slammed one against the nearby rubble from the battle against the dragons. I arrogantly thought that I knew best when it came to dealing with all the problems we were facing. And look what was the result? I lied, I misled, I tricked, and manipulated you all for my own ends, letting you believe I was with you when it wasn't even me. And even when I did appear, I was still going off on my own path. And as a result I almost had everyone that followed me killed by the unexpected outcomes that arose. So that was why. Makarov nodded to himself as he grasped why Ichigo was telling him this and not someone else. He couldn't tell this to any of the people that had followed him. He had to be strong for them. And neither could he say it to his friends because he was afraid they'd try and be kind and cheer him up. Instead, he had turned to the one person that had been both a friend and an adversary. Ichigo had known that he hadn't trusted him in the early days. It had been clear as day. And nowadays, he spent a lot of time trying to make up for those failings of his. But the one thing that could be guaranteed was that he would be honest in his opinion, as a fairness to the past between them. It might have been a bit foolish, Makarov admitted, but I don't think it was arrogance. It was kindness perhaps. You didn't want to involve anyone. You wanted them to be able to live carefree, at the expense of yourself. Not the best decision you've made, but it's not the worst either. Perhaps there were some mistakes that you made, but it wasn't entirely wrong. Many might tell you it was, but I don't believe it was. Because if I had been in your shoes, I might have made the same decision. Nothing is more important to me than all of you lot. Not even my own life. Ichigo just nodded, staying quiet for a moment. Thank you, Master. I doubted I ever said it enough, but thank you for letting me join this guild. I could never have said no to anyone, replied Makarov with a fond smile, returning to walking towards the building with Ichigo in tow. If someone is in pain and Fairy Tail can help, then it will always be a home for them. It was for you, and it was for so many others. And as much as I hate to admit it, even Kisuk probably has some sentimental value left to our guild. He never removed his guild mark, even after he left. With a man who makes every action hold meaning, that tiny detail speaks words. So does that mean you'd let him stop by from time to time? Don't push it. I still can't stand him. Guildarts was the only one who could do. The flicker of emotions across Ichigo's face made Makarov's heart stop for a second. Why was he seeing regret on Ichigo's face, now of all times? Are you going to gather everyone? Ichigo asked quietly, not daring to look at the master. If so, do you mind if I have a few words too? He wanted to ask Ichigo why, but he knew he'd likely get his answer soon enough anyway. And he couldn't find it in him to turn the request down. Sure, he found himself saying dryly. I'll have a few words first if you don't mind. Guild master's privilege and all that. It was a weak excuse, but it was the best he had right now if his suspicions were correct. If he didn't speak first, he doubted he'd be able to say what he needed to. All his children were waiting for them when they finally got there, anxious looks on all their faces. He picked out a few especially anxious ones with ease. Levi and Laxus had already noticed Ichigo it seemed, but hadn't approached yet, likely because of how serious he must be looking. Natsu was quiet for once. He had been especially quiet ever since he had learned Gray had died. The news had built upon Lucy's death, and it hurt to see such his child who had once been so happy and carefree forced into such a state. Urza seemed to be alternating between scolding some of the mages and trying to keep herself occupied, probably to not break down and cry like many of them already had done. She never did like showing weaknesses to anyone, even her friends. There were many other faces there too. Mages not from his guild but still anxious to see what was going on. Lamia Scale, Mermaid Heel, Blue Pegasus, Quattro Cerberus, even Sabertooth. They were all gathered here in dribs and drabs, their numbers scattered all over the place, with some looking out of windows and others hanging around with the gathering crowd of his children waiting for him outside. He noticed a few of the guild masters around too, having left quicker than he had. Perhaps it was for this very purpose and was why his guild had already gathered outside to wait for him. They wanted to see what he would say now. They all wanted to. "Master," greeted Urza as he got closed. "How was the meeting?" She did her best to avoid looking at Ichigo. He had to give her praise for her seriousness. She already knew that Ichigo had meant to have left and gone elsewhere, and she wasn't even batting an eyelash at the fact he was now here, treating it as if it was already expected. He had wanted to make a few jokes beforehand, lighten up the mood, but if she was being this serious then it was only fair that he should do the same and not treat it as a joke, especially with what he had to say. Worse than originally anticipated, he admitted, letting the harsh reality settle in on everyone. We were faced with a civil war that would have spanned all of Fiori. The battlefield has not changed. Rather, the enemy has instead. The Magic Council has already been destroyed, and has been technically dead for some time now without our knowledge. Technically dead? Asked Fried, a hand half raised to draw attention to himself so he would be acknowledged. What exactly do you mean by that, Master? Makarov scratched his chin, thinking of the best way to describe the situation. New information came to light that the actions of the Magic Council had not been the actions they choose but the actions decided by another. By Ziref. Ziref? Asked Jura, taking a step forward out of the swarm of mages. There was a slight shake to his stance, his grip on his staff tighter than it needed to be in slight fear. Is this information confirmed? Is it really the same Ziref as from the legends? How many Zirefs do you know of? Makarov shot back half-heartedly, his joke coming out harsher than he had wanted. We never even saw it coming. No one did. He's meant to be dead, and yet he's alive and kicking. We honestly have no idea how long he might have been active for, and I dare say I wouldn't want to know either. By rough records, he must be at least 400 years old in the first place. Then Ziref is our enemy now, muttered Urza loudly, her voice traveling across the crowds of mages as murmurs started to emerge. Makarov let it continue for a brief moment before coughing into his hand, drawing all eyes back towards him. You are correct, Urza. Ziref is our enemy now. Unfortunately, however, it is far more complicated than that. There are others. A Quincy known as Wywak, and a Hollow known as Baragan. Both, according to the information we have received, are equally as dangerous, if in different ways, and they all have made us their target. They are not allied, but neither do they consider one another their biggest enemy from what we know. It is likely they will do their best to ignore one another as much as possible to concentrate on one group. Us. All of us. Seeing some of the confusion on some mages' faces, and the looks of suspicion towards his guild, he quickly made to continue before any misconceptions were made towards his guild. I should clarify that I do not mean fairy tale when I say us. I am referring to everyone here. All mages, all people, are potentially in the firing line. This is not a simple war, but a battle of survival. Looking around, Makarov found himself subconsciously trying to memorize the faces of everyone there. Many that go to fight may not make it back. These odds are unlike any faced before, even if a plan is in effect to even our odds even slightly to allow us to fight back. He could see it now. Many of his own children looked like they wanted to fight. He could see the fires in their eyes from just hearing that they could stand a chance. The Queen has already began to assemble all Rune Knights, sending out orders around the country to mobilize and fall back to the defensive lines being created. And so she gave us all an option. She did not demand the assistance of us mages, but decided to let us choose. Swallowing his doubts, Makarov continued on before he could lose his nerve. Which is why I have decided that Fairy Tail will not be allowed to head to the front lines. He expected the silence. None of his children were saying anything, all of them frozen in shock. He could see Urza right by him with her mouth trying to say words only for nothing to come out, as if unable to process what had been said. Ichigo was only slightly behind him, but he was close enough for him to be seen in the corner of his eye, and through it he could see that the orange-haired mage hadn't even anticipated such words from him. Finally the silence broke, and he wasn't sure if he was to be relieved that it was Natsu who did it or not, because it meant Natsu was acting a bit like his normal self if he could argue back. "What the hell, old man?" "Natsu's right," said Urza in agreement, finally finding her voice again. "You can't expect us to sit back and do nothing in a situation such as this." "Of course I don't," admitted Makarov with a nod. "However, there are many things one can do without being the ones on the front lines. Supplies will need to be delivered. Messages need to be sent when communications are disrupted. People will need escorting to safety if areas fall. Fighting is not the only path available for us to help." "I can't agree with that, Gramps," called out Laxus. "We almost won the games. We're not some weak guild that can't fight back and defend themselves. Many of us can hold our own and be far more useful than just being errand boys. My word is final." "Come on, Gramps!" shouted Natsu, others joining him in shouting out their own cries. "We won't hide away like cowards. We can't sit back and do nothing. We're not afraid to fight. We're Fairy Tail. That's enough." Makarov roared, his magic acting out as he increased his size to tower over them all. "I don't care for your demands. I've already lost enough of my children. I won't lose any more. Everyone shut up." Despite their own opinion on the matter, they couldn't argue with Makarov's words. Not when he was so desperate for them to not die. Shrinking back down, Makarov slightly lightly as he turned towards Ichigo. "I believe Ichigo already knows the danger posed to everyone. Would you, Ichigo? How much do you know?" "I've got an idea," Makarov admitted, clenching a fist as he lowered his voice. He didn't want anyone to hear this. "Why do you think I had to speak first? I'd be too angry to not fight once I've heard what you have to say, but now that I've spoken I've got to carry through on my actions." Ichigo nodded in understanding as he took a few steps forward, letting Makarov fall back behind him a bit. Gazing into the crowd for a moment, he paused only to pick out Kana, and once he did he kept his gaze on her. He could tell she had noticed because of her confusion, but he carried on regardless. She'd understand in just a moment. "I've encountered the leaders of the factions we are facing, with the exception of one. They are dangerous. They are powerful. And worst of all, they have the potential to outclass many of you all. Which is why," continued Ichigo, his voice more somber this time, "that I now have to inform you of this grave news." He could see Kana freezing now, working out why he had not let his gaze leave her now. He wouldn't hesitate in telling her this. It was the best apology he could give her after failing to make it to Guildarts in time. Guildarts Clive, our ace, was defeated in battle. He was unable to even harm his enemy and was taken into custody by them upon their retreat. We were unable to save him in time. You bastard. Kana was already pushing her way through the crowd, most of the people in her way too shocked at the news to even try and stop her. She rushed through the last few people before leaping at him, grabbing him by the front of his shiakushou with both hands. You let them escape? Why? Why didn't you chase after them? Why didn't you end it there? You had them right there in front of you. Aren't you meant to be strong? You were one of my father's favorites. Did he mean nothing to you? I'm sorry, Ichigo said softly, taking note of the pain she was trying to hide and the tears she was trying and failing to keep back. I wanted to. But I wasn't strong enough. Not to get to him in time, not to defeat the man who beat him, and not to even bring him back. That's why I can only say sorry, until I finally manage to save him. Slowly letting her grip go slack and for her arms to fall loosely to her sides, Kana whispered coldly towards him. Who was it? Zeref. Don't. You'll die in a second. And you won't. The man who beat your father wanted to toy with me. He won't even see you as entertainment. I apologize if that seems harsh to you, but this man was able to beat Guildarts with ease, and I can assure you that it wasn't to do with some kind of sneak attack. Whatever happened between them, Guildarts went down fighting with his full strength and he ended up in an almost dead state. Can I at least know his name? Kana asked quietly. To at least know. Ichigo wanted to deny her that, but he would want to know too. In the end, it would be her choice whether she made a foolish decision or not. Why whack? Why whack? Kan's fists tightened, barely restrained fury across her face as it contorted into pure rage. I'll kill him. I'll fucking kill him. You won't get the chance, Makarov stated harshly. This is a message for all of you. No one is invincible. No one is safe from harm. I don't want to lose any more of you, which is why I beg of you to listen to an old man's order for once. I've seen enough death already, and I just don't want anything to happen to you all. I'd rather die myself. But Gramps dash. No. This is final. Fairy Tail will not be fighting so long as I am alive. That I swear, so long as it keeps you all safe. I will not let anyone else die. What about Ichigo? Levi found herself asking, Makarov shaking his head regretfully. There is no choice left for me anymore, said Ichigo, answering for the master. I have to fight because it's all I can do now. The choice was not granted for me because of my previous actions. Then we'll dash. No. Shouted Makarov. For once, listen to me. None of you will be fighting. Hate me for this if you wish, but none of you will be going out to war. Not a single one of you. Protector of the Fairies. Alvarez's Emperor. Hey Ichigo. Wait up. Ichigo paused mid-step, glancing over his shoulder as the sound of running got closer to him. Ah, Levi. Laxus. He raised a hand in greeting before he took in the expression on their faces, taking a step back warily. How are you dash? How dare you pull another fast one on us? Laxus was first to act, slamming a fist into Ichigo's face before Ichigo could even register the hostile action. What the hell? Ichigo demanded, backing against a wall for support as he held his nose. I know you're mad dash. But doesn't even describe it. Declared Levi before using the book she had to whack him over the head. Leaving us behind, sure I can accept that reluctantly. But why the hell did you have to have that stupid Edela's version of you acting as you again? Did you even hear our conversation at the time, or did he not even tell you? Alright already, begged Ichigo, holding up his hands in surrender as she continued to hit him with the book. I hear it all. Anything my Edela's self has seen, I can end up seeing too when he returns to me. One advantage our situation together has, I suppose. Now can you stop hitting me? Reluctantly stopping, Levi lowered her book, the glare still on her face. See, stated Ichigo with a smile. Isn't that better? All he got for his trouble was another smack to the head. Okay, sorry. Just stop hitting me already. You're already leaving, aren't you? Ichigo frowned, glancing up at Laxus. He shouldn't have been so surprised that it had already been picked up on. What gave it away? You left quite quickly. Didn't stop for long to say hello to many people, and by the time we realized that you had already managed to sneak off into the building. With Nozomi here, you don't need to leave the building to leave. She'll just teleport you away. Well, I guess you're partly right. Only change is that I need her to know where to teleport us to. It doesn't take her long when she is given the order, and there is the case if Miss Doggen is still recovering that we'd have to wait a bit longer to take advantage of Wendy's healing abilities. So you can spare a few minutes then, stated Laxus in conclusion, shooting down any protests Ichigo made. No arguments. You owe us this much. As our friend. Ichigo sighed. You've got me there. All right. Did you know? Asked Levi, her eyes shooting a glance to the window and spotting the restless crowd outside. There still seemed to be arguments, but the master didn't look to be backing down either. About what the master would say. Ichigo shook his head. No, he admitted. I knew he'd likely be considering the matter carefully, but I didn't even imagine that he would be refusing to allow anyone fight. I suppose I should have expected it, however. He's the type of man to prioritize his family over the world when it comes down to it. I think he's wrong, Laxus muttered angrily. We shouldn't be hiding away while others fight. I can see where he's coming from, I know how Gramps thinks, but it's not right. And I can't stand just sitting here and waiting while others go off to this war, and inevitably die. Not while I can do something to help them. I'm the same, added Levy. We can't just wait here and ignore the situation in the hope that it resolves itself. Even if it means going against the Master's wishes. Looking at each other, Laxus and Levy shared a brief nod as Laxus continued. So we want to go with you. We understand we've asked this before dash. Sure. And you have your reasons. Wait, what? Did you just say dash? I said sure. You can come. Pack everything you need and meet up with me, Nozomi and Miss Doggen. I won't run away this time, that I promise. Wait, called out Levy as Ichigo tried to leave. Just like that? You're let us go with you? No attempts to persuade us otherwise? No words about how it's too dangerous and that you want to keep us safe? She frowned, her eyes scrunched up in suspicion. Why the sudden change of heart? Because I was being arrogant, muttered Ichigo quietly, the others barely managing to pick it up. I wanted to keep you both safe, I'll admit that, he continued, speaking normally again. But in the process I ignored the help you could have provided. I treated you both as children. As those who were weak and needed to be protected rather than the strong individuals that you are, able to hold your own in a fight. I should have trusted in your strength, but instead I treated it as a joke. For that, I'm sorry. And now? Asked Laxus. What changed your mind? Shuffling slightly on his feet, Ichigo reluctantly made himself meet their eyes. I almost got everyone killed because of my mistakes. I'm only telling you both this because I want you to understand the risks that come into play here. I can't guarantee that you'll both come back alive. Even so, do you still want to come with me? Of course, answered both of them, speaking at the same time. No hesitation, muttered Ichigo. I shouldn't be surprised. All right, but there's one other thing you should be aware of. His discomfort was easy to pick up. What is it? Laxus asked, almost afraid to know what could unsettle Ichigo so much. It can't be that bad, right? You heard the names of our enemies, right? Wywak, Baragan, Zeref, I met them all. And because of that I know what they're after. This is happening because of me. Because Mavis chose me, and because of my actions over the years in the case of Baragan. No matter how bad it is at the front lines when this all begins, it might be 100 times worse with me. Are you still willing to come with me? Laxus and Levy both paused for a moment, looking at one another as they debated their answer carefully. The strongest enemies will be coming after you, muttered Laxus before turning back to Ichigo. What better reason would there be to stick by your side? The odds don't matter. We'll stand by your side. Ichigo tried to hide the smile that appeared on his face, one filled with relief at their answer, before giving up on hiding it entirely. Then welcome to the team. Mavis. Mavis appeared before the others, a frown on her face. Do I have to say it again? It's a real pain. You told the others. If they are fighting with us, they might as well know the same information that they do. Pouting, Mavis reluctantly gave in to the stares being aimed at her. Fine. Turning towards Laxus and Levy, she raised a hand and placed it against her chest. I'm the objective for most of the enemies. Apart from Baragan, they all seem to want me for some reason or other. Why would they want you though? Asked Levy curiously, eyeing the form of the first master with suspicion. We've all wondered this for a while now, but what exactly are you? I assume Wendy didn't tell you about Nabara and the magic Nirvana. Mavis nodded as she watched Levy's eyes growing wider. If the girl hadn't known, she probably did now. I'm the same. I am a consciousness formed from the magic that transcended normal boundaries. I guess the true name of who I am, of the magic I represent, is Lumen Histoire. The secret fairy tale has done its best to keep hidden for a very long time, under my own orders. Because the moment I got revealed to the world, only chaos would follow, as it is beginning to do. Lumen Histoire. Laxus's gaze flickered towards the window, catching sight of his grandfather in the crowd. Was that what Gramps wanted to show me when we finally got home? He mentioned something about it, but he never got a chance to follow through on it with all that's happened. That's correct, right? Mavis nodded. It's highly likely. I am the only secret truly hidden in the guild. He must have held great hope for you to succeed him in the future if he was willing to share with you that secret. Would have been surprising if you actually went down there though. What do you mean? Oh, nothing much, lied Mavis with ease, only Ichigo seeing through it because he already knew the truth. I'm one impressive sight, you can believe me on that. But what does Lumen Histoire do? Asked Levi in concern. Is Wendy at risk too? She has Nabara, and he's like you, right? What if they come after her? That's not an issue, Ichigo said, answering for Mavis before she could say a word. Nirvana is an entirely different type of magic compared to Lumen Histoire. It functions differently, and the way Lumen Histoire works is what makes it sought after. That's all there is to it. You mean that's all there is you can tell us, stated Levi, raising a hand as Ichigo made to try and speak. Don't bother. I'm not mad. With something like this, it's not a matter of trusting people with this information. It's about keeping it secret, so much so that it cannot be let slip even accidentally by others. Thanks for understanding. Mavis tapped Ichigo on the shoulder as she began to fade away, grabbing his attention quickly. Remember, get back here as soon as you can. 1 hour maximum, but I'd rather leave sooner if we can, if Miss Doggin is ready to go. Be quick. The two didn't need any other warnings, both sprinting off to their rooms in their inn to grab whatever they needed. Watching them leave, Ichigo sighed as he felt a form appear behind him, the light pull on his magic so easy to shatter if he wished to do so. Something bothering you, brother? His Edala's self only shrugged, leaning back against Ichigo as if he was a wall as he stretched out a hand in front of him, small flickers of light dancing across his palm. Is this really wise? I don't think it's wise to keep them in the dark. Not that. Letting them come with us. Ichigo stayed silent, his Edala's self continuing on his point before he could get interrupted. You understand the risks. Even if they are your friends right now, they did betray you in the future. They had their memories taken, and on my word too. Is it any surprise that I turned into a villain in their eyes? No, but will they even be able to agree with you if you are forced to make such harsh decisions again? They might see you as someone fighting to protect people, but what happens if you are forced to choose between the lives of others, judging it on a scale? Can they really still follow you after that if you are forced to make such choices? And worse, what will you do if they come into contact with the magic barrier particles again? Enough. His Edala's self shook his head, a sad smirk on his face. You need to hear these risks, oh little brother. Funny. I thought I was the older brother. In Edala's, sure, admitted his Edala's self, shrugging in defeat. But then you spent 7 years frozen and I got ahead. My turn, you could say. But tell me, what will you end up doing? Can you honestly tell me that, if it comes down to it, you could cut them both down once more? I'll cross that road when it comes to it. But I don't believe it will happen this time. Now if I have anything to say about it. Edala's Ichigo smirked, glancing round to see his brother's face slightly. Ah. You're not just taking them because they can help you. Well, they can, but that's not all to it. If they are with you, you can keep an eye on them. You don't want even to risk the chance that they might get corrupted like they did in the future. You're being very overprotective. If it keeps them safe, then fine. And the best way to do that is to keep them in the loop. That's what I messed up with last time. This time, they'll be fine. I'll believe in the fact that they'll believe in me. That's all there is to it. His Edala's self shrugged. Suit yourself, he said as he began to fade away once more. Just remember to be careful. I don't want to see you dying because of a few enemies like this, no matter how strong they are. Doesn't matter if they're Ukin. You beat me, in a world where I had been the only one. Do it again, one by one, and we'll get through this. It won't be that simple, muttered Ichigo as his Edala's self finished fading away, knowing that his brother could still hear him from his soul. Turning back around, he headed towards where Nozomi and Miss Doggin were meant to be. It was somewhere around him if he remembered correctly. Spotting Wendy outside the door, looking like she was giving some space to the people inside, he gave her a brief nod and smile as he approached. "You okay, Wendy?" The girl nodded, sparing a glance to the door behind her. "How about Mr. Ogden?" "He's mostly healed now. Just a few scratches and marks left, and they'll heal by themselves. If you want I can hurry it along and dash." "No need," said Ichigo, politely turning the girl down. "There's no need to waste magic for such simple wounds. Don't you do it with your regeneration." "I can't really help it," admitted Ichigo. "It's a very subconscious thing." Reaching a hand out for the doorknob, Ichigo stopped as he glanced towards the staff by Wendy's side. "Be careful in what's to come, Wendy. You'll be kept near the back with all the others. It's the master's orders." "What? We aren't fighting? Why?" "You'll have to ask the others for the details. Urza will give the news in a less biased way than Natsu will, so go to her. Also." Ichigo's eyes focused on Nobara, the form of the man having presented itself the moment he had drawn near. "Nobara. Keep him safe. He's not the aim of the enemy, but he's a weapon they could do without. The damage they could inflict with him would be unimaginable." "So you finally revealed your true self, Mavis," Nobara muttered, looking at the form of the first master by Ichigo's shoulder. "Let's hope your existence doesn't cause the end of everything." "It won't," argued Mavis, reaching up with one hand and patting Ichigo on the head. "I have Ichigo here. He won't let a single one of them lay their hands on me." "Enemies?" Wendy looked at them all in confusion. "What's going on? Isn't it just one enemy? As I said, I'd talk to Urza if I were you." Entering the room, he was greeted by the sign of Mr. Ogden trying to stand while Nozomi sat by one side in the corner of the room. "Nozomi, can you start preparation for a portal to get us back to Juushiro?" "Of course. I'll take me 20 minutes. 30 tops I'd say. He gave me the exact coordinates ages ago, but I'm still trying to recover enough magic to make the trip safely and quickly while keeping some energy left in reserve. That's also the time I think it'll take to be sure Mr. Ogden will be fine to leave." "I'm already fine," protested Mr. Ogden, pushing himself to his feet and stretching out with his arms. Involuntarily letting out a wince as his muscles screamed at him in protest, Mr. Ogden gave them both a sheepish grin before settling back down reluctantly. "All right, I'll hang on that little bit longer." "Good. Did Nozomi fill you in on what you missed?" "That she did, sir." Mr. Ogden glanced at the woman in question, a gaze being sent back at him as they tried to push the other into asking the question on both of their minds. In the end he gave in. "Did they all agree? Do we have the help we need?" Ichigo nodded. "The Queen has agreed to mobilize the Rune Knights across Fiori and bring them back to the defensive line we'll be setting up with the barrier. She's also requested the assistance of the guilds, but it is not compulsory for them to lend the kingdom their aid. As such, Makarov has decided to put the safety of the guild first. They won't be fighting." "They won't listen," pointed out Nozomi, Ichigo nodding his head in agreement. "Not all of them will, I'll agree on that. And the master knows that too, but he'll try his best to keep them out of harm's way anyway. However, it won't be enough for all of them. Laxus and Levi are coming with us. As for what the others might do, I honestly don't know. They could do anything." "You decided to involve Laxus and Levi?" Mr. Ogden frowned, remembering how against Ichigo had been towards the idea beforehand. "What's changed?" "I thought you would want them safe away from the fighting." "I would," admitted Ichigo, "but we all know that won't end up happening. They, along like many others, won't be able to sit back so long as they understand one simple fact. They are strong. That sole fact will drive many of them to battle because they will believe with all their heart that they should be helping everyone else and saving people from the enemies to come. Even if I left them behind, Levi and Laxus would find a way to the front lines. And if they are with me, they can do far more good than just sneaking around. At least we'll have direction in how we act, even if we end up constantly moving about." "Where's Shinji gotten to, by the way?" asked Nozomi, noticing that she couldn't see him in the crowds outside at all. "He was here with us, right? He's making sure Juushiro's all right." A hint of worry crossed Ichigo's face for a moment, unable to be hidden as he remembered the sight. As we left, Juoshiro had one of his episodes. His illness has only gotten worse. His time with the Alvarez Empire did him no favors. He sent me on ahead once he recovered slightly and I had Shinji stay with him as a precaution. They said they'd be right behind me in about 10 minutes, so they should be here soon so long as there are no problems. And if there are? Ichigo didn't answer for a moment, contemplating on the matter itself. If there are, we might have to kiss our hopes goodbye. We know where to go but not how to set the barrier up. If anything were to happen to Juoshiro, all hope would be lost. Protector of the Fairies. The man known as Invel walked through the hallways of the Alvarez Empire's palace, positioned right in the center of their capital city, Vistarion. All the guards as he passed, as few as they were, saluted respectfully, a gesture he barely returned in his distraction with the matters at hand. Continuing down the corridor, he approached the large double set of doors before pausing, looking down at himself. In a flash he quickly made sure to fix any inconsistencies in his normal appearance. Any strands out of place in his side ponytail was fixed, letting the bound white hair rest against his right side over his shoulder. He double-checked all the buttons on his white shirt, ensured the black tie he wore was the right length, and then made sure that the belt that kept his dual-colored trench coat closed was tightly done. It was an unusual coat by many standards since it was mostly white, with the inside layer stained black along with the left top side and the right bottom side in an encouraging style pattern. Finally, he reached for his glasses and quickly wiped any dirt or dust out of them with the sleeve of his coat, ensuring his vision would be perfect if he needed to make an important note of something. "You're taking far too long," complained a female voice from behind him. Scowling for just a moment, Invel recomposed himself and turned around, facing the woman behind him. "De Maria. I do not remember you expressing any interest in coming to this meeting." The woman shrugged, rested her right hand against her waist. "When I heard our fickle emperor was returning today to attend, how could I not? I'm sure all of the other shields are on their way back right now, ever since the news that Spriggan had returned was first reported. That was only an hour ago. I'm surprised you even learned of it so quickly. Considering you're not surprised at all, it means you already know." Glaring at him, De Maria brought her hand away from her waist and crossed her arms. "Did you know he'd be returning today? I really hope you didn't. It would have been rude of you to keep secrets like that from your own comrades." "It was hardly like that," explained Invel, ignoring the subtle threat in De Maria's words. "But as I am informed of many of the ongoing activities in the city, I could hardly not learn of such an event, especially when Lord Spriggan appeared unannounced in the streets of Vistarion." De Maria's expression changed back to normal, no longer having to suspect her fellow shield. "Why didn't you say that in the first place?" Marching past him, she pushed open the doors herself, not bothering to make sure she was immaculate like Invel had. Her short blonde hair had already been brushed earlier that day, she had her dark jacket wrapped around her waist if she really needed it, tied over pinstriped pants, and she had the dark-colored bandeau wrapped over her chest like she always did, lined with a lighter flowery pattern. Her right arm, as always, was clad in a golden gauntlet, extending up to her shoulder and slightly covering the cloth wrapped around her neck as a collar. Her left arm was less guarded, possessing only a band of the same cloth with a wing-like motif ornamenting it. Invel sighed as he followed her. There were always a few who never bothered with respectful attires like his own. At least she had the Empire's mark showing at least, branded on her left calf. The room was largely open, but that was because this was not meant to be a typical meeting room. If it was then the doors never would have been so grand. No, this was the throne room, the room their emperor would be heading towards and where some of them would be expected to meet him. Ah, Invel, perfect timing. And De Maria too? This is a surprise. Invel froze as he recognized the voice, seeing the figure of their emperor right before him. He recovered quickly, bowing his head quickly before respectfully greeting the man. "Welcome back, your dash." "So you finally returned to us, your majesty," interrupted De Maria, cutting Invel off to his frustration. "Was your trip pleasant?" There was a slight tenseness to their emperor's face for a moment, barely there long enough for Invel to notice. "It was enlightening. It means that plans need to be accelerated far quicker than anticipated." "Does this mean it is time?" asked another voice. This one belonged to a much older man than any of them, long white hair trailing loosely down the man's back along with a thin beard reaching down the end of his neck. A light-colored robe made up his outfit, tattered edges at the bottom of it, with intricate designs on the linings of the sleeves. A belt similar to Invel's own kept it tied together properly, containing a similar look to robe. Over the robe was a much darker cape, jutting out in spikes near his head with the emblem for the Empire emblazoned on it for all to see. A long piece of cloth held it around his neck, tied by a spherical-shaped clip. Considering the light it gave off at times too, Invel was almost certain it was a hidden lacrima for emergency uses. Tapping the staff he held on the floor as he walked, a large orb at the top fused into the staff and glowing with faint light, dark boots came to a stop right before them all, the old man still keeping a respectful distance from the man that was their ruler. "Have you decided what to do about Ragnarok?" "Already down to business, August." Sighing in disappointment, Spriggan shook his head. "You are slightly wrong in your assumption of the matter here. I am no longer sure if Ragnarok can really be what it used to be. Us, a dragon, and the mages of Ishgard? That was in the past, when the Dragon King festival had seemed like we would have been a part of it. But alas, it has already happened and passed." "What?" None of the three shields had meant to raise their voice, and Invel was surprised to find it had been him who had made that exclamation. "My lord, would you please clarify for us? Weren't you always meant to be part of Ragnarok? What changed? I'm surprised none of the spies we have in Ishgard have reported this back yet. Or maybe they were all killed. Regardless, there was an event taking place in Ishgard." A smirk crossed Spriggan's face as he remembered it. The Grand Magic Games. A real farce at times. A place where you can simulate real battles by having the mages fight for the entertainment of others. However, it seems that the prophecy came true on that day even without me playing a role. "Acknowledge showed up?" asked Demaria in shock, her composure breaking. "If that's the case Wrong. Acknowledge did not appear on that day. Rather many more did. Tens and tens of dragons, their numbers increasing as they spiraled out from the past to the present. Ishgard already had their own presence, and normally I would have assumed that I would have played a part too because of it. But it seems that there was another meaning to the mentioning of a black wizard." "Another death mage?" asked August, trying his best not to show fear. They all knew what their own ruler was like, and they were lucky he was their ally. But they also knew what the rumors of Ziref on Ishgard had been like, a man rumored to have similar strength to their own emperor. Was it Ziref? Did he? Spriggan smiled, almost knowing something they didn't. "Not quite. It was a mistake on my part to assume that we might be included. However, the Black Wizard can have many meanings. It can mean a mage who uses and causes death, it can mean someone whose energy is as black as night, or it can mean another who has surrendered to despair and rejected the world, ones who dare to use the power that should be forgotten above all others." The sound of stumbling drew all eyes to the corner, a man with wild brown hair jutting out in all directions. He was easily identified as one of their own, the mark of the Empire shone on his right shoulder. A thin piece of cloth wrapped around his neck before extending down his chest and looping around to join together behind his back, leaving the rest of his chest bare. Dark baggy pants extended down to his ankles where we wore pair of light-colored sandals. Small pieces of jewelry could be seen on him too, from the large spherical earrings that he wore in both ears to the bracelets around his wrists and the bands around his biceps. A golden scarf finished it all off, tied around his forehead with an eye marking on the center of it. "Aziel," Spriggan greeting, not seeming to care about the fact that the man had tried to sneak in late. "You look well. You said it was over. Ragnarok? That's got to be wrong, right? After all this time waiting, you're saying we've missed it." "Watch your tongue, Aziel," stated Invel. "You're in the presence of His Majesty. Show some respect." "But do not worry about it, Invel," said Spriggan. "I care little if he wishes to speak to me in such a manner. It makes him more interesting." Turning his attention back to Aziel, the Emperor took note of the suppressed anger the man was trying to hide. "It's all right to be upset. You must have been looking forward to this war for a long time now. To some this may seem like bad news considering what I have to say, but I doubt it will to you." "What happened, Lord Spriggan?" asked August, a slight shake to his tone from the idea that something worse was to come. What is to happen now? War. As always planned, only a bit earlier. And against far more. Taking a few steps towards his throne, Spriggan turned his back to them as he continued to speak. Many armies and many prizes. But there is one such prize that is above all others. Lumen Histo Ire. The one sought after the most. Us, Ishgar, we are but two forces. There are more. Hollows, Quincies, and finally demons. 5 armies, one grand prize. The war of a lifetime, and the war to destroy everything. This is far more than Ragnarok. This is the hell that follows. Aziel couldn't help the word that slipped from his lips. Sweet. Spriggan chuckled, climbing the steps to his throne. That is one way to see it. Invel, assemble the other shields. Sent the order for all our forces to Mobiliza. The Magic Council has been destroyed, which means there has never been a better chance to strike, and all of the other forces know it. Our army is too scattered right now to assemble completely in the time we have, so prepare a vanguard to lead the charge. The rest will follow afterwards. As you order, stated Invel, bowing as their emperor turned to face them once more. And as he sat down on the throne, the man, knowing that everything was going as he wanted, smiled. The man known as both the Emperor of the Alvarez Empire, Spriggan, and the Prince of all Demons, Zeref. Protector of the Fairies. Standing in the corner, Gajiel carefully watched both directions of the hallways, not wanting anyone to sneak up on him or the others. Clear, he muttered, sending a glare at one of the other 3 people with him currently. Getting the signal that it was clear, Urza let out a sigh as she rested back against one of the walls, her fingers tapping against her metal arm anxiously. The master can't know about this, she stated immediately. Even if any of us have any complaints, none of us are to sell the others out. Got it. Of course, stated Natsu, interrupting Gajiel's attempts to answer. Beside him Wendy nodded herself in agreement, easily able to agree to such conditions. Friends don't sell out friends. Isn't that one of the major rules there is? Urza nodded herself, sighing in relief. I just have to be sure. We only have today to act, and the master is already on a high enough alert as it is. Won't he be worried? Asked Wendy in concern. I mean, I know it's not right to do what he's saying, but we should at least be able to leave some notice or sign so he doesn't think we were forced into anything. He'll know perfectly fine as it is, muttered Gajiel, keeping an eye out for any unwanted guests to their meeting. It's not like he doesn't expect people to try this. And he'll be even more on guard from tonight onwards. The moment one person vanishes, he'll never let any others out of his sight. We're really doing this, aren't we? Natsu whispered to himself. We've disobeyed the master before, but never to this degree. You can stay if you want, Salamander. No skin of my nose. I'm not staying. I'm going. So we are all in agreement then? Asked Urza, looking at Wendy in particular. The girl gripped her staff nervously before nodding. She remembered Ichigo's warning to avoid the front lines, but she couldn't listen to it. Not when there would be people that needed her help, even if it was just because of her healing magic. Finding no more doubts in any of the 3, Urza continued with their plan. All right, we'll leaving in an hour. That's when a few other groups of mages from other guilds are leaving, according to Taoshiro. He's already organized to sneak off with Mermaid Heel thanks to his girlfriend Dash. I thought she wasn't Dash. And he's agreed to take Kano with him, continued Urza, ignoring Wendy's interruption entirely. I doubt he could have denied her even if Gildarts hadn't been captured. She's not one to watch from afar, and now the matter's been made personal. She'll do anything right now if she can get revenge. They aren't the only ones going though, are they? Asked Gajiel. There's far too many of us reckless idiots out there. You realize you're calling yourself an idiot too, pointed out Natsu, Gajiel only laughing in response. I'm listening to this plan. Of course I'm one. Not that I wouldn't need to be in order to disobey the master like this. Gajiel's right, admitted Urza before the two could go off topic any further. Freed, Evergreen, and Bixlo are heading off as a team together. Quattro Cerberus has agreed to shelter them temporarily, or rather Kenpei Kazaraki has. Apparently he likes the idea of them sneaking off to fight. Said he had some newfound respect for them or something. Quite a few big-name guilds are going, muttered Natsu. You think some would have had the same mindset as the master? I think they do, agreed Wendy sadly, fiddling with the fingers on the staff. But I think they also are afraid that everyone will die anyway if they stay away. The master has always seemed to prioritize the guild over everyone else at times too in my opinion, so I think he's trying hard to not think about the worst case scenarios in the hope that none of us will get hurt or killed. Wendy's not wrong. Urza frowned as she clenched her metal hand into a fist, annoyed at the stubborn caring manner that the master was acting in. I honestly cannot blame him. I don't necessarily believe that it's wrong, I just can't agree with it personally. Therefore we have to act as we see fit. We have to act as he taught us to. Is anyone else going apart from these three groups? Asked Gajeel. Normally we might have had a few more but... Well, we've already lost 2 good mages. They all knew who he meant and how he meant it. He was just too stubborn to admit that their loss affected him more than just in terms of the manpower they could provide. Gravely, Urza shook her head in disappointment. Unfortunately not many others. Not for a lack of trying, mind you, but an almost silent agreement between them all that they can't all manage to slip away. A few can make it. All of us cannot. Therefore many of the mages in the guild, those who see themselves as weaker than the others, are purposely keeping the master occupied. They want those that they believe can help the most to make it. I think Levi and Laxus as well are probably leaving with Ichigo. I noticed them rushing around earlier, and I haven't seen them since he left. I'm pretty sure it's only a matter of time till the master notices too. What about Lysina? Asked Natsu worriedly. And Elfman and Myra, he quickly tacked on to the end when he realized they all would likely be together. What are they doing? I don't know. Frowning, Urza remembered her brief conversation with Myra beforehand. I know Myra wants to help, but she's also worried about Elfman and Lysina following her into battle. The idea that they could die is haunting her more than it does for any of us. She saw Lysina die once before. She doesn't want to experience that again, so she's trying to find a way to keep them here. And if she can't stop them following her, she'll likely stay here and help hide our tracks long enough for it to be too late for the master to stop us. That's a relief, Natsu muttered to himself. He couldn't help be worried about Lysina, even though part of him knew it was silly to do so. After all, she had already experienced a war. She had fought in it, and got captured in it. Out of all of them, it was her who was probably the most experienced. But every time he imagined the possibility of her dying, he saw Lucy disappearing before his eyes. And he wasn't sure he would be able to handle something like that again. So then, where are we heading to? How are we getting out? That's the difficult part. A shiver went down Urza's spine as she remembered one of their options. Blue Pegasus. Ichia. They might be able to help. But they might not be heading to the front lines and instead taking up a more support-based role considering their technical experience. Only a select few will be piloting Christina into battle too, and we have no idea when that might end up being. The other choices are Sabretooth and Lamiascale. That's not so bad, pointed out Gajeel. Sabretooth's a decent choice. I'm sure I can persuade Rogue to help us out. You might be able to, but I'm not a massive fan of their guild master. He bothers me a bit from what I saw. He's cold and might not agree to it or might punish those that help us. And besides, if I had to help anyone I'd rather help Lamiascale. Juvia joined that guild. I'd like to help protect the place that became her new home if I can. That's not wrong, right? Her worries were instantly waved away at the expressions of the others. Natsu was giving her a beaming smile while Wendy was looking happy like she agreed to. Even Gajeel had a smirk on his face at the idea, having known Juvia even longer than they had. It's settled them, Natsu declared. Now, how to get them to let us tag along? If only we had an in. Taushiro had his girlfriend Dash. But I thought she Dash. Of course she was his girlfriend Wendy, stated Urza, looking at her sagely. Everyone could see it. Really? But I Dash. When you're older, you'll understand. If Natsu can understand, being how dense he is Dash. Hey. You can too, continued Urza, ignoring Natsu entirely. But Natsu does has a point. Taoshiro had that initial link to get Mermaid Heel to help him and Kana. Fried and his group managed to get Kenpeki on their side to cover for them, and I don't think that guild can say no to him. But what do we have? Jura might take us, but he also respects the master a lot too, so he might keep us away in respect to the master's decision. Lion's a good bet, but that is only if he's going at all. He does have a daughter to worry about, so he might not know what to do, especially now that she will have to grow up with only one parent. If only we had someone who had a link to that guild, muttered Gajeel. Someone who's good friends with one of their mages. Or someone who's been in a relationship with one of them. But where on earth are we going to find someone like that? As 3 heads turned towards Wendy, the girl shyly stepping backwards as she noticed the intense looks being sent her way. What is it? The girl Wendy fought was Kelly right? Asked Natsu, his gaze never leaving Wendy. She was from Lamia Scale if I remember correctly. That's right, answered Gajeel. Like Natsu, his gaze was stuck on the small dragon slayer in front of them. And I heard they fought again on the final day. And they also fought together against the dragons. I heard that Kelly is obsessed with Wendy, Urza added to Wendy's embarrassment. Apparently the other girl kissed her during their battle. It wasn't like that, protested Wendy, bright red in embarrassment. Her cousins told her strange ideas about fighting for love, and then she lost control of her Godslayer magic and she got the idea a bit confused with strength, and then she started stalking me in battle, and she's really not that bad when she's not using her magic, and dash. Clamping a hand on Wendy's shoulder, Natsu caused the younger girl to pause as he smiled widely at her. We have our in. What? We'll counting on you, Wendy, stated Urza, crossing her arms with a proud smile on her face. Thank God you fought her, else who knows where we'd be. Panicking more, Wendy looking to her final source of hope for help, Gajeel. The older dragon slayer looked at her for a moment before smirking, at which the rest of her hopes shattered. Good job, kid. We'll leave it to you to persuade her. But. It was impossible to argue with them, especially with those looks they were giving her that practically screamed that they would counting on her. A hand landed on her other shoulder and she looked towards Nabara for assistance, already knowing it was him. You can do it, Wendy, he stated, causing her to fall into depression more as he gave her a thumbs up. Believe in yourself. And don't let her use magic or she'll go into her Yandere mode again. And you should never date a Yandere girl. Trust me, one of the Nervits I have in my memory found that out firsthand. It can never end well. Protector of the Fairies. The green portal opened into the empty space, widening until it was large enough for the occupants to exit through with ease. Looking around, standing steadily now that he had recovered, Juoshiro gave a smile at the sight of his surroundings, taking the first step further into the massive cavern. Here we are. Exactly how I left it years ago. This is it? Asked Mistogan, glancing around skeptically. The place was nothing to boast about really. It was just an old cavern, hidden beneath the earth with a few branching tunnels from the look of it that split off from the main room. There's nothing here. Oh yeah. Hold on. Clapping his hands together, a small magic circle appeared between the two palms as they separated. Release command, Alvarez. The scenery changed before them all, morphing as the illusion that had been layered over the area vanished and revealed the true contents of the room. The shape and size never changed, and neither did the walls. What changed was what appeared. While the walls were the same, large bundles of wires and cables zigzagged all around them, trailing across floors and dangling from the ceiling above. Dim lights burst to light from above their heads, the lacrimas that fueled them bursting to life after years of idleness. In the center of the room was one of the biggest changes, however. A large pillar extended upwards from the bottom of the room to the top, completely see-through. Inside they could see a massive sphere, many smaller ones all lying on the ground around it in random locations. There were other shapes too, large rings mainly. They too were just lying there, inactive, and all of them could be nothing but lacrimas. Ichigo, over here. Ichigo glanced over from his place with the others to see that Juoshiro had already moved to one side of the cavern, currently standing by a row of screens and monitors. Listening to the old chairman, he quickly approached as Juashiro gestured towards a small orb attached to a set of wires. What do you need? Just send a pulse of your magic through here. As I said before, my security clearances are currently yours. I need you to reboot the system and give us access. Nodding in response, Ichigo did as he was told, a small trickle of energy being accepted by the device. In an instant all the screens burst to life, hundreds of numbers and letters rushing across the screen rapidly as the whole thing started up. His attention was drawn away from it all by the sound behind him, coming from the large pillar. Inside, the large sphere started to rise, continuing until it was in the middle of the pillar. Rings and orbs rose up around it. The rings started to spin in an orbit as the smaller orbs did the same, some between the rings and the central lacrima while others were outside of the enclosed area. The dim lights increased their intensity until they were shining bright enough to light up everything in the room, extra light coming from the many lacrimas in the pillar itself. That's part of the generator, explained Juashiro, having noticed the object that had caught all of their gaze. Pointing towards one of the corridors, one that looked to be going further downwards, he explained, the rest of the main body can be found following that tunnel. Ethereum's charging station is meanwhile down another, and supplies and restrooms can be found down others. Any other pathways have already been blocked off and had their original entrances sealed. There is only one way into this place. It's impressive, Miss Dogen said in awe, Nozomi only able to nod. She was still frozen in shock, marveling in the sight of the technology before her. You managed to build all of this in secret. I had some assistance, admitted Juashiro. All of them had their memories erased however. For secrecy's sake. I couldn't risk the location of this place becoming known. I did not even trust leaving this information in Grandoma's hands until I could work out what kind of man he was. And as it turned out, it was a wise idea. And you can raise the barrier from here, right? Again, Juashiro nodded. Yes. In fact, there is no time to waste speaking just yet. Give me a bit of time. I'll need to map out the barrier's coordinates and begin the charging sequence. Sustaining it after all is nothing in comparison to creating it. I'll be borrowing one of the other rooms then for my own work them, requested Nozomi, Juashiro waving a hand in acknowledgement as he turned away. Feel free. I'll be busy here. Ichigo, if you can give me a hand too. There may be some other security layers I'll need you here to bypass. What about us? Asked Laxus, still shocked at the place they were in. What should we do? Sit tight for now. The others will be regrouping with us anyway, so we have time to waste in the first place. We won't be acting until the barrier is up for the most part, so just make yourself at home. There should be food somewhere here. Non-perishable stuff. I forget where it is however, so do your best at finding it. With that, Juashiro turned his full attention towards the screens, Ichigo reluctantly staying by him as he has been asked. Time will pass quickly, reassured Miss Dogen to the two. Some days are slow. There were many like this for me during the 7 years that passed. Don't worry, we'll be doing something to help soon enough. We just have to wait and keep an ear out for how things are going elsewhere. That's all we can do right now apart from protect this place with our lives. Protector of the fairies. So what's the verdict? Asked Aoesu, leaning back in his chair with his legs propped up on the table in front of him. Bending his head back up from its slack position, he aimed it towards the target of his question sitting in front of him. Got anything, Hibarian? The man in front of him took a sip from the goblet he was holding in one hand, enjoying the taste of the liquid inside it before taking it away from his lips to answer. There have been attempts from Crocus to contact us. It seems the old chairman, Juashiro, must have advised her to seek us out. I've got eyes on all of our former homes, and men have been dispatched to all three. So simply put, nothing. Hibarian sighed, annoyed at having his explanation shortened to just a few words. If you don't care for details, yes. The two of them always clashed at times, mostly due to their own conflicting senses of styles and attitudes. Unlike the laid-back man in front of him, he preferred much more elegant, well-tailored clothes. His hair and mustache was far more groomed and kept than his fellow wizard saint for starters, and he had his shirt buttoned up to his neck with a bow tie around an in contrast sleeveless top and sleeveless jacket. This also left a lot of his forehead exposed where a cross tattoo could be seen. Keeping his dark cape around him, crosses etched around the middle of the cape, Hyborian sighed as he finished the remainder of his drink, placing the goblet down in front of him. Pointed ears moved as he picked up the sound of chuckling beside him, Hyborian doing his best to ignore Warod as he reached for the bottle only he was drinking from and poured more of the red liquid into his goblet. Something to say, Warod? Oh, nothing much, commented Warod, laughing as he always was. Just a funny joke I remembered from a few old friends of mine in the past. Dead ones. Warod had stopped chuckling for the time being. You know it's not always kind to ask for that clarification. All my old friends are dead. You get over it eventually. I don't think I'd want to, argued Warod, gazing seriously at his fellow wizard saint. The day I get over it would be the day those memories stop meaning as much to me anymore, and if that day comes I'm not sure I'll want to keep living. But you will. Don't think you're the only one that has thought like that. Eventually all things are forgotten. Even pain. Ironic that you would say that there isn't even much of an age difference between you two, muttered Aoesu. Put aside all that for now. Can we throw a party, or has one already been started that we're being invited to? You're right, Warod accepted. We should put aside that all for the time being to focus. As for your question, I can only assume that, from what Hyborian has said, we're being invited. But do we accept? You should already know the answer, stated Hyborian in annoyance, taking another sip of the drink. Warod caught a sight of it, and it always disturbed him to see the man drinking. Anyone would be when the liquid itself was blood red. We stay out of it. I'd argue against that. 4 armies, Hyborian. 4. When we debated on what to do in certain scenarios, we never even imagined that a situation like this could occur. Stay out of it? I do not believe we have that luxury in this case. Warod's got a point, mentioned Aoesu, turning towards the red-haired spirit beside him. But I also like Hyborian's idea. What do you think, my cute little Mara? He asked, swinging an arm over the spirit's shoulders. It was only a moment later when the girl's fist slammed into his face, sending him tumbling out of his seat. Ignoring Aoesu's playfulness for the time being here, continued Warod, as if the attack the other man had suffered had never happened, I propose we prepare to join the war effort ourselves and dash. I refuse. You're joking, right? Warod asked with a small unsure laugh, completely stopping when Hyborian didn't even say anything. You're really serious, aren't you? We were roped into doing this duty all those years ago, despite all the hassle sometimes involved. Overall, however, it's been fairly pleasant. And then we had to be betrayed by God Serena and watched as he ran off to Alvarez. We barely avoided an incident at the time, and only because he knew he couldn't afford to start anything if he also wanted to escape from us. He's not a fool, not by any means. We leave our posts and he'll take full advantage of it. He knows us. He knows most of us. Besides, this is why we should take to the offensive before footholds can be gained by the enemy. You said Crocus is trying to sort out a barrier of some kind to repel these armies? They'll need help holding off any vanguard forces if they want to even have the manpower afterwards to survive. Hyborian paused, the goblet inches away from his mouth before he took another sip from it and continued speaking. The mages of Ishgar are strong. They can deal with their own problems. Now if God Serena really comes out and starts causing trouble, I'm not against moving out to stop him, but I care little in the case of the others. The young should be the ones being tested and trialed now as the ones who will decide how things move forward. What about Wywak? Aoesu pointed out, drawing both set of eyes towards him. Now you'll listen to the awesome me I see. I fought him once. Never got serious, but then again neither did he. I saw how strong he was then, and he was fairly young too. After all this time, he won't be the same as back then. He'll be stronger. Stronger than any of them can handle. If that was the case, then he would have already won, stated a new voice, the man making himself known as he stepped through the doorway with a tray held in both hands. Warod, I brewed you one of your favorites. I hope you don't mind. Oh, that's quite all right, said Warod thankfully, accepting the cup with both hands. Taking a sip from it, he let out a small sigh of delight at the taste. Ah, perfect as always. You will have to teach me sometimes, Ichibe. The man in question simply smirked in response, crossing both of his large arms over one another. A man's got to have a few mysteries. Compared to them all, the man's appearance was quite simple. A basic black robe with a white haori over it, the symbol on the back one none of them could even recognize. The top of the man's head had been shaved bald, while the rest of his facial hair had been allowed to grow wild into a large black beard. Around his neck was the only fancy item he had, being a necklace of large red prayer beads. You said if it was the case then he would have already won. Placing his goblet down on the table, Hiberion settled an unflinching gaze upon the man who had styled himself as a monk. What do you mean by that? Exactly as I put it. The Waiwak I had the misfortune to once see 400 years ago was nothing short of a god. An army? What need does he have for an army? That was the extent of his power. And yet now it's like he's taking a step back. Perhaps he wants to play a game, but with the artifact known as Lumen Histoire at stack I sincerely doubt it. Therefore it is only right to assume that something has happened to him over these past 400 years. Something that has weakened him to need assistance in some form. So you want to wait because of that? Asked Warod, unbelieving of what he was hearing as he placed his cup down. Even if he's not as much of a threat as he was, for some reason that does not change the fact he is a threat. And what about Zeref? What about Dash? Fairy tale. Warod flinched. I am sorry my friend, but you have to put your feelings for that guild aside. They don't need your protection. Mavis left me and the others to watch over the guild. Dash. And look where that got you lot, muttered Hiberion, still loud enough for Warod to hear. One dead, another who died after having worshipped Zeref, and all for the farce of a girl who pretended that she could live the life of a human. Take that back. I won't. Not when the guild you claim to love is nothing but a sham. Face it, we all know why she insisted on creating it. She used you, Warod. She used you all, and the sooner you wake up and realize that, the sooner you can realize why it's important to focus on the matter at hand. If we act, we risk everything. A sham. Warod raised a fist and slammed it down on the table, his cup shaking and smashing as it slid off the table's edge. Don't talk about something you don't understand. You weren't part of Fairy Tale. An outsider has no right to judge something he has no experience with. Now, called out Aoesu appealingly. Let's not get ourselves down. Just relax and let it all play out. If people need our help, deal with it if you so desire. Case by case. That fine with you, Hiberion? Scowling, the man reluctantly gave a stiff nod. Something on that level is acceptable. But don't forget our goal. It's far more important than the lives of a few mages. Is it definitely safe here? Of course, answered Ichibe proudly. Do you doubt my skill? I am the monk who calls the real name. My work is flawless. We'll have to trust you on that, muttered Warod, since your power is something else entirely compared to our own. Not a single trace of its presence can be detected, right? Not even the tiniest of scraps. When I say seal, there are no loopholes. It is sealed. The war can go on as long as it wants. We will be ready no matter what outcomes appear before us, as was the duty that man begged us to do all those years ago. To protect her. Protector of the fairies. March of the Vanguards. Hey Wendy. Wait up. Chasing after the younger girl who had gone to help set up the medical tents, Kelia broke into a run, leaving Urza and Jura behind. Natsu and Gajeel had already left to get a good vantage point of the place that would become their battlefield, Happy and Panther Lily taking them high into the sky. She wasn't sure where Leon was, if he would even be here, and she didn't want to find out by asking. There was not as many familiar faces as she would have liked, that she would admit. She wasn't familiar with most of Lamia Scale after 7 years, and beyond them were a lot of guilds whose names she didn't know. Then there was a large number of rune knights, and she didn't even try to work out if she knew any of them. She did at least know who was commanding this sizable force, and that was because it was Mirti, joint led by Arcadios at the Queen's request. Fiori had a lot of troops, and divided brought it to roughly 250,000 for each of the four main battlefields, with an additional 200,000 on standby to march on a moment's notice to any of the four forces or to act in case any enemies broke past somehow. And then you had the mage guilds in each location, adding more firepower to the mix since many mages would not be able to be counted as a single man with the power they possessed. The numbers were simply staggering, but then Fiori itself had almost 17 million people living in it. And a force of this size was never normally assembled. Thousands upon thousands must have been pulled off reserve lists or from anyone willing to help, and it was likely more people would end up joining if things got worse. However, it was this split of numbers that made her see exactly why things were so dangerous for them all. The enemy would not need to split up their forces like they had. They would be gravely outnumbered on all sides, and this was without knowing exactly how many people the enemy armies had. They would need to take every advantage they could get to win. That might have been why Lamia Scale had been sent here, where quite a few small mountains could be seen nearby. Even the ground seemed perfect for Jura to use, though a lot of the large crevices in the ground didn't look like they had always been here. Had the man already been working before they met up again once they arrived to alter the battlefield to their advantage? Before she could ask about that, however, there was something more important to say. Thank you. If you all hadn't helped smuggle us out, we might have been stuck back in Crocus or in Magnolia. I take no pride in doing it. But I could not deny your heartfelt desire, even if I can understand Makarov's reasoning. Still, thank you. It means a lot to us. Jura sighed. I could hardly said no now, could I? Especially when you had already managed to rope Kelia into it with Wendy's help. How did you even manage that anyway? He shook his head quickly as she made to answer. Never mind, I'm not sure I want to know. Just. I hope you all know what you signed up for. Of course we don't, stated Urza unashamed. But then neither do you. None of us do. We all know what's at stake, we all know what we need to do and who we need to fight, but nothing else. We haven't seen the reality of what's to come. We can be as prepared as we want to be, but eventually we'll have to rely only on our instincts. Preparation will only get us so far. I suppose so, conceded Jura. Still, being prepared can still do a lot of good. I've already been preparing myself. I saw. You've been altering the battlefield to make it unstable for the enemy. We're outnumbered, and we need to hold this place against them. We won't be able to make any risky attacks and charge in, so having them come to us is a smart decision. Exactly. I'm not sure how the generals will deploy us, but I feel like they may be especially careful to keep me back and alter the flow of the battlefield from a distance. A decision I both agree and disagree on. However, at the very least I have managed to store enough energy for my legendary spell if needed, so I can afford to spend a good chunk of magic on doing that if they wish me to. Urza nodded, agreeing with the decision made by the generals. It's wise considering your skill set. I wouldn't be surprised if you were sent here for the fact that the terrain can suit you perfectly. What do you think about Mirti, however? Do you think she'll be up to the task? I mean nothing against her, but dash. I understand your concern, agreed Jura, cutting her off. Trust me, I was a bit worried at first too. However, she has spent 7 years under the tutelage of Byakuya Kukaki, and that man would not have accepted anything less than perfection from her training. She has the wisdom, and she also has the assistance of her joint general, Arcadios. Part of why he was assigned to her to joint lead this group was because they realized that she lacked the most experience, and they wanted to make up for that as much as they could. There is also the matter that she isn't as strong as the other generals, which can put her in a less helpful position without Arcadios to help back her up. Is Arcadios strong enough? He can't use much magic, if any, right? Jura nodded, a frown on his face. I don't understand the full details myself, but apparently he has enough skill and power that he was assigned here even while knowing that. It might be that he has some form of gear that allows himself to fight on even ground even when taking into account his disadvantage. Hopefully you're right, muttered Urza, glancing towards the command tent that they were approaching, passing many other hastily constructed tents as they went. They would be here for a while, so people were already trying to settle in, making sure things would be as comfortable as possible when they weren't fighting. They didn't even know when the first attack would come, Only that it would likely be soon. It had already been 4 days since they had heard about the war after all, and original predictions put the barrier at needing a full 7 days to be deployed. That meant 3 days more to hold out for at most. Why did they want to see us anyway? I'll say right now that if they attempt to send us back, they won't. They need you more than you need them. Well, what do they want with me? Urza asked, Jura holding open the tent entrance for her. I can understand why they summoned. But why me and not any of the others? You're intelligent, stated Arcadios, watching her as she and Jura entered. That's why. I'm glad you both made it. Hey Urza, said Mirti, giving her a small sad wave. Urza could relate to the girl. She was happy to see the familiar face but also upset because it meant they'd be in harm's way. Well, it's good that you're here. You called for us both? Asked Jura, bowing his head slightly as a sign of respect. What do you need from us? This. Grabbing 2 of the large coats from the makeshift chair behind him, Arcadios threw them towards the 2, each grabbing one in the air and unfolding it to get a better look at them. They were pretty standard for the most part, being a dark blue with the arc symbol of the Magic Council on its back in bright white. Urza looked at in confusion before staring back at Arcadios. What are these for? We can't afford to remake all the uniforms the Rune Knights have, so we're keeping the symbol as a sign of our united forces. We want you and Jura to wear these so that the troops recognize you all. They already should know us, however. We're not exactly unknowns. He wants you to be idols, stated Mirti simply, crossing her arms. Icons, heroes, anything that can make the men and women look at you both and go, thank God, we're saved, and not lose hope. There are others that can do the same, but they won't have the same impact as you two. You two have not only the strength but also the skill to motivate people, that's why we choose you two. I see. Urza looked at the coat for a moment, rubbing her finger along the fabric, before pulling it on. The sleeves fell down to her wrists, just to the point where she would have considered cutting it if it went any further, while the bottom of it fell down to her knees behind her. Giving a few quick swings and kicks to test her movements, she gave a nod of approval when she found she could still move freely in it. Not bad. All right, I'll do it. I'm not a fan of wearing any other mark than fairy tales, but I guess I'll make an exception just this once. I'll do the same, added Jura, already having pulled his coat on. I assume by you giving us this that you also plan to involve us in the planning process. Or to at least listen in and offer advice. If you could, said Arcadios, a hint of relief hidden in his voice, it would help us a lot. There's a lot at stake, and we'd rather have a few extra heads. Obviously the final decision will be coming down to Mirti, however. She is the one who was assigned as the official commander, and we do need someone at the head to make the calls so we don't end up deadlocked in arguments. I'll be listening to anything you all have to say, added Mirti quickly, so don't worry. I'll do my best. Don't worry about it, Urza replied reassuringly, resting a hand on the woman's shoulder. We all believe in you. You can do. Thanks. Gesturing them all over to the large table set up, maps spread across its surface, Mirti pointed at their location. I'm sure you already all know the basics. We're here. And, according to Juoshiro Yucatake, we have a week in total for the barrier to come down. It's taken 4 days to assemble all our forces and get them united at 4 locations, this being one of them, which leaves us only 3 more days to wait out the barrier. It may come up before then, it may not, it all comes down to luck for us. However, let's not kid ourselves in thinking things will go as we want. If they do, great, but let's go under the assumption that they don't and that we have to wait out and fight for these next 3 days. The enemy we face here is the man known as Wywak, explained Arcadios, a tenseness to his form that wasn't there before. The very mention of the man and his capabilities put him on edge. He's a man from 400 years ago, as crazy as it sounds, and likely has enough power to fight all 4 of us without even breaking a sweat. I'm more than aware of that man's power. Urza took a look towards her fist, noticing how tightly it was clenched. I think it's good that none of us knew where we would be heading towards. If Kana knew we would be facing his forces here, she would have insisted on going with us. Yes, I heard about her father. Gildarts Clive was an impressive man, or so I heard. I never have the chance to meet him, and might not have wanted to if the rumors of how he accidentally destroyed everything on his way to places was anything to go by. The palace would never have survived. True. Urza couldn't help the faint smile that came to her face, remembering the times all of Fairy Tale had shared with Gildarts over the years and how he was. He was strong, which only makes Wiwak even more dangerous. Ichigo even gave Kana the warning to avoid him, saying she'd die. He completely dismissed her skill outright, even ignoring the chance that she might be able to get a surprise hit in. That means that nothing she would even be able to do would be effective right now. And that is only one man, pointed out Mirti. He'll have an army. Hopefully not all as strong as him. If that was the case, we'd already be dead. However, what we do know about his army is that it will likely be all Quincy and nothing else, or at least that's what has been predicted from the information known to us. All Quincy, huh? Looking at the map, Jura rubbed his chin with one hand as he thought. The battlefield may not be as advantageous to us as I thought. Quincy are archers first and foremost. They have the ranged advantage if they wish to play it that way. You won't give it to them, assured Arcadios. With your command of the terrain, you'll force them to get closer. At range we'd suffer tremendous losses, but if we can force them into close combat then we have a chance. And besides your magic, we also have weapons capable of bombarding any encampments they make to fire at us from range. What kind of range are we talking? Asked Urza curiously, already planning a variety of techniques to employ against them in her head. 100 feet for a sure shot? 200? At what distance do they become less accurate? We can take advantage of that if we know. Urza cut Arcadios off as she shot forward, a sword appearing in her hand as she slashed at the air behind him. She was just in time to split the arrow in half, the energy that made it up hitting the ground behind the man harmlessly. Arcadios took one look at the arrow's remains before he spun on his heels, rushing out of the tent to glare into the distance. Nothing. He couldn't see anyone. The others joined him, but they too couldn't see anything, despite the evidence. The other troops seemed to be on edge too, having seen the arrow cut through the air so quickly. A tiny glow appeared in the distance before them, hanging in the sky like a star. Urza barely had time to act before it flew at them, bringing up her blade and deflecting it to one side. That's impossible, muttered Mirti, looking at where the light had come from. That's miles away. No one could hit a target from that distance. It's impossible. One man could, whispered Jura to himself, raising his staff before slamming the base of it down on the ground. Prepare for attack. All troops to battle stations. You know him, don't you? Stated Urza, whispering towards Jura as the first sign of the enemy's forces began to appear, banners of white being reported in the distance by scouts that rushed towards Mirti and Arcadios. The archer that's firing at us. Jura was silent for a moment, contemplating the information that he knew about the man. Yes. I wondered where he had gotten to. I thought he was lost when the dragons had invaded. I believed he had gotten scared and ran. But now I see that was not the case. He left because he had done his duty. You mean he's Dash? Yes. Uryu Ishida, a now former mage of Lamia scale. He's the only man I know who could make that shot. Once is a fluke, twice is a coincidence. But a third. Jura swiped out with an arm, a small wall of earth raising in front of him just in time to block the arrow that almost slammed into his chest. It's him. No doubt about it. He's aiming at us perfectly. You should prepare for battle and warn your friends. Flying in the sky is not advised when someone of that caliber exists to shoot them down. We have to hold out for 3 days after all, and it's going to be a test of strength to see if we can make it. Protector of the Fairies. Ichigo. Glancing towards Laxus as he ran towards him, Ichigo immediately noticed the worry on his friend's face. They're attacking. Juoshiro just told us to call you quickly. Nodding, Ichigo leapt to his feet, rushing after the Dragon Slayer who had already broken out into a sprint. Rest could wait, especially when dealing with a situation like this. Entering the large room that was the main center of their temporary base, others joining them just as urgently, Ichigo instantly looked towards the large archive screen hovering in the air. Juoshiro? What's happening? Looking up from the screens around him, Wariness filling the older man's frame, Juoshiro raised a hand towards the screen. A map of Fiori shone on it filled with red near the bottom edge. Ichigo knew immediately where it was. The locations of all 4 main battlefields had been drilled into his head, with smaller concentrations of forces split across the area between each area. And that force just happened to be coming from the place they had predicted Waiwak would come from. "It begins," muttered Mistogen, his hands tightening into fists in frustration. "Damn it, couldn't they have waited a bit longer?" "We can't do anything about that right now," said Ichigo in annoyance. "Juoshiro, how long till the other armies react? There's no way they'll miss this." "I wish I could say you were wrong on that," muttered Juoshiro in frustration. "Unfortunately you're right here. There are already reports that the Alvarez Empire has been sighted coming in by sea, and the fleet meant to delay them has all but been destroyed. We're lucky to have a warning at all. I doubt we can stop them landing, but then that was already anticipated, and at the very least their vanguard suffered losses. It should take some pressure on the western front's end." "What about the hollows?" asked Levi, looking at the north of the map. "Anything there?" "Sand. Massive amounts of it, spreading forward at an alarming pace. It'll reach the northern forces before half a day is up, and the hollows will follow. The only front that there is silence from is the eastern front, but then we've also lost contact with all the scouts in that direction, so I doubt it can last. The full might of each vanguard will hit us, and, as it stands, we might only be able to hold these positions for a day going by the report from Waiwaka's army alone. And we need 3 days." Gripping her staff tightly, Levi looked at all 4 places on the map, trying to see anything that she could use to her advantage. "Where can we help the most?" "Excuse me. We can't just sit around doing nothing," came the response, Levi placing a hand on her hip in annoyance. "Just let me know where I can go to help and I'll head there as fast as I can. If I use Kakao's condensed form, I might be able to make it to any of them in about 7 or 8 hours. Much quicker if Nozomi can send me there herself, but she seems to be busy doing something." "I'll ask her," offered Mistogen, feeling guilty that he had kept the woman working on his request for so long. He wasn't sure if she had taken any breaks yet. "Leave it to me." "Hold on." It was Ichigo that interrupted their planning, holding up a hand to try and cause them to calm down. "We need to plan this out first. No point with sending you to a battlefield that doesn't even need any help." "Ichigo's got a point," muttered Laxus, crossing his arms. "And then there's the matter of the barrier. We aren't anywhere near good enough to delay armies for much longer than they already will be. We need to solve that problem first. Do we sacrifice more land and try and delay them as we all retreat?" "We might not need to do that," admitted Juoshiro, typing away at the keyboards for his archive screens. "I've already done some of the analysis, but we might be able to speed the system up somehow. Hibiki contacted us recently and said they managed to get the ship operational again, and they should be here in a few hours. If we hook the generator of the ship to this one together, we can rapidly fuel the barrier and overcharge it. The last problem lies in the barrier's shield itself. We need to finish the calculations, and that needs the full 7 days to do." "I can do it." Mavis let herself appear on Ichigo's shoulder, pointing a finger towards the screen. "You already got the mapped out coordinates right?" "Of course. That was the first thing I did." "Good. Judging by the scale of it all, I'll need probably 5 to 6 hours to complete the calculations. Maybe longer, but I'm not sure just yet." "I'll have to stay here then," Ichigo muttered to himself, scowling at the fact that he could do nothing right now. "Damn. Is there any way dash?" "No. I need to be by your side. We can split up to some degree, but we're talking over hundreds of miles. If we didn't need to be, then I could have stuck with your Edela's self when you brought him out. Besides, if you fight, then it will only guarantee that the other Ukin will come out just to keep you in check. You'd make things worse." Juoshiro nodded in agreement. "You heard her, Ichigo. You'll have to stay here for the time being. The barrier is the most important piece to our survival. Winning in one place is irrelevant if another place falls. We have to hold all 4 lines. Anyone who can fight, get ready to leave. Mistogen, I'll ask you and Nozomi to stay behind with Ichigo and I. We'll need backup in case too many people make it past our lines and try and interrupt this process, if they manage to learn of it. We'll also need Nozomi to reroute the others once they get here to the battlefield in the most danger. If we can last the day, we might just be able to stand a chance in this war. Protector of the Fairies. Dodging the claw of a large demon, its skin a dark and pulsing purple, Byakuya drew his sword in a flash and sliced through the beast, cutting it down the middle from head to toe. Blood fell, but he was already moving, not having time to rest as another 3 demons got closer to him and opened their mouths. Dark beams of energy fired forward, destroying the ground where he had been as he used Shunpo to get away. Reappearing in the air, he aimed his hand down below him, energy gathering for his use. Hada number 33, Sukatsui. The blast of blue energy tore downwards, leaving nothing behind of the demons it had caught in its grasp. The reprieve given was short, nothing more than 3 seconds, but it let him quickly have a glance around, quickly enabling him to judge the flow of the battlefield and where needed his help the most. And then he moved once more, using Shunpo to get to where he needed to be. It had all been so sudden. They had been alerted to the lack of reports from the scouts sent out, but even then they had expected to have seen some kind of sign of the army before it arrived. What none of them had even anticipated was when the demons had literally burst out of the ground in front of them, and it wasn't just a few. Thousands had appeared, all at once, and more were coming with every passing second. In some ways it was worse because they couldn't see the source of the army, only knowing that every passing second it would be growing until they finally stopped spilling from the holes in the ground. It was only thanks to quick action that they were able to fight back. The Rune Knights had rushed to grab any gear they were missing as quickly as they could and to form ranks, but the time had been bought by the mages brave enough to rush forward to meet the fray. Some had already died, but it would have been worse if Kenpeki hadn't jumped right into the mix the instant it started. Almost half the army of demons had shifted their focus towards him, and if the Rune Knights hadn't managed to make it, then the man would have been overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. As it was now, they were holding their own, Kenpeki's Devil Slayer magic dealing deadly blows to the forces of demons. There were others out there too, dealing devastating blows in their own right. The mages from Fairy Tail, Freed, Kana, Evergreen, and Big Slow, were back to back with each other, firing off long-ranged blasts and supporting the charge of the Rune Knights around them, along with jumping into the battle themselves whenever it looked like a line would break. Sometimes they were too late, but they managed to recover. And if anything got too far, other mages would pick up the slack. Finally there was Doran Bolt, and he wasn't sure exactly what the man was doing with that scythe of his, but it was too effective to ignore. Some demons were actually turning against the other demons for a moment before they were destroyed, almost as if he was rewriting their memories to make them join his side. And maybe he was doing that. These demons didn't seem to have much will, if he was to be honest. They were currently mindless, with some more intelligent ones arriving currently. It wouldn't take much to overwrite minds like those. Letting his mind resettle on the fight, he reappeared right in front of one of his fellow Rune Knights, the man's staff weapon having been knocked back as a demon raised a clawed arm to rip him limb from limb. The man's life was saved as easy as it was to swing his sword, but it was still only a hollow victory. 5 more had probably died in the time it took to save one person, but right now he could only focus on the places where lines were failing, even if had to leave some people behind to do so in order for others to live. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Hundreds of blade shards exploded out of his blade as it activated, appearing like petals as the light hit them. They all swept forward relentlessly, swarming the forces of demons in front of him and ripping them to shreds. If Zeref really intended to force them back with demons of this caliber, then he'd have to reconsider his plans. Senbonzakura was more than enough to rip these demons to shreds and leave nothing left. The wave of blade shards shot forward, forming an unstoppable wall as they concentrated themselves into larger and larger shapes, tearing apart all that were foolish enough to stand in its way. Raising the bladeless sword up with the hilt, Byakuya prepared to swing to the side, ready to send all the blade fragments smashing into the enemy's left flank. As he made to swing, however, only half the blades followed, the rest freezing as the wall that had resembled a shower of sakura petals became a massive block of light purple ice. Byakuya had to admit that the fact the blade fragments inside could still reflect some of the sun's rays only made it more beautiful to look at as the wall shined in the sun. His respects to the new creation manifested in his attempts to tear it apart with the other half of his blade fragments that hadn't been frozen. The ice couldn't hold up against the swarm that hit it, and enviably broke apart as large chunks fell down to earth. "Man, that's not bad," called out a man, walking through the falling ice without a care. Running a hand through his black hair, Silver let out a whistle as he looked at the rest of the blade fragments circling above him. "I still can't believe you have so many. I was too slow. I should have reacted when you were still charging forward with them. Suppose I couldn't help it though. It's in my magic's nature to hate demons." "Who are you?" As much as he didn't want to be, Byakuya was unsettled. Fighting demons was one thing, and fighting humans was another. But to find a human willingly on the side of the demons. "Are you human?" Silver shrugged. "Does it really matter? Either way, we both know what's going to happen next. But I suppose it's only polite to introduce myself. Silver Fullbuster. And I think I'm a demon. I'm about 90% sure at least, though I guess I retain quite a bit of my personality and mannerisms from when I was human. Pretty crap deal, don't you think? A human who became a demon. I see." All the blades shot together above Silver before forming a new construct out of them all, creating a massive blade pointed directly down at the man. "I will do my duty then, and you will attempt to do the one given to you." "Don't take me lightly," Silver muttered as the blade shot down, raising a hand to it and snapping his fingers. A pillar of ice shot upwards beside his arm and slammed straight towards Senbonzakura's shards. At the last second, however, the blades all separated, darting around the ice pillar and continuing their path downwards. "I'm not," stated Byakuya simply as the shards all hit Silver from all sides. The only thing that stopped them reaching Silver was an ice shield that formed around him as he waved his hands out, his blades hovering near the shield's edge before slowly retreating back and widening the radius they were trapping Silver within. "If my blades touch your ice, then you'll freeze them, leaving me unable to use them anymore. And with the number I have currently, I cannot afford to brute force it in case I miss, especially if your ice can spread across the blades that touch one another." "Ice Devil Slayer magic," explained Silver as his shield of ice broke apart around him and released him. "Got a nasty freezing curse to it that makes it really useful in situations like this. It's how I got my name. Absolute Zero, one of Tartarosa's 9 demon gates. We're kind of like the elites when compared to normal demons, and you shouldn't even consider a lot of these trash as much of a threat currently. The more single-minded a demon is, the less powerful it is. It's the way it's always been." Byakuya hid a frown as he watched his opponent, a few blades that had still stayed to surround him, cutting down a demon that tried to test its luck against him while he was distracted. He was getting a lot of info very easily here. This man-turned-demon was very confident in his skills. Arrogantly so. Why else would he be revealing so much unless he was sure he could also kill him afterwards? But then there was that nagging doubt, one that only intensified as he looked at the man. He gave away information almost casually, like the cause he was a part of wasn't something he cared for. And then there was the name. Fullbuster. The fairy tale ice make mage had shared that name. Grey Fullbuster. Silver Fullbuster. With a name as unique as that, something told him that it wasn't a coincidence. Not in the slightest. "You're the general in charge, right?" Silver asked, scratching the back of his neck lazily. "You've got a lot of power and seem to match the info we got. Of course, I got told the easiest way to find you here would be to look for the man doing the second most amount of damage. Trust me, none of us want to touch that lightning monster over there with a 10-foot pole." Frowning for a moment as he took a glance towards the purple lightning in the distance, Silver shrugged. "Well, I might do it if the deal was right. Could be a quick way to make a lot of money. If I was to say I was the general, what would you do?" "Me? Well, I'm afraid I'd have to fight you, but it's not like I wasn't going to do that anyway. If you're interested, I'm one of the people in charge of this vanguard here." Master Zeref's just standing back and watching, likely hoping to draw people out and to also keep his hand hidden from anyone watching. "There's 4 of us here that he left to lead this in his place, in fact." "Scary, right? You talk a lot." "Do I?" Silver shrugged. "Ignore me if you want. I mean, it's only worthwhile listening if you managed to live, so do whatever you think is best. Strike me down now if you think that's the best choice. I will, unfortunately, be going at you at full strength." Hopefully you'll have some strong mages to deal with the other two to my far left and right. Kyoka unfortunately is being her usual arrogant self and hanging back near the back of the army. A real pain, right? But someone has to direct some of these mindless demons when they need more complicated orders. Basically for anything more than kill. As I said, you talk a lot. Raising a hand, blue energy gathering in his palm, Byakuya fired off another blast of Sukatsui only for it to part around the dense ice that Silver created to split the attack. Why don't you tell me more? Protector of the Fairies. What are we waiting for? Muttered Sting, his arms crossed as he rested on the ground. We've been on alert for what must have been an hour now. What's the point of this when there isn't even any sign of the enemy? You should be more prepared, chided Renji, his gaze locked on the distance. You heard the news being passed around. You sure it's not been exaggerated? Word of mouth and all. Trust me, I would love for it to be that. I'd prefer that I'm standing here ready for war because of an error in communication rather than actually face off against our enemy. Hollows, I know about. Zeref, I know about. But Wywak and the Alvarez Empire? Not so much. I'm surprised they didn't send you up north if you're familiar with hollows. Aren't Shinigami some of the best mages for dealing with hollows? I doubt they had that on their mind when they split everyone off. Guilds tended to get lumped together, I suppose, since we need every advantage we can get, and teamwork is one of those. If this war goes on longer than a few days and we get the barrier up, I suppose I may be transferred. Any of us could be once a power balance has been established and we can work out where the most pressure is coming from. Seems like a lot of hassle, muttered Sting absently. Hey, what do you think, Rogue? He froze as he realized what he had said, his expression turning forlorn. I'm sorry. For what it's worth. I don't know if I've mentioned it. This is the third time. Sting shook his head, a sad smile on his face. It's odd, really. What do you think, Lecter? The Exceed by his side nodded too, not saying a word. He was probably remembering his own dead friend, Frosh. I never expected Rogue to die. The idea never crossed my mind. If I had a secret brother I didn't know about, it would have been him. There wasn't anyone closer to me besides my dragon father. It's all right, you don't have to say anything. Besides, I can remember him in my own way when I fight. I can still use his magic. So long as I can, a little piece of him can still live. He can still fight with me, side by side, just like he always did. Hey you two, called out Orga, marching up to them with Rufus at his heels. Sting immediately hid his sadness, turning the smile into a faker one that just portrayed happiness. You see anything yet? Renji shook his head, gesturing towards the distance with one hand. Nothing. That we can see at least. Of all the days for there to be a storm, it had to be today. It's funny, muttered Rufus, raising a hand to his head as he tried to remember a particular memory. You know I've been here before? I was a child and my mother took me to see one of my relatives. We cut along here on the way. It was a beautiful place. What's the big deal about that? Asked Orga in boredom. You probably just remember it because it was a good day and now you're nostalgic. True, that may be the case. But it's odd. I don't remember there being sand here 10 years ago. Sting made to laugh but it got caught in his throat, his eyes widening as he took a proper look at the landscape in front of them. He had thought it had been odd, how there was a thin layer of sand here. But there had been reports of deserts expanding recently anyway, so he had just ignored it. But he and Rogue, they had been here not longer than a month ago. It had been as green as could be. That storm, muttered Renji, looking at the distance more intently than before. It was like dust on the horizon, and it was getting bigger. Send an alert out. That's not a normal storm. Something's approaching. Protector of the Fairies. We suffered some losses, Lord Spriggan, explained August, speaking to the projection of their leader in the air in front of him. This was anticipated, however. Breaching the shores of Fiori has always taken this into account. Now that we have secured a landing point, however, they won't be able to repel the rest of our forces. Very good, replied Zeref, a smile on his face from the news. Is there enough of you all left to form the vanguard? We would not want to miss the chance we've been given and allow the enemy time to recover and organize a counter-attack to reply our forces. Do not worry, assured August. De Maria is already on her way with the troops meant to hold this place for future landings. I've already sent the rest of the army ahead and placed a barrier up around myself for the time being. Oh? You think you're strong enough to hold there on your own? Well, you aren't the possessor of the Magic King title for nothing. Very well, I'll trust in you here. Vanishing into the air, Ziref's form broke apart, leaving August to his thoughts. The navy sent out to block them had been difficult to overcome, what with the sheer number of ships used, but the outcome had been satisfactory. It was possible that Ishgar had abandoned defending this land and had merely tried to delay them or to risk everything with their entire fleet. It had cost them over half their vanguard's invasion force, however, leaving them with only 50,000 soldiers roughly. And by the estimates of the strength of the enemy, they had far more troops than they did. But that was all right. They had more mages, and would not have to split them up between multiple battlefields. And then there was people like himself. No, they could make up for that smaller number through sheer individual power. Using his communication magic once more, an image of another of the Spriggan 12 appeared before him. Brandish, a woman who had no shame of constantly showing off her huge bust by wearing a two-piece swimsuit. Wearing it did constantly reveal their empire's mark on her right thigh at least. He did wonder how she didn't get chilly at night wearing it, but then she did have that fancy coat of hers over it, blue fur lining the collar. A gold choker was around her neck, chains coming off it, while two blue crosses were attached to the sides of her head, acting like horns in the green bob. Despite his disapproval on how she might dress, her attitude was at least something he could respect. No matter what happened in front of her, she always tried to keep her cool and to answer in a calm and collected fashion, even willing to try and resolve matters without conflict if she could. She was a very logical person, not letting personal feelings rule her. Brandish, what is the current progress? Has the enemy been sighted? August? Hello. Glancing into the distance, Brandish sighed. We can barely make out something in the distance. Or rather, we were able to. Now, however, there's nothing but sand. Sand. August froze, his eyes widened in shock before it turned into anger. Where is Aziel? Ahead. I approved of his idea to create some cover for us to hide the army behind, however he seems to have tricked me. He's gone much too far ahead of the rest of us. That idiot. With a flick of his wrist, another projection appeared beside Brandish's, Aziel laughing as he appearing in a position as if he was sailing across a wave. Aziel. Yo, August. How's Spriggan? Pull back, you fool. What do you think you're doing? Sorry man, but no one can stop the sands of death. I'll end this pitiful force in one move. If there's anyone left, I'll kill them afterwards or leave it for the others to deal with. Aziel. The connection cut off, Aziel doing it himself. August had never been so frustrated that he had indulged the man and taught him how to end the projections on his end, but there was nothing he could do about that. Brandish. Get all the men to hurry as fast as they can after Aziel. If this plan of his works, great, but if it fails he'll be right in the middle of an entire army. Reach him and make sure he doesn't get himself killed. Fine. I'll get him to safety. The call cut off once again, August sighing as he felt his age hit him. He really didn't like even risking comrades, let alone losing them. It was always so painful to experience. He just had to be a bit patient. De Maria would be here soon, and then he could head after the others. If he used some teleportation magic, he could be there in an instant. He just had to wait until then. Pausing suddenly, his head turning towards the far distant edge of his barrier, he frowned as he felt an unfamiliar sensation. It was odd. Very odd. He could feel someone testing his barrier. That wouldn't have been a problem normally if it wasn't for the fact that he could only sense two people. And then his barrier broke. It was only in one area, and yet it wasn't repairing itself. Rather it was being eroded instead from that point, damaging the rest of the barrier with every passing second. Acting quickly, he dismissed the damaged areas from the barrier, immediately shaping new layers over the exposed areas. It was too late to stop the people from entering, however, and they would probably be at his position in an hour at most if they took their time. The barrier had been encompassing a massive area after all. He couldn't leave them alone. Not if they had managed to damage his barrier and break through it. He had to at least see who they were, just in case they were a threat. Settling down on a rock, his staff leaning against him, he prepared himself to wait. He had to anyway, so he might as well get comfortable. He had time. Protector of the fairies. Has our king not returned yet? Asked Grimjo, ignoring the laughter and shouting coming from the two kids running around in the background. The woman in front of him shook her head, barely looking away from the two children. Unfortunately no. Star K is at the very least alive, considering Lilynet hasn't said anything, but she's still worried since he hasn't returned yet. Considering who Lord Barrigan was with, he should have been perfectly capable of fighting or escaping if necessary. What about those supposedly strong enemies he went to meet? If it was going to devolve into a fight, I would have gone myself. I only resisted volunteering because I heard it would be nothing but boring talking, with no action whatsoever. The woman shook her head in faint humor, the 3 long braids of blonde hair swaying with her. Like most of the hollows around her, she had chosen to dress in the bone-white uniform they all had variations from, a long skirt going down to her ankles. Her voice when she spoke was always muffled slightly, her mouth hidden by the high collar of her long-sleeved jacket. The jacket itself cut off right under her breasts, leaving her midriff bare. As for her sword, an item none of them ever let leave their side, the sheath was attached horizontally across her shoulders, the length only a bit longer than the width of her shoulders in the first place. Grimjo couldn't say that he had ever seen her use the blade, as much as he hated that since it meant he hadn't fought her, but she refused to ever accept any challenges he sent her to fight. All he knew about it was what he could see, including the fact it had a long purple hilt and a crossguard that had holes on each end that the woman could slip her fingers into to pull the blade out if she so wished, and the latter was only known because she had almost done so a few times while he had been around. Should we just go ahead and attack then? Our king would have done so by now if he was here. Tyr. The hollow known as Tyr Haribel simply shook her head again, showing no annoyance at Grimjo's attempts to manipulate her. We were given orders to wait, and wait we shall do. It is true that it might be beneficial to attack now, but that also leaves risk. Lord Barrigan is our king. He is stronger than all of us and he is also infinitely more patient. We should not underestimate the strength of the enemy we face, especially when we do not have our king to fall back on in the worst-case scenarios. And with the current loss of our strongest warriors, we would be unable to delay our enemy if Ichigo Kurosaki himself decided to step onto the field. You won't know that until we try, countered Grimjo, an excited smile spread across his face. Just let me at him. I'd love to get a crack at taking him down. This time Tyr showed her annoyance, her gaze turning into a glare. What number are you? Pardon. Don't pretend you misheard me. What number are you? Grumbling under his breath, his attempts at avoiding the question failing, Grimjo reluctantly answered. Number 5. Sorry, what was that? Number 5. You happy now? Yes. You already understand what that rank means. Out of all of us, the 10 that make up Lord Barrigan's Espada, you are only ranked number 5. That rank is because you have yet to become stronger than any of us above you. Your skill is impressive, but you were still only an Aegis when you became an Arankar. And you think you are capable of fighting someone that our lord, the fastest hollow to ever become a Vastolord, is wary of? Perhaps you should re-evaluate how strong you truly are before you die pointlessly. Scowling in frustration, Grimjo stormed away, ignoring the sound of approval he got from his apparent backing down. Rotten bitch, he muttered the moment he was out of sight, saying what he was hesitant to say in range of hearing. As much as he hated the fact, she was right about his ranking. It was times like this where he wished above all else that he had managed to become a Vastolord. It had been his goal for years, seeking that elusive strength so he would never have to be afraid of regression or of anyone. But in the end he had become an Arankar before that could happen. He gained strength, and the regression risk disappeared completely, but he had no idea if he could even become a Vastolord anymore. And it was especially painful when he considering the fact that the top 3 above him were all Vastolords themselves. Marching away as far as he could from the other hollow, he let his path lead him towards the exit of the palace, ignoring the smirk of a very familiar hollow as it stuck its head out of the doorway it was leaning by. So the bitch said no then. What do you think, Neutra? Neutra Gilga. The hollow was one he could get along with a lot for the most part. Like him, Neutra sought out battle, able to share the excitement that a good fight brought. They had spared quite a few times too, and while his win record was far higher he still did enjoy the battles. In terms of ranking, Neutra was the one right below him. The hollow was tall. Taller than he was at least, along with having thin limbs that held a surprising amount of power. The typical white uniform had been adjusted slightly for his tall frame to also include a massive spoon-like hood along with having part of his chest exposed from the neck down to near the middle of this chest. Large teeth smiled at him while a single eye seemed to spark with mirth, the other hidden behind a white eye patch that was partly covered itself by Neutra's long black hair, falling down to his shoulders. I think you got rejected. What's the matter? Already deciding to give up and roll over like a good dog? You know I have a lot of steam to blow off, stated Grimjo angrily, one hand resting against his Zanpakuta's hilt. Are you volunteering to be my sparring partner? Neutra smirked at that before shaking his head in denial. As fun as it would be, I think I have a better idea. Oh really? And what is that? War. Stepping out of the doorway, Neutra stood up at his full height, towering over the other hollow. The sands of Hueco Mundo have almost reached the enemy according to Sailaporo. Now he won't dare go himself, but he did suggest that it would be helpful to acquire some more research subjects. And Araniro seems ready to burst with anticipation at the prospect of finding more mages to devour. 3 of us isn't enough, replied Grimjo quickly. He wanted to fight, he wanted it so much, but he wasn't a fool. It wouldn't be a battle if they went against such odds. It would be suicide. Don't worry, Neutra responded, a knowing smirk across his face. There are already plenty of hollows that want to fight. Sailaporo managed to get us 40,000 to fight, with about 500 Minos Grandes on top of that. Does that sound fun to you now? Grimjo couldn't help share the smirk as he gripped his Zanpakutu, this time in anticipation. Oh yeah. That's more like it. Protector of the fairies. Balancing comfortably on the sand wave, Aziel smirked as the connection with August vanished, leaving him to his own devices. He liked the old man, don't get him wrong, but he was such a pain at times to deal with. He doubted him too much. So what? Maybe he didn't have as much skill as the old man, and maybe his magic wasn't as incredible as Brandish's. But who cared about all that? His magic, to him, was still the strongest. So long as he had it he could fight and win, killing anyone in his path. And if he was lucky he'd get a good fight out of it in the process. And right now? It didn't matter what the outcome would be to this wave. If he killed thousands and thousands with it then it would be wonderful. He'd never fed so many people to the sands of death before, but there was always a first for anything. And if one of the mages there could halt his progress or stop him before he could reach the army, he'd get the greatest of games. Already he could see a mage heading towards him, flying through the sky. Only one? Well, if they thought that would be enough then he'd have to judge their efforts. Wait, was that a cat on the mage's back? His smirk grew. Dragon Slayer, huh? All the information they had on the mages of Ishgar mentioned how there were a few flying cats that the Dragon Slayers used there for aerial combat. It seems it was actual true. Made him regret throwing that spy out of the window now, but at least the spy had lived. He could have fed him to his sand after all, and there would be no coming back from that. White Dragon's roar. He didn't even dodge as the small beam shot towards him, letting it go straight through his body, tearing a small hole through his chest. As the blast disappeared, no blood spilled from the wound, the edges of the injury completely made of sand. That same sand extended towards one another, patching together his body once more. He loved his sand body. It made things so much easier when he had to fight, so long as he remembered to shift to it in time. You idiot. Want to come down here and play? He could almost imagine the anger the mage would have on his face from his taunting, and it worked too. The mage came closer and closer to him, settling in the air in front of him and constantly moving backwards as the sand wall advanced. Yo. So you came to stop me, right? Of course. Sting Cliff. That's my name. Oh? Introductions then. You're calmer than I thought you'd be. It's a nice change. Aziel Lamar, the Desert King. I'm one of His Majesty's Spriggan 12. I don't suppose I can get you to turn around. Of course not. And after you came all this way out to greet me, I couldn't just retreat back now. Hey, can you tell me how many people you've got back there? 50,000? 100,000? 200,000? Man, the suspense is just killing me. I can't wait to see how many I kill. I won't let you. Dropping Sting, Lecter immediately shot upwards into the sky, getting as far away as he could in the time he had. Without Lecter holding him, Sting slammed feet first into Aziel, the man falling apart around him into the sand of the wave. Not daring to let his feet touch it, wings of pure light erupted from the energy that burst off Sting, his white drive activated immediately. He would have rather have used Dragon Force or his White Shadow Dragon mode here for the larger power boost, but he needed to make sure he could keep up with the sand wave even while fighting. Besides, the others would be getting ready to repel it. All he had to do was keep this man occupied, which meant he didn't need to worry about overpowering him yet. Letting his body grow up from the sand wave again, Aziel cracked his neck as he stretched. Wasn't expecting that one there. Been a while since someone got in a good hit like that. Still, you were a bit too slow. So long as I have this sand body, you won't be able to harm me. White Dragon's Claw. Really? Asked Aziel, allowing the attack to slam into his chest. Is that all? Grunting in pain, Aziel stared down at the bright light on his chest, the stigma damaging him even though he had already shifted into sand. Sting wasn't down yet, however, taking advantage of the moment he had created. With a large amount of magic built up already, he charged back at his enemy, rushing to make it before the stigma was broken. Dragon Slayer's secret art. Shit. Hurrying to break out of the stigma, sand rose up all around him to try and hit Sting, or at the very least delay him. Sting didn't allow it to stop him, darting through gaps as he let his spell's magic hit its peak. Holy Nova! The sand all around them was blown away, the explosion from the attack expanding outwards and destroying half the sand wave. Breathing heavily from the strain, his white drive fading from having to sacrifice magic to the spell so quickly in order to make it, Sting fell for a few seconds before he was grabbed inches away from the ground, Lecter pulling him back upwards into the sky as he tried to allow his friend some time to catch his breath. Lecter had only risen a few meters, however, when spears of sand shot upwards, the Exceed having to maneuver rapidly to try and avoid them all while carrying Sting. A few almost got him only to be destroyed at the last moment, Sting firing off blasts of white light from his hands. Looking down at the destroyed wave, Sting's eyes widened in shock when he noticed that it was still moving forward. Only the area that he had destroyed had stopped, and the rest of it was actually rebuilding itself and even becoming bigger than before. He could see just in the distance on one half of the sand wave Aziel, the man looking fine from this distance. His spell must have failed to make it in time. He still could have caught him in the blast normally, even with the sand body, so the man must have escaped into another part of the wave to avoid the blow completely. Damn. The whole reason he had used the stigma after all was because it could still hit those with bodies like this one and could have held him so that he wouldn't have been able to escape. Looking towards the distance, the sparks of lightning seen even this far away, he smirked, immediately ordering Lecter to take them back home. He had done his job, and now he just had to get out of the way before the others fired. Now! Shouted Renji, already in his Bankai. Suizabameru, Zagatepo. Lightning God's Charged Particle Cannon. Memory Make, Shrine of the Turbulent Fang. Blasts of energy, beams of lighting, tornadoes of wind, these were only a small selection of the magic sent at the sand wave. Fire and ice, water, and earth, all mages fired a blast of magic into the fray, hoping to destroy the wave with sheer overwhelming fire power. Aziel looked at the incoming blasts, a bead of sweat nervously running down his neck in the face of all the magic. Hey now, that's just unfair. Colliding together, almost all of the sand was blown away, being sent flying backwards through the air and scattering along the ground. The remains of the wave halted, Aziel too busy focusing on surviving to be able to control it. Flipping through the air, he steadied himself as he began to fall, his body already turning to sand in the process. You won't escape. Renji's blade cut down, having closed the distance quickly the moment he had fired his attack in order to try and cut down his enemy before they could escape. It would have hit most people. Even his sand body would have been affected if he did nothing. But he could do something. As the blade sliced down into him, his body parted, letting the blade pass through him as he turned completely into grains of sand. He wanted to laugh as he hit the ground, hidden as sand amongst the rest of it. They actually managed to stop him. Well, stop wasn't quite the right word. Because they hadn't stopped him. Only delayed him. Rising up once more, the sand spread upwards, forming an even bigger wave of sand than before. It's hopeless. He cried out, forming on top of the wave with a massive smile across his face. Now get devoured and cease to exist. My sand cannot be stopped. No one can stop a desert. Oh really now? Well, how about me? And with those words, Aziel found his sand wave stopped completely, something no one had ever managed to do. People have survived it, as rare as it was. People had avoided it. People had delayed it. People had even stopped part of it. But no one had ever stopped it completely. As the sand had tried to move forward, the very earth had stopped him, new life bursting out from the soil and rapidly growing into large trees to create barrier before his attack. That wasn't what stopped his wave, however. Barriers could be eroded or damaged, and his sands of death had done that plenty of times before. No, his power was being countered completely. Looking towards where he had heard the voice, he noticed how an opening appeared in the tree barrier, a man stepping through who looked to be more tree than man. He knew who this was, and he found himself freezing for a moment in fear. I wasn't meant to interfere, but I just couldn't help it. I really like to avoid the spread of deserts, so I guess I'll just have to do my normal duty. Don't you agree? Warodsikin, Aziel muttered, that fear turning to awe and then to excitement as he realized who he was able to fight. The god of nature. The man who spreads life. Protector of the fairies. God of nature. Why did you stop us? Demanded Lysina, finally having caught her sister. For days now, Myra had been avoiding her, only staying near enough to ensure that her and Elfman wouldn't run away to help the others on the front lines. It had taken until now to find a chance to catch her sister not only unaware but also with nowhere to run. There were no tasks to do, no one to check on, no one to bother. It was only them. Crossing her arms, she waited patiently for her answer, watching as Myra started speaking nonsense that she didn't care about and glancing round for any form of distraction she could use against her. It wasn't like she couldn't see where her sister was coming from. Myra had believed that she was dead for a time, and she had heard from both Myra and everyone else how much that had changed her sister. Even now she wasn't the same as she once was, she never would be, and she couldn't said that the change wasn't bad. It was different, certainly something she had never expected to see all the time, purely because it had been like Myra had decided to act the same way she did around her and Elfman towards everyone, completely abandoning her old aggressive personality. Coming back to Earthland, she still remembered her sister's tears, her arms gripping her body so tightly that she suspected that Myra thought that she might disappear if she was to let go. Her sister had sworn to never let her get hurt again, but she had never realized she would take it this far, even against her own wishes. As much as Myra might want to deny it, she wasn't the same as she once was. She wasn't still that little girl that played house with Natsu and said she'd marry him when she got older. Well, perhaps not all of that was gone, her feelings certainly hadn't lessened for her favorite dragon slayer, but she wasn't as innocent as she once was. She knew what war was like, better than any of them. She had fought as a Shiba, fighting to save a world that wasn't even her own, and in the process she had seen more death than she had ever wanted to. She knew better than any of them what the battles to come would be like, even if they were the defending party this time rather than the one attacking. It was why she couldn't accept sitting down on the sidelines. She could fight, and if it meant saving a friend then she would be willing to cross that line to kill, just so long as they would be safe. In war there was no other choice, especially in a war like this one. Focusing back on Myra's words, she just barely managed to tune back into the end of her sister's repeated explanation. And it's too dangerous. You should listen to the master and trust in his decisions. It wasn't the first time she had heard this. She had heard it the first time Myra had stopped them, and then it had been told in fragments later on as Myra made her escape the moment she let her guard down. She was tired of it all. The same words spoken over and over and over again, like some broken record. And the worst part was that she knew Myra didn't mean half of them. She knew her sister, and she knew that she wanted to fight more than anything. Myra hated letting others fighting on her behalf, and if she could do something to help she would. Her conscience just wouldn't allow her to sit aside and watch, especially since she could use her magic now compared to the 2 years where she lost control of it entirely. If it wasn't for her and Elfman, she had no doubts at where Myra would be. At the battlefield, likely by Urza's side. "You're making a mistake, you know," muttered Lysina, a scowl appearing that didn't quite fit her face. She wasn't used to being so angry or annoyed. She didn't like the feelings, but she hated doing nothing far more than them. "We can help. You're being too stubborn and refusing to do what's right." "I am doing what's right," replied Myra swiftly, crossing her arms in kind. "The Master told us all that we were not to step into the battlefield. And we won't so long as he wishes us not to. He's afraid many of us will die, and he is right. Many of us likely would." "You mean me?" Myra winced, a crack appearing in her defense. There was no hesitation. Lysina pounced on the opportunity. "Stop it. I don't need protecting. I'll always be your little sister, but I'm also almost 18 now. I can make my own decisions. I don't need you to continue to protect me." "That doesn't mean I need to stop," Myra countered. "I lost you once. It's not wrong to not want to experience that again. I don't want to lose you, and if you fight I certainly will." "Says who? Have you already written me off? What makes you so sure I'll die?" "Maybe I will, but I don't care. Know when others could be dying while we stay here and do nothing. You are one of the most important PEOP-. And what about everyone else who snuck off, huh? Natsu, Urza, Fried, Kana, everyone." With each name, Myra couldn't help flinch, something Lysina took as confirmation that she was right. "They are all fighting. They could all be dead for all we know, all because we refused to help. Are you willing to sacrifice all of them just to try and protect me and Elfman?" "I won't be trying. I can do it. The Master said that Magnolia is the safest place. Look at this place." Lysina screamed, spreading her arms out as she gestured towards the whole destroyed guild. A few heads turned towards them, hearing her loud scream, but none of them dared approach her and Myra. Not even her brother Elfman. "This is safe? This is what everything else will become. A ruin, destroyed by the enemy. Is that what you want? Do you no longer care about everyone in Fairy Tale?" Lysina felt a sting across her face, Myra breathing heavily as she tried to rein in her sudden anger. Placing a hand against the red mark on her cheek, Lysina snarled at her sister. "Hit a nerve, did I? Don't you dare say I have stopped caring for everyone. Do you think this is easy for me? Watching my friends run off to this god-forsaken war and knowing I can't do anything if I want to protect the two most precious people to me. I want to help them, more than anything, but I can't take the risk. Not if it means losing you and Elfman. Tell me you understand that." "You must do, there is no way you cannot, because I know you would not want to lose us too." "You're right. I would never want to lose you," admitted Lysina, turning her back to her sister. "But you know what?" she asked, her magic turning her arms to wings as she glanced back over her shoulder. "I don't want to lose anyone else precious to me too. I love you, and I love Elfman too. But I also love Urza, Fried, Kana, Bixlo, Evergreen, Gajeel, Taushiro. I love every mage of Fairy Tale that went off to fight. And most of all, I love Natsu. I'm greedier than you are, so I'm going to fight to protect everyone rather than hide away with just a few." "I can stop you," stated Myra, grabbing Lysina by the back of her jacket as her sister tried to lift up from the ground. "Even if you hate me, I don't care, so long as you are alive." Lysina prepared to claw off her jacket in her attempt to create an opening, Myra already aware of such actions and getting ready for an attack from her sister. "I can't agree with this," interrupted Elfman, however, his large hand wrapping round Myra's wrist and pulling her grip away. Sending him a look of pure betrayal, Elfman ignored her as he turned towards his little sister. Go. A real man always does what they think is right. Looking at her brother, a fond smile across her face as her wings wrapped around Elfman in a hug, she took a moment to take him in properly, just in case she might not see him again for some time. I'm not a man though, she muttered happily, releasing her brother and taking off into the air. Myra took one step after her before Elfman immediately blocked her path. What are you doing, Elfman? We need to stop her and dash. No. It's her choice. As is mine. Elfman, you're leaving too. Elfman nodded. I'm sorry, sis. But I can't do it. I can't sit here. If you ask me once more, if you ask me to stay one more time, I will do as you ask. But I will never be able to be happy again. Not when I'll have to sacrifice everything I believe in just to make one person happy. And what if you die? Muttered Myra, her hands reaching out and gripping her brother's arms. What if Lysina dies? I don't think I could cope. Yes, you can. Because I don't believe for a second that you would be alone. This guild is made of real men. It's a home. A home for all of us. Even if some of us fall, so long as the guild still exists, we won't be left alone or to suffer by ourselves. When I blamed myself for Lysina's death, people helped me. They didn't let me get swallowed by my grief. Even Natsu, one who was suffering just as much as I was, didn't even blame me, even when I wanted him to more than anything. We can't be afraid to take risks when everyone is already at risk. But if I ask you, you'll stay? Elfman was silent for a minute, and with every passing second Myra could hear the erratic beats of her heart in fear. Finally, he spoke, giving the answer he had already promised. Yes. Yes, I would. I see. Forcing herself to release him, she immediately turned away from him, clenching both fists tightly and not daring to even look at him. Go. What? I said go, Myra chalked out, hoping he wouldn't notice the tears that she couldn't stop. Go, before I ask you to stay. I won't be able to help it if you stay any longer. Large arms enveloped her from behind, tears falling on her from above. It took only a second to realize that it was Elfman, and another to realize that he was probably feeling the same pain she felt. He had just been wiser about it, just like Lysina. She really was a failure as the oldest if she was the one unable to handle such a tough decision when both of them had managed to find the answer already. Thank you, sis. The grip on her was gone faster than she wanted, but she didn't dare call out to him, settling for looking over her shoulder for a moment once his back was turned. She watched him break out into a run, likely heading out after Lysina or heading towards a different battlefield where the rest of their friends were. She wanted to chase after him. She wanted to scream to not go, but she couldn't. It would be unfair to them now, which meant all she could do was watch. Watch them leave and hope nothing happened to them. She couldn't stay. That thought immediately swarmed her mind, the fears of her friends now appearing at full blast. She no longer had a reason to stay. She no longer had a reason to hide away and do nothing. She had to go and help, in any way that she could. If she didn't, she'd regret it for the rest of her life. With that in mind, she knew what she had to do. She had to inform the master, to at least let him know she and her siblings had gone. Maybe he'd try to stop her, maybe he wouldn't, but after seeing how hurt he looked when he found out some of the others had disobeyed him and ran, he deserved to at least know. Riedus, Myra called out, the man the closest person to her that wasn't afraid to approach her at the moment. Where's the master? Are you? The man swallowed his nerves, adjusting his hat slightly in an attempt to speak calmly. Are you going to inform him of Lysina and Elfman leaving? I'm going to inform him of all three of us leaving. I need to see him in person. That might be a problem. Riedus. Myra frowned. The man was far too nervous now to just be cautious of setting her off. What's wrong? The master. We haven't really been able to find him since yesterday. What? She almost stormed off there and then, preparing to search for the man who was like a grandfather to all of them. Where did you last see him? What happened? Riedus shook his head at her, pointed towards the rubble that barely hid a trapdoor. I don't know what happened. It was early in the morning. I had gotten up to do some dawn painting for some inspiration, when I saw him head down there. He came out almost an hour later, his gaze blanker than I've ever seen. And then he walked away. He walked past me and didn't even acknowledge me. No one has seen him since. That was odd. But why would the master have acted in such a way? What was even down through that trapdoor? It was odd. The master had never even made any of them suspicious about it, which meant it must have been hidden so well that only he knew where it was. If he had come out of there, and had been shocked enough that his face was completely blank, what did that mean about what was down there? The master had taken them all back to Magnolia. Even through war would reach them if the others couldn't hold the lines long enough. All they were doing was delaying the inevitable. That was what they had all thought. None of them had considered any other alternative. But perhaps there had been a reason he had done it. Perhaps he had truly believed they would all be safe so long as they were here. If that was the case, why would the master be so shocked? Unless of course something was wrong. Something that meant it wasn't safe anymore. And if that was the case, where would he go? Ah. She knew it now. He's gone after the others. What? The others? He's gone after them to try and save them. Turning on her heel, magic pouring out from her body and altering it into that of a demon's, she took off, heading straight towards the nearest encampment of Rune Knights. She had to be quick. If the master had gone anyway, it would have been to the place where the most danger was. Protector of the fairies. What are you doing, Mavis? Mavis didn't look away from the screens, half her focus on completing the calculations needed to deploy the large barrier around their forces. What does it look like? I'm making sure the barrier is ready. You could have done that by now. You've been at this for 2 hours, but I remember what you've told me in the past. You've boasted how easy it is to create barriers due to their weaker complexity to your own barrier. Even at such a large scale, you should still have finished by now. What are you up to? You going to let the others know if I tell you? Not if you don't want me to. So tell me, what are you up to? You've been awfully quiet, which considering how talkative you normally are can only mean something has been bothering you, taking up that time where you normally would pester me. Now why do you need to label it as pestering? Asked Mavis. If she had been looking at him she normally would have had a pout on her face in annoyance, though this time it would have been missing, her focus split too much to show any expressions. I find it a very productive use of my time. It's not like I have much else to do normally. Either way, what are you planning? You won't tell the others, right? She waited until she heard Ichigo confirmation before continuing, holding out a finger and drawing a circle in the air of golden energy. Imagine that as the barrier. We have enemies on 4 sides, at least 3 of them being Ukin. I don't know much about the Alvarez Empire, barely anyone does, but it's technically possible they might have their own Ukin at the helm. That or he's a very charismatic man. Either works as it means he has some way to control the rest of his empire. Drawing her finger back in, she clenched her fist and caused the circle to shatter. That's unfortunately what will happen to the barrier if we use the one Juashiro had planned. It's not a weak one, in fact it's one of the strongest out there, but it's still not enough if it was attacked by so many at once. Simultaneous fire from so many directions, coupled with the raw power from any and all of their strongest mages from all sides, will bring it down. It might last a week. It might last an hour. The point stands that it will not last as long as we need it to. And you have a solution. Mavis nodded, holding out her finger again and letting an orb of golden light appear in place of the destroyed circle. Ichigo took one look at it before frowning. I see. Certainly Fairy Sphere would be strong enough, God knows how much punishment it can take considering it survived the breath attack from Aknologia, but is it even possible? Deploying the barrier around the whole island was only possible because of the ties you had to that place plus the power of the Great Tenro Tree and my own energy. As much as I'd like to, I would never be able to hold it in place for as long as we're talking. I'd die in an instant. I'm already aware of that. And I also know the technical requirements of maintaining Fairy Sphere over such a large area. Especially considering Juashiro wants to be able to open holes in the barrier to allow troops out to relieve pressure on the barrier itself. Which is why I'm having to improvise. A lot. So you're devising the barrier from scratch I assume, stated Ichigo, watching as she nodded in confirmation, still facing away from him. That would work, I suppose. But can it even work? I can only use Fairy Sphere because of you. That's technically true, I suppose. But what you are using is Fairy Sphere at its fullest potential. At such a large range, the amount of magic needed to create the barrier at such size would be astronomical, never mind maintaining it afterwards. No, what I'm doing is creating a weaker version, altering it to fit the specs Juashiro wants from it. If I had to call it anything, it would be that this would be known as Fairy Sphere while yours would be part of Lumen Histoire instead. So there won't be a risk of any of the other Ukin coming into contact with it? Some of them are after you, remember. Mavis nodded. I'm aware of that, don't worry. You can't obtain Lumen Histoire through the use of Fairy Glitter or Fairy Law, and the same applies here. The supposed 3 great fairy spells that I created are merely forms of energy manipulation based off my own magic's core, Fairy Heart. It doesn't matter if the enemy comes into contact with the other 3, so long as the magic of Fairy Heart remains safe with you and me. If you're sure. Can you finish it in time? You promised that it would only take a few hours. Who do you think you're talking to? I said that time, already aware of how long it would take. Fairy Sphere, Barrier Edition, I like the name so I'm not changing it, will be ready in time. It's easier to work with a barrier I'm already familiar with anyway. If I hadn't needed to design it from the ground up, I could have done it in half the time. The power required was the only issue, but I've taken it all into account. So long as people are still sent out to stop the enemy attacking the barrier non-stop, the energy supply from the generator should be able to maintain it. If an Ukin was to attack it meanwhile, well, I'm not sure, but I'm at least confident that they would need a lot of power to pull off such a feat, and that might leave them exposed for us to take advantage of it. We can make it in time. That was worth it in Ichigo's mind. Any advantage they could get over the others would be beneficial, especially with how heavily stacked the odds were against them. Any weakness had to be exploited, on the off chance that it might create a ray of hope. So long as all 4 armies held strong, they would never win. All right, Ichigo said as he pushed himself up to his feet, stretching his arms out to get the blood flowing properly. You keep at this then. I'm going to go for a walk for a bit. Don't go too far, Mavis reminded him, sending him a look over her shoulder. I can only stay within a certain radius unless I use a medium like an illusion, and that's only for part of my consciousness. I don't want to get distracted while I'm working here. Don't worry, I'm just going to walk around the base. Leaving Mavis to her own devices, Ichigo let his thoughts wander, his feet moving just so he would be doing something more than sitting down and waiting. The others had arrived only an hour ago, and were probably gone again by this point. Or at least some of them would be. Laxus, Shinji, Mest, they would have left immediately. Nozomi was stuck doing something for Miss Dogen, and the man in question was waiting for that same task to be completed. They needed people to defend, however, so it was helpful that they were here. Kisuke and Juashiro were too, but they were too busy on the tasks at hand, making sure the generator in the base and the generator on the airship were linked up together properly. Hibiki was likely coordinating the link-up and monitoring the whole system with Archive if he was still here, especially since he wasn't anywhere near the level most of them were in terms of fighting ability. This sucks, he muttered to himself, letting his arms rest behind his head. I hate being stuck behind. What about you, Zanjutsu? He smiled fondly when he heard the small grunt from the Quincy side of his Zanpakuto, his hollow side making his distaste for the situation far clear. He didn't want to just hear news about the battle. He wanted to fight, to make sure he could protect everyone. He hated this feeling of powerless, of having to watch everyone leave to fight and do nothing. We could cheat a bit, offered a familiar voice. Turning his head, having already felt the familiar pull on his magic, Ichigo faced his Edalus self, the man leaning against the wall behind him and holding up a Quincy pendant above him. Blue light flickered around the fake construct, ready to create a bow of energy if the need arose. His Edalus self finally brought his gaze away from the light, a smirk on his face as he flicked the pendant back into his shirt's sleeve. After all, I am a version of you, oh brother of mine. If I go, that should alleviate some of your worries, right? Could you? You don't mind? His Edalus self shrugged. It doesn't bother me too much. When the real illusion fades anyway, I'll return back to you once more. I don't know how much I can affect a war, not when I'm not facing up against an army of humans with only magic tools, but I can do my best. I can at the very least cause some distracts out there. Be careful. You are technically an Ukin, just like I am. But you aren't the same as us. You can only store some magic in this form because you aren't real. Because you're a dead soul temporarily inhabiting a fake body. You won't be able to fight for as long as I can, but the others won't know that immediately. They might think you're me based off a brief description of what you look like, since we do share the same face after all. Don't worry, responded his Edalus self, his ever-present smirk still there and showing off his well-deserved arrogance in his skills. I'll be careful. I'll be gone before they can even report me being there too if it gets too hot. You just wait out your time here until the little princess finishes working. I'll inform you if things get too bad, and if you need to get there there's always Nozomi's magic. I know. I just wish I could help. I know, brother. But this is more important. Better to lose a few than to lose everyone. It's not a happy line of thinking, but it's one that needs to be considered to ensure our survival. I was a king once. I know better than most the types of hard decisions that need to be made. Protector of the fairies. Narrowly dodging the thick branches that swung at him, Aziel tried to swallow the nervousness he was feeling throughout his body. His opponent didn't give him time to rest, a large tree sprouting out of the ground below him and bending in the air in an attempt to crush him. Bringing up his hand, sand pouring out of it, Aziel shoved his palm against the tree, skidding backwards as he tried to slow its pace. The sand did its work well, robbing the tree of its life as it hungrily devoured all the moisture within it only to falter a few meters away. This kept happening. His sand could vaporize all the moisture out of everything it touched. That was a fact he had come to learn over the years no matter what it came up again. The only way water magic could even stop his sand attacks was to increase the pressure of their blasts to the point that it sped right through rather than trying to maintain direct contact. Destroying his sand merely meant he wasted magic, but the sand didn't vanish unless the attack was incredibly strong enough to vaporize it. And even if it did, he could always try and get more by using his magic to convert the earth at his feet into sand. Something he had been doing for a while now. Whenever his sand hit the plants from this man, it was like a miniature battle took place with their own magic. Depending on how much energy the other had used, the end result had the winner's magic affecting the other. In his case, it drained the moisture as it always did. But if his opponent won, his sand was destroyed. He really shouldn't have been surprised. He had heard the reports. This man had been going around stopping the spread of deserts for years, and he wasn't afraid to admit that quite a few of those had been the results of him trying to cause problems in Fiori in more subtle manners. Even if someone realized it was the work of a mage, many would have assumed it was some dark guild making a play for some reason or another. And yet each and every time, this man had gotten to the scene and stopped it before it could harm anyone. He could of course manually make it spread like he had done with his sand wave, but that would have defeated the purpose of doing those things subtly. It was troublesome, he thought, dodging the net of vines that shot upwards at him from a large tree branch in front of him. Quickly making a wall of sand from the earth ahead of himself, the vines withered away as they came into contact with his magic. He didn't bother staying still, the large thick branch that broke through his barrier a moment later being exactly the reason why he had already been moving. He had learned the hard way that staying still meant getting hit in the face. Sometimes repeatedly. He hadn't thought trees could hit so hard, but apparently he had been wrong. And to make matters more insulting, his opponent was basically a tree himself. Why the hell was that even possible? And how did the man even function? Was he full tree? Did he live through photosynthesis? Or was he part tree with the internal organs of a human? What's wrong? Asked Warod, leaning on his staff on his platform in the large tree he watched from. I thought you would have killed me now. Or was that claim you made wrong? Ah man, he really shouldn't have run off his mouth like that. It was actually quite embarrassing when he failed. Still, he could redeem himself. So far Warod had only fought from range. That likely meant that he wasn't capable of much at close range. He wasn't brilliant either, but he was confident he could win, especially when it was possible that the man's body might have weakened over the years he was meant to have been around for. But first he had to reach him, and that wasn't the easiest task in the world. Darting backwards, reluctantly having to move further away as large trees grew from tiny saplings sprouting out of the ground, Aziel raised both fists and swung them down, a wave of sand pulling up from the ground behind him and slamming straight through him. His body slipped easily through the sand, unaffected by the dangerous magic, before he hit the ground running, chasing after the sand wall and leaping forward. As he predicted, a large trunk from a tree slammed through his sand wave, his feet landing on the surface of it and using it as a platform to continue across. From that one slanted trunk sprouted hundreds of branches, all as sharp as spikes. They all went straight through him, sand leaking from the wounds. It didn't hurt. He never even expected it to. This was dangerous to do when the man could cancel out his sand, but he had doubted that individual branches would have enough power in them to neutralize his sand's power. And he was right. The branches in him withered away and turned to sand as his magic converted them into strength for him to use, letting him get closer. Right as he was about to get closer, however, a network of large trunks rose in front of him, forming a barrier that he knew his sand wouldn't be able to break through easily. At the same time, the trunk at his feet started to break. It seemed that Warod had worked out what he was after and was trying to keep him away, or at the very least low to the ground if he did manage to get close. It would have worked. For a weaker mage. He didn't want to do this, but he had no choice now. It was lucky he had the magic to spare, but this in itself was risk. Continuing to run forward, his entire body turned to sand as he jumped at the wooden barrier. He slipped through the cracks, using as much magic as he could to make sure that he wasn't neutralized himself by the man's magic. His body returned to normal the moment he was through, and he wanted to stop there and then to rest. He had probably lost the same amount of magic that he used to make his giant sand wall just to make sure he stayed alive. But if he rested now, then that opportunity that he had created would be wasted. He could just about see the wizard saint above him, looking completely astonished that he had done such a thing to break through. A normal person would have tried to avoid the barrier and head around or over. Only a few would even attempt to go through it, and even less so in such a way that he did. That moment of shock was all that he needed to make it. Sand rising at his feet, he shot upwards, riding the massive tornado of sand as it withered away any plants that got too close as he passed them. Finally Warod acted again, but it was too late now, the barrier moving to block his approach far too slow to make it in time. It shot through the sand, but he had already leaped off it, landing on the platform that Warod had been standing on and swinging a fist coated in sand. It's over. Yes. Yes, it is. The man's hand snapped out and caught his own, the sand around his hand vanishing as the man's own magic completely neutralized it. I was waiting for you, but I was surprised that you took so long. It was impressive, however, to slip through my barrier like that, but you should have preserved more of your magic. As it stands, you won't have enough left to last until your friends arrive. This man had been waiting for him. If he had been able to react so quickly and catch his fist, and look as if he had never even been worried about him getting close, did that mean it had all been a ploy? A ploy to lure him in? No, it had to be a lie. Warod was bluffing, he had to be. And yet he could feel it again. The fear he felt when he saw his entire wave of sand get completely destroyed. It was here once more, only stronger. The man smiled at him as he released his grip on his fist slightly. It wasn't a smile that radiated happiness, nor was it a smile that showed sadness of what was happening. It was one that promised pain for daring to step foot in Ishgar, in the man's home, with the intent on harming it. Yes, this will do, commented Warod, looking off into the distance. Aziel found himself turning too, seeing how close the army behind him had gotten. Ishgar's troops had yet to move, waiting for the other army to get closer while protected behind the large tree barrier that had sprouted in front of them for cover from his sand. Your friends are here now. I think it's time I stop playing around and give you all a reason to fear Ishgar once more. Without a second wasted, Warod acted, swiping out with his free hand as the tree they were standing on rushed forward, sending them right towards the ground. Are you trying to kill us both? Screamed Aziel as he leaped off from the tree, barely making it in time before the top of the tree slammed into the ground. Looking towards the site of destruction, the branches of the tree falling all around him from the impact, Aziel tried to stop Warod before the man could try anything else. From the wreckage, however, rose the man, perfectly fine as a small branch lifted him up and supported him. "If any of us are dying today," stated Warod, "it won't be me. I can promise you that." Aziel could only watch in fear as the man raised his staff, green light spiraling towards it from all around them. It took him only a second to realize what it was. Magic, drawn in so fast at such a high density that it was actually becoming visible to him as streams of light. He had seen this phenomena only once before, when he pushed God Serena too far and the man had responded with a show of sheer force to make him back down. "You're Anukin." "Oh? You're familiar with the term. I hope Serena didn't tell you too much. That man angered a lot of us by abandoning Ishgar, and I would severely hope that he kept at least a few secrets to himself. Now then, how long can you last?" Aziel just had time to leap away, trying to restore the distance he had originally hated, when it happened. Massive swarms of trees burst forth from the ground, some of them gigantic, as they all shot towards him across the ground. His sand rose to stop them, only for the trees to wrap around one another, offering themselves far more protection than before and leaving fewer gaps for his sand to slip through in case he tried what he did before. Acting fast, he raised both hands towards the now massive fusion of trunks and launched all the sand he currently had made and more, converting the nearby earth as quickly as he could. It took only 3 seconds for it to completely fail, the twisted trunks of trees slamming through the sand and smashing against his body. More magic faded as he was forced to turn to sand and had to make sure he wasn't killed by the man's magic. If he hadn't changed, he likely would have had gained more than a few broken bones from the impact. It hurt enough just being hit in his sand form. "That won't work anymore," stated Warod before trees rose up all around Aziel's sand body, lunging in at once. Aziel threw out his arms to the side, sand pouring out as quickly as he could make it just to try and keep the trees back. This was unlike anything the man had shown him before. Just how much had he been holding back? Just how much of a threat had the man seen him as to only now reveal his true strength, if this was even all of it? For some reason he doubted this was the limit of the man's strength. It was merely that the man didn't want to play around anymore. And then suddenly a gap opened in the trees. His sand must have managed to find a weaker area, and with that in mind he rushed through it. Right before him he could see the open plains, the rest of the army not too far away. Quickly running, he made it a few meters forward when he froze when he heard Warod's voice. "That's it. Run. Run." Was that what he was doing? Running away? That gap. He didn't open it, did he? Warod had allowed him to leave, purposely directing it towards the army. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to run away in fear? In terror? This was your intention all along, wasn't it?" He could barely move now that the realization had hit him. The man had been playing with him for so long for this. He thought the man had simply gotten tired of holding back and wanted to get rid of him to get ready to deal with the rest. But no, that was never his objective. His objective was to make him an example. To demoralize all of Alvarez's troops by letting them watch as one of their strongest mages runs away from an Ishgar mage in fear of his life. And yet, even knowing that, he found his legs moving. He was running, faster than he ever had. Damn it, why was he being such a coward? But he wanted to live. He had been foolish to have tried to engage Ishgar alone, when everyone else was miles behind, but he didn't want to die because of that. He wanted to learn from the mistakes he made and to come back stronger. He didn't want it to end here. With what remained of his magic, he began creating a small sand wave beneath his feet, sailing across it to get to the others. Regroup. If he did that, he could at least minimize the impact his running away would have. And when they kill Warod, everyone would be alright. The man was the biggest threat to them right now, but if Brandish and August got here quickly enough, and he had enough time to recover a bit of magic, they could take down this monster. Then Warod would realize his mistake for letting him get away. He realized it moments before it happened, his reflexes all that stopped him getting skewered by a sharp spike at the end of a large tree trunk as he rolled off his sand wave. Of course, he wouldn't be left alone so easily. Warod didn't want to give him any chance to recover. The message to be sent was how he ran away and was killed like a coward, not that he ran away and came back stronger. Generating another small sand wave, he continued to rush, the strain starting to take its toll him. He could barely keep the sand together as he rushed forward, a trail of sand starting to leak away the further he traveled. Glancing back, he could see Warod had yet to give up his chase, riding on the back of a large bending tree trunk in the thick vegetation on top of it. The man didn't make much movements to make his magic work, instead standing there and making small flicks with his staff. But when he looked back, he could see he was almost there. The army was right ahead, and he could begin to make out a few faces. Many worried, but anyone would be if you saw a giant tree chasing after one of your own. Brandish. Get dash. He never managed to finish, Warod having caught up the moment he looked away by increasing the speed of his ride. His breath was knocked out of his body as he was pushed face first against the ground, and there was an odd feeling through his chest that was sending waves of pain through his body. Barely managing to tilt his head as he pushed it out of the dirt, he could just about see the source of his pain. Warod had taken the base of his staff and shoved it right through his chest, creating a hole that it rested in that barely missed his heart. That was probably luck if anything, since anyone would have difficulties at aiming while moving and then jumping at such speed. Ah, this sucked. And he had almost made it too. With his vision going dark, he reckoned this was it. His sand body wasn't working anymore, and he couldn't even form even the simplest of defenses. He didn't have any more magic to use. The pain abruptly lessened and he felt a weight leave his back, his eyes barely managing to pick up Warod backing away as a few pebbles shot through the air, each causing a large crater when they hit the ground behind the Ukin. A foot landed beside him and he recognized those heels instantly, even in his close to unconscious state. Brandish. Sorry. I messed up. I'll take it from here. Really? Ah. Thanks. Brandish waited until Aziel closed his eyes before snapping her gaze towards Warod, signaling to the man behind her. Marin. Take Aziel to the medical corps. Make sure he lives. What about you, Captain Brandish? With this man as an enemy, you'll need dash. Leave Marin. Brandish didn't raise her voice, but the man behind her still felt like she had shouted the words at him. Nodding in fear, already having noticed how the ground around them was trembling, he picked up Aziel and vanished. Teleportation? You have all kinds of mages, don't you? I don't like conflict, Brandish stated, more to herself than anyone else. I see it as a pointless activity. But I am capable of it. Clenching her fists, shockwaves burst out along the ground, the earth rising upwards. Holding onto a hastily grown plant, Warod felt it slip from his grasp as he realized how high they were going. When the earth finally stopped rising, he spared a glance downwards, the soldiers below like ants to him. Impressive. I've never encountered a magic like this before. This isn't normal earth magic. I'll show you Alvarez's might, declared Brandish, her magical power spiking. I don't care how strong you are. Emperor Spriggan sent us here to fight, and fight we shall. I won't let you get away with the insult shown to us today. You're such a pretty lady, Warod joked, slamming his staff against the ground as he turned serious and let plants push their way to the surface from the cracks in the land. I hope you don't regret wasting that life of yours on a pointless venture like this. Protector of the Fairies. So you finally decided to show yourselves, stated August, his staff leaning against him as he rested on the ground. Using it as a support, he pushed himself to his feet, his eyes never leaving his two new guests. They had somehow managed to tear a hole through his barrier, and do it in such a way that didn't destroy the whole barrier in the process, which meant it wasn't done through raw brute strength. Well then, might I have the names of visitors so I may address you both properly? The first of his guests, a tall man with scruffy shoulder-length blonde hair, held out a hand in greeting. Ah yes, I suppose that is only polite. I am known as the Dark Sword Jerome by most, but it's easier to say Jerome for short. August took one look at the man before leaving his hand hanging, Jerome reluctantly pulling it back. He had nothing against the man. He just didn't like unknowns. Combine that with the fact that the man was dressed with a metal breastplate, an open long grey coat over it, and had a large sword in his other hand, he deemed it wise to not get too close, especially with the foul presence he felt from both the man and the blade. The second of the two looked very similar to a priest with the get-up he was wearing. Dressed in the robes of a priest, with a large collar forming a bowl shape around his neck, and a parody of the hats used by the Zentopia Church's high priests, he easily could have passed for some kind of religious man. It was the mask that set him on edge, metallic in nature, that covered the man's whole face. Slits had been made for breathing, along with having 7 small holes in the eyes for the man to see out from. Considering the fact that the mask even had a beard and mustache engraved onto it, it was likely this was something worn quite often. His own weapon was a staff held in his right hand. Like from Jerome, he felt a sense of foulness from him and his staff, only stronger. The staff, taller than the priest, was entirely metal, 3 spikes at the top of it making it similar to a trident. Just below them was a batwing design, an eye right in between the two as if enclosed. The foulness was especially strong from that staff, coming right from that eye if his senses were correct. It was odd, however. He had studied so many types of magic, seen some horrifying stuff, and yet nothing compared to how foul this sensation was. Not even Emperor Spriggan's death magic left an impression like this. This just felt wrong. It was the only way to explain it. "And you?" he asked, waiting for the priest's name. The man didn't keep him waiting long, his voice escaping the metal mask. "My name is hardly important, but I suppose the name Arlok suffices. In the end, I am simply a messenger of our god, here to act out his will." "A god, huh?" Straightening his posture, August watched both men carefully. It was never fun interacting with cults. The people involved in them were far too fanatical for his liking. It was made worse when they actually posed some kind of threat. His magical power was far stronger, he already knew this from the moment they broke through his barrier, but the fact they even did that was worrying. "I've fought one myself once. Well, not so much a god but a man who likes to think himself as one if we go by his title. So then, who is yours?" "Ziref." Tilting his head slightly, what must have been an expression of curiosity reckoned August due to being unable to see the man's expression at all, Arlok stared at him for a few moments. "You really are clueless, aren't you?" "What was that?" August asked, keeping his anger in check. Sometimes he was glad he was so old. It meant he had years of experience at keeping his anger in check. "Sorry, but this old man must have misheard you. Would you mind repeating that for me?" "You heard me. You're clueless. But to answer your question, I think I'll grant you a partial answer. No, we do not serve Ziref. Rather, we despise him. Out of all of them that exist, Ziref is by far the worst, an existence our god detests." "I see. I fail to see how this affects me." "Apologizes for our priest," said Jerome quickly, placing himself between the two of them. August didn't let his guard down for an instant. He recognized how the sword Jerome used was being placed towards him rather than away. He's very big on spreading the faith around. Personally, I'm more of a private believer. Not really one to sprout it out to the world if I can help it. Of course. Everyone has their faith. And everyone expresses it to different degrees. Excellent. I'm glad you agree. Now then, we honestly have nothing against you. We really don't. Well, maybe a bit. You are the current Magic King after all. There's only one reason you would have that title, you realize. Frowning, August gripped his staff tighter. Did they know? No, it was impossible. It was one of his most closely guarded secrets. It was impossible for them to know. But even so, that look hinted at it so much. Just who were these people? Unfortunately, we can't risk the help you will provide to your fellow allies. It's not a matter of helping them later, we don't care about that, but as it stands you can catch up to all your fellow mages in a second with teleportation magic. And if that happens, you just might push the army blocking you back. As much as we may detest Warod Sikin and those like him, he is inevitably helping us fulfill our goals for the time being. Now if we can come to a safe conclusion here, then that would be great. It would be a waste of all of our times to fight when we don't need to. I see. Moving faster than his age might suggest, August leaped backwards, tracing out symbols in the air as magic circles surrounded the two men. And if I refuse? Jerome sighed, reluctantly lifting his sword in preparation. So be it. May your sacrifice help path the way of this righteous journey. The seals detonated, fire pouring out from them and turning the enclosed area the seals made into a roaring furnace. A moment later the flames died down, August frowning as they did so. This spell should not have ended so quickly. At the very least it should have lasted 5 seconds more. Trying to force some more magic into it, the spell potentially failing because of his negligence, he almost dropped his staff in shock when he realized that he couldn't. Because the spell he had cast no longer existed there. The magic was gone. Or rather it had been destroyed. As the last of the flames vanished, August saw his opponents. Enclosed in a transparent dome that radiated black energy from it, Arlok's staff raised upwards and generating the barrier, he watched as the remains of his flames brushed against the barrier before being destroyed. Not swept away, not absorbed, but destroyed. The very magic that fueled them was no longer there, and instead was something so foul that he felt like he would be sick if he continued to observe it. Just what was it? Focusing on the situation, fully aware he had no time to ponder on such matters, he readied himself to dodge anything sent his way and to retaliate in turn. I have to ask, what is stopping me from leaving right now? This barrier, replied Arlok with a chuckle. This is your landing point, is it not? You could run, but that would leave this area unsafe once you leave and your barrier comes down. It's only maintained in this area because of your presence. And if anyone was lying in wait for your reinforcements to arrive, they would catch them unaware as they try to land, potentially causing thousands upon thousands of deaths. Tell me, do you still want to run? He scowled. They had him cornered with that. But he would still be all right. He was outnumbered only by 2 to 1. That was nothing when he considered how strong magically these two were. Their magical power, while decent by normal standards, was hardly something to trouble him. His magical power far exceeded their own. No, the issue came from what Arlok did to stop his spell. It was likely him that broke through his barrier too, which meant he was doing something to compensate for his lower magical power. A magic tool maybe? Whatever it was, he could not afford to be sloppy and get caught unawares. He was far too old to fall for such tricks. Jerome made the first move, rushing towards him recklessly. He couldn't help admire the man's lack of fear, and his speed was decent. But it was nowhere near enough to catch him off guard and close the distance. He had fought people far faster than this man. His staff rose and from the tip sparked lightning, the energy being fired directly at the man. Right as it was about to make contact, however, Jerome swung his sword, the blade cutting through the lightning and causing the whole thing to fail. Once again, his magic failed. It seemed it was not only Arlok who he had to be wary of. Aware that he couldn't let the man get too close, he quickly changed tactics, forming a barrier in front of him for Jerome to slam against. The black blade sliced into the barrier and it was then he acted, reinforcing the barrier around the blade and adding more layers to trap it within without Jerome. Right before it could be completed, however, a blast of dark energy caused him to divert his focus, creating a wall of ice right in front of the incoming beam. The magic barely lasted a few moments, but by that point the beam had stopped too, the two energies reaching a stalemate. Hastily returning his attention towards his other enemy, he realized too late that he had allowed him to get too close. As the blade swiped across at him, he vanished, forced to teleport away or risk dying. The barrier collapsed as the power being sent to it became disrupted, an unfortunate side effect of the teleportation. The slight spike of magical power in the distance, however, settled his worries, the familiar sensation of his ally rapidly approaching. He wasn't the only one to sense the magical power. The two men both felt it, and their efforts immediately doubled as Jerome swung his sword downwards from over his shoulder. As the blade finished its arc, a large crescent blast flew from the surface of the blade, corroding the ground as it traveled across it. He didn't dare let the blast even come close to him, putting up a barrier in between him and the attack while teleporting a good distance away to be on the safe side. He was right to do so as the attack cut through his barrier like paper, not even slowing down. He didn't have time to observe it, however. The moment he had landed from his teleportation, a multi-layered barrier had sprouted up around him, trapping him within. The walls were already starting to close in and it seemed the barrier itself was interfering with his ability to teleport. Never mind then. He'd break it down with raw force. Spinning the staff, he let the energy build up before slamming the base down on the ground, a large shockwave rippling out across the ground and causing the barrier to shatter. Aiming his staff back up at Arlok, he generated water from the top of his staff, letting the pressurized stream cut through the air towards the priest. Those barriers were strong, but he was stronger. Right before it could hit, Jerome jumped in front of the blast, his sword held up to cut the focused stream in half. He let up after a few seconds when it became obvious that it would not change anything to continue the attack, letting the water fade and fall to the floor. "You two are skilled," August admitted, still standing strong while the other two began to show small signs of strain. "But you aren't on my level. Leave now and I won't chase you. I'll let you go. You won't like the alternative. Flee." Arlok laughed, raising his staff upwards. "Never. Listen to my call, my servant hiding in the sky. The contract is set, now fulfill your end." "Akuzatsunagi. I won't let you!" screamed out August, seeing the opening in the clouds above that represented where this being was being summoned from. Akuzatsunagi, one of the Yakuma 18 war gods. Fighting such a beast if he was allowed to be summoned was far too difficult right now. He didn't know how this man had made a contract with the god, and he didn't want to know really, but he had to stop him from completely summoning him. Raising his staff to the clouds, he quickly ran through all the techniques he knew to stop summons. With one bound as complicated as this, he would need a sufficiently strong one to send the god back to its normal resting place. All he had to do was force it back a bit since its foot was starting to exit from the clouds. He sighed, his staff glowing brightly with pure white light as he held it upwards at the foot that was about to squash him. He normally wouldn't have revealed a spell like this, but he had no choice. At least these two already seemed to understand what his magic truly was, else he would be giving away a significant advantage. Magic God's Blast. The energy shot upwards in a flash, impacting against the god's foot and shattering it as it sent the remains upwards. A wound like that would regenerate given time in the god's normal home, but that didn't bother him. His staff moved quickly, tracing out symbols that formed a large magic circle in the sky under the clouds. Disperse. A blast tore through the clouds before they were scattered back across the sky. Turning back to Arlok, he realized too late that Jerome was gone. He could barely make out the flicker of dark energy from his left side as the blade began to swing, the man having gotten to him while he had been distracted with Akuzatsunagi. His teleportation magic wouldn't activate in time too, possibly bringing the man with him by accident. They had him. Or rather they would have done if Jerome hadn't been sent flying to one side, a fist held where his head had just been. Pulling her fist back, DeMaria looked at her fist in amusement before turning to August. "What's wrong, old man? Having problems?" "Slightly," August admitted, keeping an eye on the two men. "They use a strange energy. I can still overpower them, but it is tricky, especially when they show power far stronger than what they should be capable of." "Oh." DeMaria clicked her teeth in amusement. "How interesting. Reinforcements arrived, I see," stated Arlok in annoyance. "Very well, it seems we have no choice now but to retreat. Fighting the Magic King was a difficult enough task in itself. We would rather not fight Alvarez's Valkyrie in the process." "And you think we'll let you leave now?" asked August, his staff held up as a barrier surrounded them all. "You won't escape here. I've already made sure to disrupt any teleportation magic attempting to interact with anyone inside this barrier. That will not be a problem." Slamming his staff against the ground, dark energy burst out from the base, surrounding the two men and reaching up to grab them. For a brief moment, the form of a right hand could be seen before it grabbed the two, pulling them down into the mass of dark energy and vanishing. Only when they were finally gone did the foul feeling August had felt let up, and even then it still remained, traces still present where the two men had stood. It would fade, but it would take time, that he was sure of. "Can you track them?" DeMaria asked, disgust layering her voice. It seemed she had sensed the energy the two men had been using now. "Unfortunately no. The energy they used is unlike anything I have ever felt, and I am hesitant to even approach it, let alone examine it. Even if I did, I have to reluctantly admit that I would have no idea of how to work out where their destination was to. This energy is unlike normal magic. As much as I'm loath to admit it, I am not even sure this is even magic." "Then what the hell is it then?" Gesturing at the faint foul residue, DeMaria frowned. "What could it be but magic? Sure, it's a bit foul, but there isn't any other form of energy people can use. She quickly looked at him for an answer. Right. August shook his head. I'm sorry, but I do not know the answer. Perhaps Emperor Spriggan might know, but right now there is not time to ask. Can you secure this place alone now? Maria scoffed, placing a hand on her hip with a confident smirk across her face. Of course. It'll be a snap. Good. I'm heading to the front lines then. Quickly contacting Brandish as he began to move, walking away from Maria as the woman started to map out areas in her head to use if a fight broke out, he quickly got her to inform him of the situation. He didn't dare create a projection like before, so he had to settle for telepathy. It took only a few moments for him to learn of the situation, of what he needed to do and where he needed to go, easily getting the coordinates from identifying where Brandish's magical power was. So when he teleported all the way to her and behind Warod, he already knew what he needed to do. The man he could instantly sense to be Anukin was far too slow at reacting. Anyone would be if a new enemy suddenly teleported in after not being even seen before the fighting happened. The raw concentrated magic at the end of his staff blasted forward, and even the hastily constructed barrier made in that brief moment was not enough. The moment the blast connected, the trees were smashed out of the way and the blast connected with Warod, the man being torn apart as the beam ripped through his chest. Protector of the Fairies. The overkill. Breathing heavily, Brandish watched as the body of Warod fell to the ground, his head falling to lean over the edge. Fighting him had been too close for comfort. She had stopped him from gaining any ground and had kept him up here, but the cost meant that the battle below was going poorly. There were some skilled mages in her group, but they simply wouldn't be enough against some of Ishgar's mages. Wait, August called out, stopping her from lowering the platform she had made back down to the ground. The man's eyes had yet to leave Warod's motionless body, as if thinking it was some kind of ploy. What's wrong? He should be dead. You shot him through the chest and destroyed his heart. Yes, he should be. But he's lived for over 100 years, and in that time his magic gave him this appearance rather than letting him live in a human form. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't need a heart to function. I see. He probably needs a brain at least. Grabbing a pebble from her coat's pocket, she threw it before August could say anything to stop her, the projectile screeching as it tore across the air so quickly. A small barrier tried to divert its course only for the pebble to smash right through it, crashing into Warod's body and causing it to break open. The moment it did, green light spewed forth, the two mages being forced to shield their eyes from its intensity. Barely able to make out details, August did his best to aim with his staff, firing off a blast of magic into the light. He heard the sound as it hit something only for a staff to be revealed as the light dimmed, held in the way of his blast. Warod himself was standing there now, and yet he was also on the ground, dead. Looking between the two, he immediately noticed the difference. The one on top was completely naked, showing just how much of his body was like that of a tree's. Grabbing the cloak from the body at his feet, Warod suddenly dove off the platform, plummeting down towards the ground below. August didn't bother going after him, knowing he wouldn't be able to catch him the moment a massive tree suddenly shot upwards right afterwards and redirected itself right towards the back of Ishgar's army. Leave him, he stated to Brandish, watching how the woman had made for another pebble from her coat. He's retreating at least. Besides, we need to fight on the ground. Our forces won't last much longer if we don't. What did he do? Brandish quietly asked, still staring at the body. I thought you killed him. I might have done that. It seems, however, that this man is not so easily killed. Leave him for now. If he's chosen to run, even when he just survived what was a lethal hit, it means there is a weakness to such forms of regeneration or rebirth. Watching in the distance as the platform was lowered back to the ground, barely making a sound as it hit the surface nor creating the slightest shockwave, Warod sighed as he pulled his cloak further around him to fight off the chill in the air. That was a close one, he muttered to himself, keeping a grip on his staff just in case he might fall over without it. Didn't even see him coming. Allowing the massive tree he was riding to take him down to the ground, he stepped off it as it reached the command tent he had seen originally on his way here. The plant behind him withered away, much to his displeasure. He had no choice, however. The environment wouldn't be able to continuously support a plant of this scale. He had been forced to do the same with the one he used to get here too, since a lot of problems could be caused by a tree over 100 miles long. General Kyoraku. Shunsui bowed his head a little, tilting his large straw hat in greeting. Warodsikin, one of the 4 gods of Ishgar. Isn't this a surprise? To the best of my knowledge, we've been trying to contact you for the past few days, with little success, might I add. Ah, what can I say? Warod jokily said, adding in a laugh for good measure. He wasn't oblivious to what this man was implying. You must have gotten the wrong house. Who knows what details the old chairman messed up with. Indeed. Well, it can be said to be a relief that you are here now. Stopping that sand wave was a lifesaver for us. Glancing at the state of the wizard saint, Shunsui frowned. I assume something went wrong, however. 2 more mages should be joining the fight. At least as strong as the first man I fought, potentially more dangerous to you lot with the exception of that sand wave. You might want to run in there soon and double or even triple team them. And what about you? Shunsui asked, watching as Warod began to leave. Are you not staying? I'd like to, Warod admitted, not turning round so that he wouldn't have to see the fighting that would inevitably draw him in just to try and help somehow. But unfortunately I let my guard down. I won't be able to fight enemies of that caliber for at least a week. I'm nothing more than a little sapling in contrast to my usual self. Every little bit can help you realize. I know. Slamming the base of his staff against the ground, green light shone from the ground and expanded outwards towards their forces. Shunsui wasn't sure exactly what the man had done, but the noise from the medical tents was suddenly a lot livelier than before. Keep fighting. I did what I can. Now you all have to play your part. And what about you? Shunsui pointed out. What is your role? You turned up here, out of the blue, no warning or anything, and now you are leaving just as quickly. If you really had intended to be helping right now, why avoid contact? Unless you came here only because you couldn't help yourself. Does it really matter why? Asked Warod. I came to help, that's all that needs to be said. Generating another large tree beneath his feet, Warod was sent flying upward with it before soaring towards the distance, leaving as quickly as he had come. Sighing as he turned back to the battlefield, Shunsui watched the chaos starting to unfold before drawing both blades. There was a lot of work to be done if they were to keep their ground. Protector of the Fairies. Knocking another arrow to her bow, Yuzu let it sail across the sky, slamming right through the head of a nearby hollow. They had all come out of nowhere. 1 second it had been all quiet, and the next an entire army of hollows had poured out from a hole right in the center of their forces. She didn't know how many people they had lost, she wasn't sure she wanted to know, but it was a lot. What was worse was that they were divided. While they outnumbered the hollows, that was only in numbers. People were falling in the hundreds as they tried to stop the waves of hollows, each individually stronger than their own general infantry were individually. And that was only the start of the trouble. It was made worse by the Minos that had followed. There was no better way to break their will than to summon such a large number of Minos Grande right in the center of them. They towered over them all, their bone-white masks becoming faces of death to most. A single Zero from them tore through their ranks like a hammer, completely disintegrating most of the people unfortunately enough to get caught in its blast. They weren't enemies normal mages could deal with. Any mage that had sufficient firepower was trying to focus on the Minos Grandes, and yet that also alerted any nearby hollows watching to attack them, knowing that they were a threat. The hollows functioned almost instantly to threats, and it was scary. She wanted to turn to Karen for some form of help. Reassurance mainly that everything would be okay. Her dad was fine but Karen was better. She was her twin after all, and she knew her better than anyone. But they had been separated, and it was hard to get a chance to find her in this chaos. She saw blasts of fire so often right now and she didn't have time to judge if they were from Karen's Zanpakuta or not. She wasn't sure where Taushiro was either, but hopefully he would at least be with Karen so someone could be watching her back. Originally when they had been scattered she had been forced apart with Kagura and Kana, the latter a new face to her from Fairy Tail but who seemed friendly enough. Then when the Minos appeared they got separated too, Kagura being swarmed by large numbers of hollows while Kana had rushed towards one of the nearest Minos Grandes. She still thought she could see her every now and again, explosions detonating near the masks of the hollows that resembled the kind of magic she had seen the woman use originally. As for her father, she had no idea. He was probably out there somewhere, fighting off swarms of them. There was no way he would have been able to wait and preserve his energy for any of the army's own elites, not with the dangerous situation they had found themselves in, and she wasn't even sure how they would get out of this. It was simply horrifying. Hearing the screech of a hollow from behind her, the only warning that an attack was coming, she barely managed to dodge the vicious swipes of the claws with a rapid series of bursts of Hyrenkyaku. Bringing up her bow quickly, she aimed directly at the mask of the hollow that attacked her. She took in only the briefest of details about it, a thought crossing her mind how it resembled a tear with blades for arms, before the arrow impacted against the mask and shattered it, the hollow vanishing immediately afterwards. Draw the arrow, aim at the head, release. Those 3 steps repeated over and over again in her mind, her only source of peace in the midst of chaos. If she hit the mask and destroyed it, the hollow would vanish and die. That information was stuff that had been distributed to everyone, but it was only when you got to see it in action that it really drove home how sudden a hollow's death was in comparison to striking at the rest of the body to try and kill them. But it wasn't always easy. In all the chaos, there was not always time to focus for most mages. She was only okay because she had trained for years and years on getting perfect shots with her arrows, even in the face of battle where anything could happen. Seeing another hollow approaching, she quickly drew another arrow and fired, the hollow vanishing as the projectile connected with its mask. A trail of blood trickled down her fingertips, the only real injury she had obtained so far apart from cuts and bruises from being knocked around a bit or from being too close to some friendly fire. She was starting to feel the strain from her magic. She could fire a lot of arrows, but there was a limit beyond how many arrows you could make. It had been over an hour now of fighting non-stop, and she hadn't rested from firing arrows in that time. Her draw hand was having the skin on her fingers ripped off, the process of firing arrow after arrow taking its toll. As much as she would love a break, however, there wasn't time for that. She had to keep fighting, else she'd die. There was nowhere to run right now, and if they did, then they'd lose this position, and then all the lives lost would be for nothing. Aren't you a tasty-looking thing? She felt her body freeze for a second, a chill running down her spine as she turned towards the voice. All the hollows around her suddenly didn't seem interested in going after anymore, and she knew why that was. Whoever this hollow was in front of her, it was stronger than the others. And it had claimed her as its prey and its prey alone. Was this thing even a hollow though? For starters, it didn't look like a normal hollow. It was human size, and while she did know about the human-sized Vastolords, she was confident he wasn't one of them. If he was, she probably would have felt the overwhelming power they had by now. Then there was the weird fact that this hollow was dressed in clothes. It was a bone-white outfit, similar to a dress or gown. Over that was a type of jacket she had seen nobles wear on the rare occasions that she met or saw one, all frilly with lace. What was odd, however, was the cylindrical helmet the hollow wore. It wasn't a mask, it wasn't the right type of material, and it seemed too odd anyway to have been one. It extended up to about the length of her forearm, 4 holes on each side extending down it. What was really odd, however, was the sword the man had at his waist, his one ungloved hand resting on its hilt. Who? What are you? Araniro Arururi, Espada number 9. Espada. She ignored the fact that the hollow had acted so human-like for a moment. It was bad enough when hollows acted on instinct and awareness. If they had more developed reason, things would get tricky fast. Especially since she couldn't see any sign of the mask that she would have to aim for. It might be why the helmet was there. To prevent her killing him in one blow. What's that? A prestigious position, only held by the strongest of the Arankar our king has in his employment. However, I have to say that I'm not that satisfied with my current number. If you would kindly just surrender, I promise I'll be as painless as possible while eating you. The chill was back, and she wasn't afraid to admit she was scared. Creating an arrow and drawing it back, aiming it at the hollow's head, and finally firing. She completed the motions in just over a second, having paused slightly to pack more energy into the attack. But before it could connect with the hollow's helmet, Araniro drew the sword at his waist and sliced through the arrow. The moment it was drawn, she had a pretty good idea of what it was from how familiar it felt. A Zanpakuto. Oh, so you noticed? Correct, this is a fully functional Zanpakuto. You're a Shinigami? She asked in shock, a small growl coming from her enemy at her words. Shinigami. The hollow scoffed. Don't make me laugh. No, I'm a hollow. One who gained the power of a Shinigami. In other words, I'm your end little Quincy. Spinning the blade by its hilt with his wrist, water starting to pour off it, he spoke out words she hadn't thought a hollow could say anything like. Surge, water, and heaven, Nijibana. The Zanpakuto shifted, revealing a cross between a trident and a halberd in the hollow's hands. Water surround both ends of the weapon. Well then, added Araniro hungrily, pointing the trident at her. I guess my meal is going to get a bit messy. Protector of the Fairies. Smacking away a volley of arrows from nearby with a wave of flames, Natsu guarded Gajiel's back, the Iron Dragon Slayer doing the same for him as they continued to defend against the constant assault. Every so often they got a chance for a big hit, and when that happened they normally took out a lot of these pesky archers at once. The problem came in that it was hard to move forward and attack when there were so many arrows being fired at them. There were similar situations all over the army. While a lot of the arrows didn't have much punch to them, or at least they didn't to him, they still made up for it in numbers. The sheer quantity was keeping everyone on their toes, and people were dying on their side as quickly as they were on the enemy's side. He didn't like this. Killing felt wrong. So very wrong. And yet if he didn't do it, if he didn't let his flames run wild and burn his enemies to a crisp, others would die from their side instead. It was a horrible experience that he despised having to take part with for every second it occurred, and yet he still had to continue anyway. He hoped the others felt the same. Then he'd have someone to relate with about this, provided they survive long enough. Hey Salamander, Gajiel called out from behind him, shifting his arm into an iron pole and firing it out into the crowd. Immediately the arm shot back to its original state and shifted again, forming a wide shield of iron to deflect the latest volley of arrows at them. How you holding up? This is nothing, Natsu replied instantly, raising both hands as flames poured around them. Fire Dragon's brilliant flame. Releasing the large orb of flames, Natsu watched for a moment as it expanded outwards as it flew, crashing into a large group of Quincy and sending the whole group flying away. A small knock to his back, purposefully weak so that Natsu would realize it was Gajiel and not an enemy, drew his eyes in annoyance to his fellow Dragon Slayer. Hey? What the hell's the problem? Are you an idiot? Don't just send off attacks like that. Do you want to burn yourself out? This is the whole reason we aren't even using our dual element modes, despite how much easier it would be. I'll be fine, stated Natsu, and he was. It wasn't a bluff, it was just that the attack hadn't taken up much magical power. Gajiel looked at him oddly before shaking his head, snapping out with his arm and deflecting a series of arrows. Alright then, do as you wish. If you're really feeling okay, are you up for taking out one of those guys? Following Gajiel's gaze, Natsu saw what he was looking at. Like they were easily holding off the Quincy around them, this man was doing the same not far from them with their own mages. They kept hearing loud roars, and every time it happened more of them fell. Fine with me, Natsu said, a wide smile across his face. Let's show him how you really roar. Quickly bringing their heads back, magic building up, the two launched their own respective breath attack into the group of Quincy between them and their target. Anyone in its way was blown away, the attack even heading towards the Quincy they were after. At the last possible moment, the Quincy noticed their attack, turning and roaring himself at it. The roar was far louder than any previously, and they had to fight off the urge to cover their ears with their more sensitive hearing. Their attacks, however, were completely stopped, the force from the roar's sound waves stopping the flames and metal in their path. Natsu and Gajiel didn't bother thinking much on it though. The man had to roar to do what he did. So they just had to make sure he couldn't to beat him. It was as simple as that. They had only a brief moment to take in the man's appearance before they had to focus on fighting. He was a large man with a dark complexion, most of his body mass muscle. With the canines and sharpened fingernails, however, he slightly resembled an ape to them. The typical uniform most Quincy were wearing was present on him too, with the addition of a long cloak with the emblem on it that they had seen from the flags held by some of the Quincy. More pests? Die. Lifting up his large broadsword, the Quincy swung at them, the blade crashing into the ground as they dodged. Gajeel wasted no time in countering, turning his arm into a blade and letting the spikes on the edge rotate rapidly like a chainsaw. Swinging up with the blade, not bothered to add any form of protection to the deadly blade when the man he was fighting wasn't a friend, the iron cut across the man's chest, causing him to let out a roar of pain. That unfortunately also meant they were forced to endure the roar's force again, being pushed back slightly as the shockwaves hit them. The man's body rapidly began to change the longer he roared, becoming more and more like an ape's as he grew larger and more feral. "You think you can beat me?" he growled out angrily, slamming a fist against the ground as he abandoned his sword completely. "I am Jerome Gui's bat, wielder of the roar. You all are nothing compared to me." Letting out another massive roar, men fell all around the Quincy, both friend and foe alike, as their bodies were mutilated by the sound waves. Plugging his ears, Natsu rushed forward, using flames to propel himself towards the Quincy and launching a kick right at the man's jaw to break it. Spitting out blood, Jerome swung at Natsu before getting hit by a slash from Gajeel, leaving another bleeding gash across his chest as he was sent flying backwards. Painfully pushing himself to his feet, the beginnings of strings of blue light tied weakly around his major limbs, Jerome suddenly grunted in pain as a fist slammed through his chest from behind. "Get lost," stated the man behind him before the Quincy's body was ripped apart as another hand pulled at the wound. Letting the two halves of the man fall to the ground beside him, the Quincy smirked happily as he felt an influx of energy hit him. "Ah, that hit the spot." "You." Natsu could feel himself shaking in anger from what he had just seen. The man in front of him was a similar height to the other Quincy that the man had just killed, wearing a similar uniform too, which announced his allegiance clearly. Large sideburns traveled down the man's face, connecting below the chin, while on his hands rested a pair of bands, one on each hand, that went over the man's knuckles. "Wasn't he your comrade? Why did you kill him?" "Comrade? This guy?" Kicking the corpse of his fellow Quincy, the man laughed at the outraged look on Natsu's face along with the disgust on Gajeel's own. "Why the hell should I care about him? We were united by loyalty to His Majesty only. I couldn't give one jewel about this idiot. What I do care about is that his life becomes meaningful for His Majesty. By killing him, I have granted him a chance I could have denied him. Why are you mad? You should be grateful to me. His life didn't become pointless after all." "What did you say?" He shouldn't be so mad. But every time he heard something from this man, he imagined the situation being reversed, with one of fairy tale doing such an act. His flames bursting out uncontrollably in anger, Natsu rocketed forward, the Quincy bringing up his arms quickly to defend with. And yet right before he reached him, he found a hand landing on his shoulder. "Sorry, Driscoll. This one's mine." He vanished, or rather he suddenly appeared elsewhere, right in the middle of a group of Quincy a mile away. This was behind enemy lines, and he immediately got ready to deflect the counter-attack that would come. Only it didn't. Looks were sent at him and yet the Quincy were avoiding the area. It immediately became obvious, however, as he eyed the glowing blue bars surrounding the area he was in, pushing the other Quincy away from the area to leave a large dome that he was trapped in. "I've been waiting for a chance like this," stated the man who had captured him, and he recognized it immediately. Quiljopi stood there, trying to look composed and failing as a vicious smirk kept appearing across his face. "I've wanted to pay you back for the humiliation you forced me to suffer for some time now, and how could I miss a chance like this when I have permission to fight at my full strength? Natsu Dragneel, I hope you are prepared for your execution. You won't be leaving here alive. Protector of the Fairies. Hey Wendy. Look. I got you a present." Wendy sighed. "Kelia, taking the pendants from the Quincy you defeated isn't right." "Really?" Kelia frowned, looking at the 100 metal pendants she had collected before shrugging, throwing them away down to the ground below. "Oh well." Hiding her head in her hands in frustration, her staff tucked under her arm, Wendy wondered what she had done to deserve this. With all the fighting they had been a part of, Kelia had ended up losing herself again. Since they weren't fighting one another, she was far more pleasant to deal with at least. The only problem was Kellia's overbearingness at times like this when she tried to shower her with gifts from those she had defeated. It was only made less mortifying by the fact that no one could see them currently. Having started to run low on magic, the two of them had retreated upwards into the clouds, replenishing their energy high up so they couldn't be disturbed. It was odd how natural dragon force came to her after using it only twice, but it was helpful with the situation at hand. Like her too, Kellia had a similar grasp on her god oversoul, black wind constantly surrounding her as she played. "We should get back," Wendy pointed out, beginning to lower herself slightly to peer out beneath a cloud. Some Quincy had tried to go after them from time to time, firing arrows up into the clouds, but they fell short with how high they were. Under normal circumstances they might have been chased, but no Quincy wanted to enter what was their domain. The air was so thin where they were, and yet she could still breathe normally like there was no problem at all. Gazing down at the armies below, Wendy wanted to cry at how much death was happening. She could see so much magic being used, more and more falling on both sides. It was horrible to watch, but she had to if she was to work out where they had to go to next. A sudden burst of movement caught her eyes, Kellia lowering herself down to join her and peering over her shoulder as she wrapped an arm over her. "Hey, that's Uriah," she pointed out, waving a finger at him in the distance. "Hey Wendy, let's go say hi." "Wendy? Wendy? Come on, let's go." "He's an enemy," Wendy was forced to point out, Kellia looking confused for a moment before smiling embarrassedly and tapping her fist against her head. "Oops. Oh well, let's fight him then. Our love can't be stopped by anyone." "Please don't say it like that," Wendy begged, her focus quickly being caught back on Uriah's small form. He was hard to notice, but if Kellia said it was him then she'd have to trust in her friend's eyes and senses. Kellia knew him better than she did after all. "Where's he going?" "Going?" Kellia watched herself as Uriah darted away, high above most of the mages to the point where they might not even be noticing him if they weren't looking up high enough. Following him looked like 4 other Quincy, heading past their blockade and further into Fiore. "They're breaking through. Let's go after them." "What?" "We can't do that," explained Wendy rapidly. "We need to warn the others. Find Urza or Jura or Mirti and Desh." She was cut off by Kellia kissing her to shut her up. "Don't do that." "What's wrong? People in love do that, right?" Ignoring Wendy's protests, Kellia pointed a finger towards the 5 Quincy dramatically. "Let's chase after them. Onwards." "Kellia, wait." It was too late, Kellia speeding off through the sky after the fast group of Quincy. Reluctantly sighing, already aware of how much Carla was going to shout at her for doing this, she chased after her friend. She couldn't let Kellia face them alone, even if they couldn't do much against 5 of them. In the worst case she'd be able to drag Kellia away if things got too rough. As much as she hated to admit it, however, Kellia had a point. Who knew what kind of trouble the Quincy would cause if they had free rein? No matter what, they had to make sure they didn't do anything bad. Protector of the Fairies. Groaning, Gajeel looked up to see what he had crashed into it. The red-haired woman looked down at him, standing strong even after having him slammed into her. "Urza," he muttered in greeting, taking the hand extended out to him and being helped to his feet. Looking back to where he had come from, he let out a whistle, unable to help himself, being impressed at how far he had been thrown. "Wow. I wondered how I ended up near you. That Quincy has one hell of a punch." "I can see," Urza replied, looking at the Iron Dragon Slayer. The iron scales he had used had been shattered around his chest, as if something heavy had slammed into them with enough force to shatter them. "Who's your opponent?" Gajeel shrugged. Said his name was Driscoll Bursey or something like that. I muted a lot of what he said since it was mostly comprised of him insulting everyone, alive and dead. "I see." Following the path that where Gajeel had come flying out from, Urza's eyes widened, darting in front of the Dragon Slayer as her armor flashed and enveloped itself in light. Her massive shield armor, the adamantine armor, took the place of her usual Heart Cruise armor, barely giving her enough time to slam the 2 halves of the shields together and for the magic circle to appear, boosting the defense of the shield. It made little difference to the end result as the attack slammed against the barrier and shattered it, impacting against the shields themselves and finally coming to rest. Her shield was destroyed, however, as it broke apart a moment later, the projectile that had hit it falling to the ground and breaking apart back into energy. What had been fired at them could hardly be called an arrow with how long and large it was. Rather, it resembled a javelin more than anything else, a cross shape at the base of it. What? Composing herself as she let her armor change back, she gazed towards the direction the javelin had come from. Was that him? Gajeel shrugged, stretching out with his arms as he tried to warm up the muscles a bit more. He had a feeling he was going to be very sore after this fight. Probably. He's strong, but something about his words bothered me. Urza frowned, raising an eyebrow at him as she raised a hand to one side. A series of swords appeared into existence from her equipped space and fired, connecting with the few Quincy that had tried to break through the rune knights nearby. She tried to ignore the screams as her swords impaled them, knowing that she would never be able to sleep easily again if this kept up with how many of her own morals she was being forced to break, including her reluctance to take lives. What did he say that bothered you? Something about how his ally's death would serve a purpose. That it wouldn't be pointless. Admittedly though, he said this right after he killed his own ally, so it seems strange in my mind. He killed his own ally. Urza clenched her fists, watching as a large man began to approach them from where Gajeel had been sent flying from. Is that him? Yeah. He's even taking his time. That arrogant bastard, does he even see me as a threat? Keep calm, Urza reminded him, being forced to do the same herself. Lose your head in the midst of battle and that may become a reality. Easy for you to say, muttered Gajeel, but he still did as he was told. So then, what's the plan? Go at him quickly and try and take him down. Exactly. Gajeel smirked, iron starting to spread along his body as his iron drive burst to life, enclosing him in the usual iron armor. Fine with me. With a fast set of beats from his iron wings, Gajeel took off into the sky, letting out a large roar of excitement as he rushed at his opponent. Urza followed right behind him, shifting to her Heaven's Wheel armor with a ring of swords circling her body. Driscoll saw them coming, smirking in turn as he raised both hands up as fists in a ready stance. 2-on-1. Let's see if you really are strong enough. Catching the first blade sent flying at him, he sent it flying back into another and immediately rotated around as Gajeel shot down at him from above. Iron claws hit the Quincy's arms, brought up in defense, but all that it succeeded in doing was ripping the sleeves, a faint blue pattern barely visible across the man's skin. The second the claws were out of the way, the pattern changed, becoming red. Gajeel barely got out of the way in time when a fist soared at him, and even then it still caught his tail, smashing right through it with ease and sending metal scattering across the ground. Before he could pull his fist back, Urza shot forward, getting inside his guard as she sent the ring of swords flying right at his chest. The red pattern vanished immediately to be replaced with blue once more, the blades shattered against the man's chest and leaving only the rips they made as they entered through his clothes. What was that? Are you trying to tickle me, you two? Laughing at the shocked looks he could see on both their faces, he snapped out with a fist at Urza, crushing the ground where she had been standing. Dodging backwards, Urza's entire body was enveloped in light once more, her armor changed to her black wing armor. Quantity wouldn't work against this man until they worked out what his power was, since she had just wasted a lot of blades on what had been a fruitless venture. The man had high levels of strength, in both offensive capabilities and defensive ones. But like all abilities, there were limitations to it. There had to be. Gajeel. Got it. Taking a deep breath, Gajeel sent down a roar, iron spewing out everywhere as it impacted against the Quincy. Rushing in herself, the attack barely had finished when she struck out. She brought forward a sharp black blade and used it to try and slice through the man's chest. The blade hit flesh and cracked. It was better than breaking, the quality of the blade was better after all, but it still was being damaged, and from just attacking exposed areas. And as her blade moved, she knew she had hit flesh. There was no armor that she could see through the rips in his clothes. There was only that odd pattern of blue light. Driscoll acted the moment she tried to pull away, slamming a fist forward as the pattern turned red once more. She had a second to save herself, her blade coming up right in front of her to block the fist's path. It shattered, taking most of the blow before the fist carried onwards and smashing into her chest, sending her flying. She could swear that she had heard a rip or two crack, and she dreaded to think of what would have happened if she had been any closer and had been receiving the punch at full strength. Before she could fly far, Gajeel caught her, supporting her body with his own as his wings tried to slow them both down. Finally coming to a stop, Gajeel's eyes widened as he saw Driscoll right in front of them. The man had just jumped at them, his powerful muscles letting him close the distance the second he had wanted to. His wings slammed shut just in time as the man's fist shot forward, acting as a cocoon for the two fairy tale mages. The metal still broke, small shards leaving cuts across Urza, who had to take the brunt of what hit the two of them, but they were saved mostly by the fact that the man was too strong. The force of his punch sent them flying downwards, faster than the rest of the shards fell inwards and far enough away that the punch never made contact with their actual bodies. The pattern, Urza muttered quickly, wincing in pain as she clutched her side. That's the key. She waved off Gajeel's concerns as he tried to help her, summoning up a new armor to wear now that her black wing armor had been damaged from the man's previous punch. A new armor took its place, this one similar to her normal Heart Crew's armor. The main difference was that it had far more protection than her normal armor did, taking on greenish-silver tint to the metal. The skirt her Heart Crew's armor had was instead replaced with armored leggings, however, black trousers underneath and an olive belt around her waist over the breastplate. The fairy tale emblem could be seen on each pauldron, proudly displaying her guild's mark for all to see. The weapon that came with the armor was not a sword, however. Instead, it was a massive lance, similar to those used in jousting tournaments. Many designs decorated the metal at different layers, continuing up the length of the metal, which was over half the length of her own body. The pole was almost the exact same length, a heavy set pommel at the end of it. A new armor, huh? You've kept that one quiet. There was never a reason to need it. And it would have been ineffective against the dragons. But against him, it might work. It's my piercing armor. You're planning to overcome his defense, right? Gajeel smirked. I like it. So you worked out what the pattern means? Urza nodded. Only slightly, though. Now that I think about it, I remember Ichigo's sister using it when I fought her. I just never got a chance to ask what it was or what it meant. It matches this, however. Whenever he blocks, it turns blue. Whenever he attacks, it turns red. And on each occasion, he has a massive amount of strength. And he's confident in that fact too. I guessed, stated Gajeel, eyeing their opponent who was standing where he had landed back on the ground. He seemed to be laughing for some reason, and for the life of him he couldn't figure out why. He tried to see what the man was seeing, but he couldn't make it out, whatever it was. So you want me to get him to block some strikes, I presume? Let's not take any risks. Get him to focus and attack you. Give me an opening where he can't change back in time. So we're going to play dirty then. All right, I can get behind that. But if I'm going to get us an opening, I won't be able to do it with just my drive. Magic poured off Gajeel as he activated his Lightning Iron Dragon mode, shaping into lightning that wrapped itself around his limbs. Get ready. I can hold this mode for a while, but the more I use it, the more time he has to get used to it. And after that I can only pull out one more card before I have nothing left. Don't worry. Just do the best you can. Rushing forward, Gajeel raised an already transformed arm, iron flying off it towards Driscoll. The Quincy didn't even budge an inch, letting the iron harmlessly bounce off his skin and shatter all around him. What remained, however, were large enough chunks that Gajeel could use, a fact that brought a smirk to the Dragon Slayer's face. Dodging underneath a wide swing at him, he brought a fist right up into the man's chest, lightning blasting of it as the iron slammed into the Quincy. However, it did nothing but destroy the clothes in its path, the flesh beneath it only slightly singed. The blue pattern being shown suddenly turned red, Driscoll swinging his arm right back down, ready to smash Gajeel right into the ground. It never made contact. The fist swung down and passed right through where Gajeel's head had been, and the Quincy didn't even realize what had happened until he was too late to stop it. Appearing right behind Driscoll, his body returning to normal at the large metal shards, Gajeel brought an iron blade down, tearing it straight across Driscoll's back. Lightning tore across the wound with a vengeance, the Quincy roaring in pain as his flesh burnt from the sheer intensity of it. Spinning round, the pattern on his skin still red, he struck out with his right fist, intending to crush Laxus with sheer power. The moment Gajeel vanished again, Driscoll didn't even hesitate. He was already turning back to act. The pattern on his skin shifted back to blue and causing the sharp iron blade to only leave a thin cut across his skin. Scowling in disappointment, Gajeel shifted back into lightning before Driscoll's counter-attack could connect. Immediately he was darting to the man's side, reforming and firing off projectiles of iron. He wasn't in time to stop the shift between the different patterns on the man's skin, but each projectile did leave a small mark on the man's side, barely an injury but still a sign that he was harming him despite the energy that had been making the man all but invincible against their attacks. Still though, this wouldn't work. There wasn't enough time between the switches to make an opening large enough for Urza to act. What he needed was some way to focus the man's attention square on him, to the point where he will be reeled in and finally caught in the trap. Leaping back to avoid the man's fist, he was almost caught off guard when the man suddenly appeared before him. Luckily he already knew about this technique from seeing two Quincy fight before, and his skill seemed poorly lacking in it. What should have been a great chance for his enemy suddenly became one for him, darting back over as lightning to where Driscoll had been as he brought up his arm as an iron cannon. "Let's see you take this," he muttered to himself, firing forward massive amounts of iron. Driscoll raised both hands in front of him to block the attack, the iron tearing at the skin of his palms and leaving faint trails of blood to flow down his wrists. For a moment, when the attack let up, Driscoll was completely surrounded by falling metal. Not a second was wasted. Gajeel appeared right behind Driscoll, slamming a foot down at the man. It was caught, but the Quincy could do nothing before he slipped from his grasp, appearing at a piece of metal lower down at the man's side and striking once more. This time there wasn't even a switch between the patterns Gajeel could see. It stayed blue, Driscoll not even getting a chance to counter-attack yet. That was good. Just as he wanted. Moving quickly, his actions knocking iron back into the air as he shifted into lightning once more, he appeared at a piece right above Driscoll's head. It was close, too much so for comfort, but it put him in prime position. His fist smacked down on the man, knocking him downwards to one knee from the blow before he disappeared once more, already on the move. To the eyes of many, it would be almost impossible to see, a blur of lighting darting around from point to point in an instant, attacks connecting while the body disappeared before the blow even finished being registered. And in it all, Driscoll never let his defense drop, the blue pattern on his skin shining brightly even as the man's skin was ripped, cut, and bruised from so many sudden strikes. "You're mine!" shouted Gajeel as he suddenly appeared before the man, a fist cocked back with lightning enveloping it completely. It was that moment when Driscoll finally chose to strike, the presence of a telegraphed attack like this too much of an opportunity to allow to slip through his grasp. And for that brief moment, when he used Hiran Kyaku to move slightly faster, the pattern changed red once more, all his focus on crushing the man in front of him who dared to treat him like this. Before his fist could even connect, pain blossomed into existence, Urza continuing right past in her charge with the remaining energy that had been poured into the lance fading away, clearly revealing the blood and gore painting its point. Gajeel moved back to avoid the Quincy's falling body, but it never hit the ground, only falling to one knee even with the massive hole through the man's side, extending halfway into his chest and leaving his right arm held on by only small strips of flesh and muscle. Only the fact a blue pattern now rested across his skin kept it still attached, the magic strengthening his body beyond its normal limits. "Impossible. My blood can barely continue working." "You've lost," stated Gajeel, raising an arm and transforming it back into a blade. "This is our win." "Are you sure about that?" Gajeel paused suddenly at the new voice, unable to swing his sword down confidently at the new arrival's words. Turning his head, he watched as a woman walked towards them, dressed similarly to Driscoll. Her hair had been mostly cut short with the exception of her right side, where the light-colored hair was far darker and stretched down to her neck. "After all, will that even be enough? Can you be confident that you can kill Driscoll here with that attack, even with his failing blood? What are you waiting for?" Urza shouted at him, rushing towards Driscoll herself. "Don't hesitate. Can you attack definitely work however?" asked the woman, Urza freezing in her tracks at the words. She couldn't explain it, but just hearing this woman's voice made her doubt herself. Could her attack work? Sure, it had worked before, but would it a second time? And what about that form? Asked the woman, turning back to Gajeel. Can you even sustain it any longer? Gajeel found his lightning iron dragon mode quickly failing, unable to call upon the power he had just been using. That's right though. You don't have the strength to keep it up, do you? And neither does your friend. Can you two both even continue standing? They couldn't explain it, but both Gajeel and Urza fell down to their knees, trying their best to not fall flat on their faces. It wasn't that they suddenly felt weaker. Rather, they suddenly no longer believed they could stand. They doubted their own ability to do such a simple task. Hurry up and help me, Berenice, snarled Driscoll. We don't have time for your mind games. Oh right, I forgot. You don't even have the strength to stand, do you? Berenice. Driscoll warned, already feeling the female's power taking effect as she walked close to him. I'm just stating my observations. It's not my fault if you can't resist the question. You are the one believing the doubts I'm giving you, not me. I do wonder, however, how can you even keep your blood working? An arm fell to the ground as Driscoll's blood stopped working entirely, the man screaming in pain as the blood spilled from both his severed arm and the hole in his side now that his blood wasn't there to keep it inside him. Ah, you must be having problems. But you know what dash? Whatever Berenice was about to say was cut off, Driscoll's remaining hand resting in the hole he had made with it through her throat. Gurgling on the blood, Berenice tried to make words before she failed completely, falling against him dead. That's better, muttered Driscoll, suddenly able to get to his feet as his blood returned. The others found their power returning easily too, the doubts in their minds gone. I never liked that bitch, Driscoll stated as he pulled his hand out of her neck, letting her body fall to the ground. He watched it fall for a second before raising a foot and slamming it down on her head, crushing it with a gleeful laugh. Ha! Take that! And that! And that! Suddenly having to lean back, blood still falling from his wounds but at a much slower pace, Driscoll avoiding the sword Urza swung at him. He lashed out in turn, but he didn't change the pattern on his skin, what they now knew must be called blood. There was not a single worry in her mind now about an attack like that, and she didn't need to worry anyway. It never made contact. She was far too fast when compared to someone who was barely hanging on to life. So when she countered, her sword dug into his chest. She quickly moved back, leaving the sword behind as she avoided the man's fists. It was a cheap sword anyway. She had hundreds more like that one, so it hardly mattered losing it. And with that single attack, her opponent was on his last knees. Summoning up another sword, she made to make the final move when she suddenly found herself under fire. The Quincy around them, that had stayed away warily before, now were hostile once again, throwing themselves at them with blades of pure energy and bows of light. She pushed her magic to the max as she summoned up swords from her equip space, sending them right into the path of the arrows and beyond into the ones who fired them. The blades in her hands spun with her, as she was performing a dance of death as she swept through the crowds that tried to swarm her. Gajeel handled them no worse than she did, many arrows bouncing off his skin as his iron drive activated while his attacks sent many of them flying. Sir, one of the Quincy stated, reaching out towards Driscoll with a hand. Please retreat. We will cover your escape. No need, muttered Driscoll gleefully, his hand glowing with blue energy. Before any of them could react, he struck out, the energy forming a large arrow, half the length of his javelin arrow, that he threw right into the crowds of Quincy trying to help him. Even as they screamed in pain as they died, Driscoll never stopped laughing, only becoming happier and happier as he threw arrow after arrow into his own reinforcements. Acting far faster than before, Driscoll caught Urza's blade that she swung at him, his blood now easily holding up against the blade edge once more, even in the injured state that he was in. Those are your allies. Urza shouted at him, trying to overpower his blood with raw power. And you'd laugh as you cause their own deaths. Driscoll just smirked. Would you like to know what my power is? Reaching out, he grabbed her and threw her back. She couldn't help but show her astonishment on her face. He was stronger. Stronger than he had been a minute ago. My power, my shrift, is called the Overkill. Hold on, Gajeel muttered to himself fearfully. You don't mean to say dash. Exactly. My power allows me to grow stronger with every life I have taken, be it ally, enemy, or even beast. So long as they are alive, their life comes to fuel my strength the moment I take it. And the more I kill, the easier it is to kill more of them and further increase my power. Now then, he continued, stretching his arm out as if the wounds he had no longer bothered him. I'll crush you completely. Almost immediately he raised his hand, firing up an arrow into the sky. Both Urza and Gajeel paused for that moment, looking at it in shock at what he was doing, especially when the arrow fell back down to the earth towards Driscoll himself. Holding out his arm, Driscoll didn't even make a sound when the arrow sliced right through his remaining hand, letting it fall to the ground without a word. The band around his hand, now on the ground, glowed for a moment before Driscoll was enveloped in bright blue light, the very ground starting to break apart where he stood. Some of the Quincy too close immediately found their own bodies breaking apart, being drawn in towards Driscoll and the light he was emitting. When it finally died down, the man had his limbs back, all his injuries healed as blue light shone around the injured areas. Two things appeared that Urza recognized easily though. Just like Yuzo, a pair of wings, made purely of energy, extended off the man's back. Unlike Yuzo's however, these were far more brutish, looking more like the wings of a monster than a ghost. The halo on the top of the man's head was almost sickening to look at, a parody of the holiness the symbol would normally portray. Volstandig. The fear Urza suddenly felt was immense. The man had been strong before, but the power radiating off him now made that look like the distance between heaven and earth. You recognize it? That's good. Watch as this becomes the last thing you see as I choke the very life out of you too. Protector of the Fairies. Coordinating their attacks as one unit, Freed, Bixlow and Evergreen all fired off their own attacks into the enemy they were facing. Runes that caused pain just from a single touch, pellets of hardened dust that exploded on impact, iron spikes from a sentient doll, they all fell short as a massive tornado burst into existence in their path, sending all the attacks flying in different directions. The demon responsible, its appearance that of a dark-skinned man's, rushed through the winds, the calamities being caused unable to even touch him. Bracing himself from the heavy winds being thrown outwards from the tornado, Freed pushed his absolute shadow spell to its limited, praying that the partial demon form would hold. Lightning fired forth from his free hand, the other gripping the broken half of the sword he always carried, only for it to smash against even stronger lightning, coming from the demon they fought. It stopped being a battle of magic between the two forces and instead a battle between the imitation and the real calamity. That was what the demon's curse was, or rather what they knew so far combined with what he had let slip. A curse, and what the hell was a curse anyway, that allowed the user to call forth anything that can be regarded as a calamity in nature. So far they had only seen 3 examples of this. The winds that blew fast enough to rip the ground to shreds, the lightning that equaled the thunder from the skies, and fire that burned as hot as lava. Not a single attack from the demon could be considered weak because of this curse, and it meant almost all their attacks were doing nothing to match said power. Hiding his emotions, not that they weren't already hidden by the mask from his partial demon form, he moved back to get away from the slash from the demon, avoiding the small amounts of wind cloaking the demon's arm that he had already made the mistake of trying to block once with his sword. The moment the demon's arm had missed him, light sparkled around the demon, detonating with a large boom. They hadn't expected it to even slow the demon down however. The moment the wind spun out around the demon, blowing the explosion away, they were already in position. More pellets fell down from the sky, forcing the demon into the path with the fewest. Bixlow was already ready to intercept him the moment the demon moved, Doc charging right into the fray and swiping rapidly with all her limbs. The demon dodged them all, slamming a fist towards Bixlow. He didn't let the demon get that far, teleporting across the distance and smacking the demon's arm to one side, his hair getting swept back as the winds detonated forward. A moment later and their entire formation was destroyed, winds erupting out from the demon as its epic entree and grabbing them all in its deadly grasp. Throughout it all, as they were swept away, the demon simply stood there unmoving, the winds not affecting him in the slightest no matter how much force they hit him with. Being sent scattered along the ground, Freed immediately noticed how far they all had been sent away from one another. It seemed the demon, while having shown that their teamwork wasn't enough to stop him, didn't want to take any chances. And with the way the demon was looking at him, it seemed he would be the first target. Was it because he was being seen as easier prey? Or had the demon worked out which of the three of them was the brains of the group and was trying to take out its leader to cripple them? He honestly didn't care which. What mattered was that he would not go down so easily. Pushing himself to his feet, already aware of the charging demon heading right towards him, he lunged forward with his broken blade, green lightning concentrating itself at its tip. Lightning tore downwards from the sky, and he had to freeze in his tracks lest he fall right into the blast. He needn't have worried, more than enough space being left between him and the attack. He shouldn't be taking his focus away from his enemy, not against one this strong, but he couldn't help it. He had come to help them, as if having heard their cries for help. Laxus, protector of the fairies. Check the description for the links to the author.